Okay, can someone check on YouTube? Okay. Okay, I can do that for now. That's okay. I've not I'm not. I can't. I checked the settings. It's just camera and audio that is there. So that means I cannot. Mm. Okay, or maybe when we share the link with her, she can just let me share the link with her. Maybe she can just be on the stage, stand. Ekiti Abi. So she said she wanted to. So I think we can start. Have you been able to? Yes, but she did not respond yet. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Africa Rising. And without wasting our time, yes, we are an organization, but we believe solely in the power of prayer because we know that there is nothing that we can achieve without a divine backing, and that divine backing in this wise is God. So I want someone to please lead us in prayers. Anybody? Amen. 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 Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you for that opening prayer. So please, without wasting our time, I want to welcome every one of us on behalf of our president, Lady Ifeolu Oyatokun. I want to welcome you to the maiden edition of the physical training and retreat of staff and volunteers of Africa Rising. It's so amazing and so beautiful to have every one of us here this morning. Good morning once again. So I'd love us to introduce ourselves. Let's meet you what to do before we delve into the session as it were. The gentleman first. Okay, so let's meet you. Um,
Aside that, I do a lot of things aside from that because you don't know Nigeria, you know how to see technology. So I also do social media management. I'm a creative director. I shoot videos, edit videos.
okay. So you shoot videos, you edit videos. What on what platform? I mean, do you use your phone or you use camera?
Yeah, I use my phone.
Okay.
Mobile.
Okay, you are welcome. So, you didn't tell us, are you a returning volunteer or a new volunteer? Or you don't even know your status yet?
I don't know my status yet, but I'm a new volunteer.
Okay. You're welcome. Welcome. Pleased to meet you. Okay. Joy, can we have your introduction?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joy. I'm Fajimi Joy, and I'm a volunteer. And I am a mobile photographer and videographer. That's what I do.
Okay. Mobile photographer and videographer. How long have you been in Africa Rising?
It's been years, actually.
Okay, so I would love you to share experiences. How has it been?
Okay.
And the personal things it has added to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I've been able to, after rising generally, has taught me to grow as an individual. Like, not to stop growing, just keep growing, just keep adding more value to yourself. Because if you want to add value to people, you have to add value to yourself first. That is the first thing. Number two, as a woman, I can be bold to take up some responsibilities because of Africa Rising. And I am happy with what Africa Rising is doing because of how it's impacting lives, women, children, and a lot of things actually. And because I've been here for a very long time, I've seen growth, and I know that once you put dedication and hard work into anything, you really grow in that aspect. So I've seen growth, I've seen dedication, I've seen through teamwork. I understand teamwork through After Rising and many other things like that.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so and let me say this, on record and not off record. Joy finished from Obafemi Awolowo University, biochemistry, I think,
Chemistry, my industrial.
industrial chemistry, and she finished with a good grade. Should I let it out?
Wow.
And you can imagine doing industrial chemistry in Obafemi Awolowo University. You can know how strenuous it is. So I'm sure if she had gone to Harvard, she would have she would have been a double star student. So we celebrate you. She's one of our trailblazers. And one thing that amazes me about Joy is Joy joined us while she was a student. Just speaking of growth, you understand. So and gradually she's climbing the ladder. Everything about her is changing, and that's what it is basically. And I think at some point you do graphics now.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Just like you said.
she does a lot of things. So it's and let me say this as well. This is my first time of actually meeting Joy in person. Yeah. And we've had several buzz blows. But yeah, that's just the thing. So all we are after is just success and teamwork. So we also have a new member. Can we have your introduction?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. My name is Success Olale Yasin, and okay, so I'm a quality management system officer as well as a project manager. What else? I'm new joining.
She's a new member of the team. Yeah, welcome. Yes. So I'm so excited to have us here. So please, have you spoken with Caroline? Where's she?
She took the bus for Bodhichacha.
Oh, okay. She will find her way here anytime soon. Okay. So I'm so excited to be here this morning, and I'm excited. More importantly, that the growth we envisage is happening before our eyes. It's something for us to picture a growth and have a growth in mind, and it just ends up on paper. But this morning, one thing our leader has always longed for is actually happening. So let me say, Africa Rising is a startup organization, and we are so much important. We are so much interested in excellence. We are interested in growth. We are interested in adding value. We are interested in having everybody on board and ensure that they add value to the organization, and the organization also adds value to them. Even though the way in which the organization will add value to them weighs more than the value they will add. During the course of my session, we'll get to understand some of the things I'm actually talking about. So let me introduce myself. My name is Tiwat Tokowi Wale. Let me say I'm the longest serving volunteer in Africa Rising. I'm not an ancestor though, because people that have served for long, they are always called ancestors. Me, I'm not an ancestor because ancestors are old and moribund. I'm still in town. So and I am a lover of value, and that's one thing that has kept me in Africa Rising till now. The organization is adding value to me as I also add value to the organization. So I work as an human resource professional, and one thing that I am after is seeing women take their position anywhere. I so much love, having a room whereby we have high flyers, and 90% of those high flyers are women. So I'm not a feminist. I do tell people, because this thing is always, people misjudge you and tend to think that you are a feminist. No, I'm after women being empowered, women, independent women. Yes, independent women at the same time submissive women. You can be independent and submissive. The fact that you're independent does not mean you'll be lawless. So Africa Rising is one thing that I love, and I'm glad to be here. I let me say, by the grace of God, Lady Faye and I started this journey together. And should I say this? I've not met Lady Faye in person. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Thank God for social media. I've not met her in person, like except for pictures. That's the only way I can describe that. Okay, this is what she looks like, but in person, I've not been privileged to meet her. So we met through a friend. So it was one that recommended me, and we picked it up. Yes, so she's an amazing woman. She knows what she wants, and she does everything to get it. So even though there are times we always have some bad goals, it's normal. If we don't have those bad goals, we won't be here this morning. So I'm so excited to be here this morning, and I'm grateful for this privilege. So I'll just be running us through what we do in Africa Rising and some basic organizational ethics that I feel we should know. Yeah, so this morning is a dream come true for us in Africa Rising, because as little or as small as this room might be, we'll be sitting or we'll be having in this room one of the Nigeria's foremost leader, or let me say foremost speaker in the social enterprise space. And for us, it's a lot, because we know how much we have invested to bring her on board. Even at some point, I suggested to Lady Fair, because of the logistics and financial implications, to have her take a session virtually. But I think there is this special feel that comes on board when you're in the same room with that person. So for those of us that are here, I'm so grateful that we are here. Congratulations. I'm happy that we are here, and I'm happy that we could make it down here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, 1 minute. Joy, please let me call Mr. Lawale or send him a text with Ronke's name, her full name, that you should please add it to it. Yes, because she didn't confirm her attendance, so I didn't add it to it. All right, so staff and volunteer retreat Africa Rising. So you can see my face. This picture was taken at the last International Day of the Girl Child, which we did with Roslyn Foundation and one other foundation, where we hosted about more than 100 school children. So one might say, why do we have a man here? By the time we get to some of our core vision and values, we will understand. Yeah. For those that might be observant, you might have seen what is written behind my shirt. Maybe you can understand. Yeah. So let's get to it. So I want us to take notes, because at the end of this session, there will be an evaluation, and it definitely goes into records. And let me also say this, that this training will be certificated. Will get a certificate of participation. And in your journey with us in Africa Rising, things like this goes a long way, because either as a volunteer or as a staff, these are part of the things that form the basis of appraisal whenever we are doing that. So let me say welcome on board, and I'm glad that you could make it here. So I believe you should give yourself a round of applause. Thank you. So, Lady Ife, I know you are backstage or you are listening. Thank you so much for the privilege. We love you. We celebrate you. We are proud of you. Thank you for being visionary. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for the care, and thank you for, most importantly, having a true picture of Africa and doing everything we can in all possible best to ensure that we all see the Africa we envision. We love you. We love you. We love you. So, and by the special grace of God, yes, I don't want to sound spiritual, but basically I have to say this. By the special grace of God, the labor on Africa Rising will not be in vain, and the true Africa we envision will definitely come to light, even in our days, and it will definitely outlive us in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you once again, everyone. So, Africa Rising, can we see the screen? I don't know what's wrong with this screen, or is it my face?
I think it's because you're very close.
Oh, so it's clear. It's clear. Oh, okay.
Yes, for me it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. So Africa Rising is an NGO that supports and equips women with skills and resources to thrive in leadership roles across various sectors, promoting gender equity and female empowerment. So Africa Rising is not just a random NGO that fights for women empowerment. We are about all round empowerment. So if we have a woman in the business space, we want to we are longing to see that woman thrive in the business space. In the educational sector, we long to see that woman thrive. Even in family, if you are a full if you are a stay-at-home mom, or let me say full what there's a language, full housewife. Yeah, we seek to see that you are empowered, that even you are able to bring out children and nurture children that are wholesome and well-rounded. So Africa Rising is not the regular NGO. We are after the total well-being of the women. So that means that our operations cut across every cadre and every level of life that we can find women. So we have mission to the literate, we have mission to the illiterate, we have mission to the semi-literate, we have mission to students, because we have a program we do, that's the pre-electorate program. That's a program to educate younger girls and even boys now on making informed decisions about voting and every other political matters. So Africa Rising is not just to teach women to wake up in the morning, cook by 5 a.m., and that makes you a family woman. No, we are all are about all round success. So you are thriving in your work as an entrepreneur, you are thriving in your work as an employee and as an employee, you are thriving in your work as an employer, you are thriving in your work as a creative, you are thriving in your work as an author, you are thriving in your work even as a politician. So that is what Africa Rising is all about. So now to our mission. Our mission is to foster a new generation of female leaders who will drive positive change and progress across the African continent. Please note the word positive. Change can either be negative or positive. So we are driving positive change. And we are currently working on a project. I know Lady Ife will still shed more light on it. Now, Story Correcting Africa. I want to draw an inference on it. So if you check online, check, just check USA, you see fine pictures. United Kingdom, you see fine pictures. But click on Africa, you slums, you see tattered children in tattered clothes, with ugly women. Are you telling me that we have ugly women in Africa? I'm African, you are African. Are we not beautiful? So we are trying to change the narrative and foster a positive change across the globe, across the continent. And what are the means that we use? We have to do that through education, advocacy, empowerment, education, advocacy, and empowerment. So the education cuts across all levels, not just limited to formal education alone. We also do that through informal education, and we were able to advocacy. Yes, that's where that pre-electorate programs and other programs we are launching comes in. Then empowerment. Yeah, we have some charitable activities that we are involved in. Last year, was it 2023? No, last year, it was last year in February. We were in Osun State, reaching out to an orphanage home and another home that caters for sex workers. So and because they were females, that was even one of the things that caught our attention. And honestly, you need to be in that room with those girls. You will just know that these girls have a lot in their head. Imagine someone that is being rehabilitated, and when you ask her that if you had not found yourself in this situation, what do you think you would do? He said, I want to be a governor in my state. And that day I was moved to tears. So Africa Rising tends to bridge the gap and bring people back to harness the full potential that they have. So we aim to break down barriers and create opportunities for women to actively participate in decision-making processes at all levels of society. So one might ask, why women? Women naturally are nurturers. If you give a woman a house, or is it a home now, she will make it a house, or you give her a house, she will make it a home. So what I'm trying to say is, whatever you commit in the hands of women, there is this divine enablement that is on women that makes that thing thrive automatically. Okay, let me bring it to childbearing. When a woman used to give birth, scientists told us that the sperm fertilizes with the egg, and that's what's made up of. That was what gave birth to us. That's what brought us to life. So you can imagine, for those of us that, no matter how rough you might have, the rough experiences you might have with your mom, you will still know that without that woman, you can't even exist. So that's how important women are. So we are nurturers, we are change makers, we are people that make things happen in the society. So before I move forward, success, have you been able to reach out?
Yes, we're in communication. She said she would get back to me in a bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Is this section recorded?
Yes, it's we are streaming. Yeah, we are streaming on. Okay, please let me check Africa Rising on YouTube to see if we are live. Check Africa Rising on YouTube to see if we are live. Okay. And Joy, can you do something for me, please? Please let me call that girl. So come and set up my internet. The internet, my system is not, my phone is not connecting to the internet. I don't know why. Oh, I've been in 32. I think she mentioned it. Okay, I'm trying to see if. Are we on?
I don't think it's okay. I'm seeing a video that is live, but it's not okay. Yes.
We are okay, so that means we are.
But the title is social enterprise.
Yes, that's it. Okay, so for our vision, we envision a future where all women are, please note these keywords, where all women are confident, able, competent. Please note those three words: confident, able, and competent. So you can be confident without having ability. Okay, please do. Okay. Oh, okay. Is it better? Oh, okay. So you can be confident without necessarily being able. I mean, yeah, please. Is there a way you can turn it to night?
Reduce the light. No, do that.
You should be able. Is there? Please check my back. My phone is really affected. Or do I change my position then? Maybe I should, or maybe I sit like this. I think it should be better this way. I think it should be better this way. Please check. How is it now? Lady Fair on the call. Amazing. Okay, so it's better this way. Thank you. Please take my bag. My phone is ready. You might want to put it. There'll be someone coming and spoil it. Okay. Okay, I think I will just do it this way so that we can, because with this video has to be clear. We can't afford the hair. I think it's better this way. Please, can you make color so we can see? I don't. Okay, maybe we can leave it. Okay, so like I was saying, okay, it's better. Thank you. So like I was saying, we envision a future where all women are confident, able, and competent. So we are more about confidence, that the ability to defend whatever it is you have. But you know, you can be confident without being able. We have a lot of people that, you know, they are bold, they have this how do I put it, they have the capacity, but they are just bold for nothing, and that's why they end up being nuisance, because they don't have stuff, they are not solid. So Africa Rising is working towards having confident women, able women, and competent women enough to stand on their own and be worthy leaders, effecting change and influencing policies within their communities and in Africa as a whole. So in whatever space they find themselves, either in business, in politics, even in ministry, they should be able to make decisions that can change the face of their community and the face of their space. So we are also looking at having women that are influential, you know. So most people tend to, you know, mistake influence with wealth. Yeah, wealth brings a certain level of influence, I agree, but there is a level of influence you also get by what you can dispense up there, by level of your IQ. So that's it basically. So I'm moving to the next slide. So the next slide is our core values. So I think this answers the why as to why we have, or answers the question as to why we have men in our midst, or why we open our volunteering system or our team recruitment to men. So our core values are three: leadership, competence, and inclusion. Leadership, competence, and inclusion. So I love to call it LCI: leadership, competence, and inclusion. So what that means basically is that we the tenet of our operations lies on these three. These are our core values. If whatever it is we are doing, even if we are reaching out to you're welcome, Caroline. Yes, even when we are reaching out to the aged, or we are reaching out to the children in the orphanage, these three things are what we are working towards. These three things are what we look out for: leadership, competence, and inclusion. So let's look at it shortly. So at Africa Rising, we are guided by three core values that define and drive us towards empowering women for leadership roles in Africa. So one might ask, why are we particular about Africa? I already told us that we are working on a project, Story Correcting Africa. And one of the major reasons why we are embarking on that project is to change the narrative. Africa is known for bad things, ugly things, things that are not too good. But if we look at it in the real sense, that is not what Africa is made of. Okay, if we are looking at Africa, how about someone like Nelson Mandela? How about someone like Okonjo-Iweala? How about someone like Ngozi? What's this woman called? Dora Akunyili. Are they not Africans? So why should we check Africa? Okay, if you even check Africa, it's better. Now try and check Nigeria. You will be shocked. You will see the news that will pop up. 3 people committed suicide. 33 people were kidnapped, and there was a riot somewhere. Is that the only news that we have in Nigeria about Nigeria or about Africa? So this is where Africa Rising comes in. So let me say, Africa Rising is serving as a solution to a big problem. A big problem. I mean, a global problem. And if you want to operate at a global level, you must be a global solution to a global problem. And that is what Africa Rising intends to do. So we believe in the power of competence to drive meaningful change. And that is where expertise comes in. We don't just want to keep idiots in our space. We don't want to keep idiots, or let me say crooks, people that are not ready to upscale, people that are, they are so used to a way of doing things and they don't want to change. Do you understand? So we don't want to have that. We want to have people that are awesome, people that are competent, people that can stand. I mean, when you mention their name in a room, people are like, wow, yes, I can vouch for this person. Or when a decision is about to be made and they are asking, who do we consider for this? And everybody in the room mentions that person's name. That's the type of people we are building in Africa Rising. And one of the ways we do this is through education, training, mentorship, and we equip women with the knowledge, skills, and expertise needed to excel in leadership positions. So education is key. Education is power. And it is often said that you can't give what you don't have. If you are not competent yourself, you can't teach competence to people. If you are not well trained, you can't train people. If you are not properly mentored or properly tutored, you can't tutor people. So that is what Africa Rising does for us. And we equip women with the knowledge, skills, and expertise needed to excel in leadership position. And so the thing for us is, we look forward to seeing a girl in primary school, as little as she is, being confident to say, okay, I want to lead my class, without having any form of fear or having any form of inferiority complex that I am a woman. Africa Rising is changing the narrative that the place of a woman is in the kitchen. It used to be that, but now it's no longer, because we have women that are ready to take up the space. So the second one is inclusion. So we are committed to creating a diverse and supportive environment where every woman, regardless of background or circumstances, has the opportunity to thrive. By embracing our difference and fostering a culture of acceptance, we ensure that all voices are heard, valued in the pursuit of collective advancement. So let me rephrase that first statement, that we are committed to creating a diverse and supportive environment where every man and woman, regardless of background or circumstances, has the opportunity to thrive. So I'm going to go a bit biblical here. At creation, the Bible says He created them male and female. And if we really want to be sincere with ourselves, it's often said that behind a successful man, there's a successful woman. Behind a successful woman, some people have changed it to that behind a successful woman, there is a successful man. An African woman will thrive with or without a man. But at the same time, we can't do away without the influence and the importance or the role the men will play. So that was why I keep saying this whenever I'm privileged to address any issue about African rising, that we are not feminists. I keep saying it and I keep emphasizing it. This is not another feminist group or feminist organization. So having men in the building for me, as a way of validating what we are doing. Because for men to want to join something that is towards women empowerment, you should know that those men, they are also after a positive change in a space. So the men in our midst, we celebrate you. So back to another part of the inclusion. We are not sentimental, we are not tribalistic, we don't give into any form of nepotism. If it is our Yoruba sister that is getting it, that wants to get it, we'll come all out and support. If it's our sister from Benue State, if it's our northern sister, even despite the fact that our dress sense might be horrible, but in as much as she's our sister and we are Yorubas, quote and unquote, we have a level of fashion sense, we have a level of exposure, we will go all out to support, because we believe that the win of one is the win of all. So that's the basic thing. So for leadership is not just a title, it is responsibility. So we are not looking at people that will just be looking out for opportunities or positions just to bear a title. No, we are looking for people that are looking for opportunities to inspire, to empower, and to also serve others. So the leadership concept in Africa Rising is what I call servant leadership and leading by example, because that is one of the best ways to lead. A leader has to lead by example. Leadership is not just a title, it is a responsibility to inspire, empower, and serve others. We believe in nurturing visionary leaders who are guided by integrity, compassion, and a commitment to the common good. Leadership is not just a title, it is a responsibility to inspire, empower, and serve others. And let me say this, whatever it is we are doing here, or whatever it is that we are learning today, I want us to learn it and put our heart to it, because these things will also help us in our personal life. It will help you to see that, okay, in my work, having a female team member she's not there to compete with me but to complement my efforts. So I'm speaking to the opposite gender in this house, because let me speak from my personal space. Most of the places I've worked, I'm always the youngest in the room. I mean, amongst the team leads and everything, I'm always the youngest. And it's differently when you're the youngest and you're not a female again. You get it. Giving last month vibes. So, there are times that I would want to give my view about some issues. And the moment I'm about to talk and I see the body language, I'll just mutter, Holy Spirit, help me. Because I know that there are some people in that room that they believe they are traditional men, and they believe that the place of a woman is in the kitchen. One of them even told me one time that my wife in my house will not talk to me that way. And I replied him, I said, that's your wife in your house. I am not your wife. I am your colleague at work. So we have to get this thing done. So, and it's always a problem initially, but along the line, I just get out of it. And whether they like it or not, it's either they tag along or fizzle out. Because the position I always find myself, it's a position whereby they can't do without me. I can do without them, but they basically cannot do without me. So what am I trying to say? As women as well, let us learn to take position. Let's take ownership wherever we find ourselves, either as an employee or an employer. I used to tell people when I'm discharging my duties, if you know that you are not satisfied with the working condition of the place, instead of handling your work negligently, it's better for you to bow out honorably. So we know that you left honorably. But there's no point in you being in a system and you're just nagging, you're not adding value. you are giving us a bad impression of yourself, and that impression will last for long. No, because there's something that is very difficult to erase. That's impression. That's why Englishman says first impression lasts longer. See, it's not only first impression, second impression, third impression, fourth impression, fifth impression, sixth impression. So as women, even as men, wherever we find ourselves, let's make a difference. Let's these three things guide us: competence, inclusion, and leadership. Whatever it is we are committing ourselves to, let's do it with the whole of our hearts. Let's be diligent in everything we do. That's where competence comes in. The space and all these platforms we anticipate will not be given to people that cannot undo those things. It will be given to people that have the skills, that have what it takes. So that's where competence comes in. Like, was it Gowan that said that if you are a leader, you lead well. If you are a manager, you manage well. So let me say that if you are a woman or if you are an employee, please do your work well. If you are an accountant, account well. If you are a serving corps member, serve well. It's not everybody that will receive national recognition, but the local recognition you receive can launch you for national platforms. So please, I'm begging us and pleading with us. So let's go to our approach. So what's our approach to achieving these things? So Africa Rising leverages the power of corporate social responsibility, that is CSR, to create positive change for women in Africa by engaging with businesses and organizations committed to social responsibility. We drive transformative impact and foster gender equity through collaborative initiatives that empower women and promote inclusive development. Let me say this for those of us that do not know. We have a sister company, that's Nobile. And the major activations, or let me say the major outreaches we did last year, we did them together with Nobile. And what Nobile is all about is creating a network of Black entrepreneurs in the United Kingdom and other states outside Nigeria. I mean, let me say outside the African space. So we partner, or let me say we look out for corporate organizations, corporate bodies that buy into our vision and that their operations aligns with what we are doing. Because all these things we are saying that we are into requires a lot of resources, requires a lot of skills, requires a lot of manpower. You want to tell a market woman to own her space, and her business is not well, it's not doing well. What do you need to what do you need to solve at that moment? Is that business problem? So these are the reasons, and these are the alpha. Okay. Okay. So we ensure that we have organizations that are committed to social responsibility. It's not all organizations that are committed to social responsibility. Some are committed to financial responsibility. Some are committed to just profit, making profit and everything. But some, they are committed to social responsibility. And I'm trusting God that the time will come in Nigeria whereby we'll have more of these organizations. There are more in the Western world. Yes, thank you. There are more in the Western world. You would see that that's when UNICEF can do anything. WHO can do anything just to ensure that pandemic is out of the way, malaria is out of the way. USAID can come and ensure that education is being done. So why can't we have these bodies come out of Nigeria too? I believe it's possible and it will definitely happen. Yeah. So and it can happen from us because I can see that we have Tech Grow and Texas in the house. Yeah. So we can have a startup that caters for all this. So our strategic pillars. Number one, we have 5 strategic pillars. So number one is empowerment through education and training. Yeah, we have fostering inclusivity and diversity, driving competence and leadership, collaborative partnerships and CSR engagements, promoting gender equity and policy advocacy. Yeah, so moving on. I'm almost done though. Empowerment through education and training. So what we do is to provide comprehensive educational programs and training opportunities to equip women with the necessary knowledge, skills, and confidence to excel in leadership roles across various sectors. So if you have been following us, whenever we have our International Women's Day conference, for those of us that have been around for a while, Our lineup of speakers are speakers that cut across every area of life. We have speakers that touch on legal, the legal aspects of life, politics, parenting, business, finances. So we are like I said earlier, Africa Rising is an wholesome body. Wholesome body. We are after competence and living an all-round life, even though people feel it's not possible. But I feel it's possible because I've seen people live out that life. So the educational programs are not just peripheral, they are comprehensive. That is why you would see us go for a children's program or a program to celebrate the girl child. And at the end of it, we'll still interview them, we'll ask them questions just to know how well they are able to understand everything that has been said. So, number two is fostering inclusivity and diversity. So, what we do is to create a supportive environment that embraces diversity and inclusivity, enabling women from all backgrounds to thrive and actively participate in decision making processes. So, like I said earlier, irrespective of who you are, where you belong, and your age, we are all after you thriving in everything you do. We have a member, Gracious, she's in Just. Gracious, I think at 200 level, became the vice president of our students' union government, and it was a big deal for us. If you go through our YouTube page, you can read an interview and know what that means. So it's always a thing of joy to see that women thrive irrespective of where and who they are. Okay, so driving competence and leadership. We hope to develop competent female leaders through mentorship and skill building initiatives, ensuring they have the expertise to drive positive change and influence policies within their communities and Africa as a whole. As a whole, please mind this word: drive positive change and influence policies. There are some women that are driving change in our community, but the change are not positive. So when I say we are driving change, we are so much particular about positive change, changing the narrative, changing the face of what is to be believed, and doing things better. And another thing we do is to, like I said, collaborative partnerships and CSR engagement. Engage with businesses and organizations committed to corporate social responsibility, fostering collaborative initiatives that promote gender equality and empower women. So, if maybe in our space we know of any organization that is willing to invest in women in the social space, do well to recommend and refer them to us. We'll pitch our story to them and we know we'll be able to come in. So the next one is promoting gender equity and policy advocacy. Advocate for gender policy equity and support women's rights, breaking down barriers and creating opportunities for women to excel in leadership positions across Africa. So that is why, like I said, a little girl that wants to having a little girl that wants to you want to okay having a little girl, a primary school girl, vying for the position of a senior girl means a lot to us, because that is what I call catch them young. If she can get it at that rate, you won't be surprised at what that girl will do in secondary school. You won't be surprised at what she will do in her institution. Um, Let me share a personal experience. I don't vie for post in school. Most times I'm always recommended for it. I mean, even when I don't want to do, they will drag me. When I was in part four, I remember vividly there was um, there was an issue in my class. So they said I should become class governor. I said I'm not doing. Everybody said we are not doing, then we won't have governor. I said I'm not doing. and I have this. Should I call? I have a way of harassing people to get this. I can be a bully sometimes. I can be a bully sometimes. And I already said it now. John and I, we have different dance those experiences. I can be a bully sometimes. So it amazes me when people say, okay, let's bring Tima on board. She can lead this. And I'm always like, hey, people, I hope you know what you're signing up for. Because let me say it in Yoruba English. You will not collect, you will not give me in full. I will not collect it in half. New one, if you don't need balabo. So these things, I want to say that it's also a factor of upbringing. I love to share this story anywhere I find myself. I got to know that when I was giving birth to myself and my sister. Okay, so I am from a family of five, first of five actually, first born, big sister. So like assistant parents. So three girls and two boys. Eh? So I got to know while growing up that because I began to ask some questions as to the platforms my parents exposed me to, some of the things they exposed me to. So I was very inquisitive and asking why. So my dad made a statement that I can never forget in my life. That he remembered the time that he gave birth to me, and being the first one, it was nothing. And he gave birth to my sister again. This time it was a female again. So most people were saying, "Obìnrin ló ń bí jọ." They can't amount to anything. So since the day I had that thing, I was very young when I had it. I mean, I was very, very young. I was still in the secondary school, maybe GSS2 or something. I made up my mind. And I appreciate my daddy. I did not mention the person that said it. Because if you had mentioned the person, I will all the time, whenever I have any new feat, I will reach out to that person. That bring on picture. You get it? So I made up my mind that okay, whatever it is this man and this woman, I mean my mom and my dad are doing to invest in me, I will do my bit to ensure that this investment yields dividends. So that's why wherever I find myself, you will know I'm there. Because there is a level of exposure I have, and there is a desire I have that I made up my mind that this thing that I'm correcting, I will also correct it with other women. I've met ladies that when you tell them about this, you can do that, and they'll be like, let me just get married. There was a day I told somebody, marriage is not an achievement. I said it one time that it is not an achievement. It's not. So don't say because you are a woman, all you need to do is to get married for you to be fulfilled. No. Rich auntie vibes and do everything. Why can't you be the rich woman yourself? So that is one of the things we are looking out for in Africa Rising. Like my job, it's a very challenging one, particularly when you are working with men. I mean men that are even old enough to be your father, and you have to decide on their cause. You have to decide on their matter. You have to stand your ground. You have to. At some point, I used to tell them, I hired you. I can as well fire you. Is this a threat? It's not a threat. It's just a basic thing. So let me now move to our work in Africa Rising. Yes, I don't have that in my slide here. I'm trying to access my other mail. I can't find it. I'll get back to it. So one of the things we do with our volunteers in Africa Rising is that we want a community of people that can take initiatives. And how do I mean? We have said everything now. So we basically have an understanding of who we are in Africa Rising and what we do. So we need people that can jump at it, catch the vision and even create a big picture that even we are not seeing. And one of the ways you can do this is with your skills. So we are trusting God to give us a level. We are getting there actually, whereby the moment you mention or you state it in your CV that I volunteer with Africa Rising, and they go to check us on LinkedIn, check our social media, and you know what? Don't worry, you have that job. Don't worry, we are signing you. We are approving this. But we can't recommend someone that has not proven himself. There's a price to pay. So one of the price to pay is the price of diligence. The price of diligence. I mean, in our work in Africa Rising, we need to pay the price of diligence. And how do I mean? We need to do things in a smart way, consistently and persistently. There's a difference between working hard and working smart. A lot of people work hard. We see them in the offices. See, it's not all those people that used to move from one office or one space to another that are working. It's a lie. They are only trying to keep busy and distract everybody and make you feel they are working. No, most times it's not it. So there's a price of diligence to pay in Africa Rising. And the reason why I'm saying that is we want to change the face of Africa. And we want to start with Nigeria, or let me say, want to start in Nigeria. Let me say the pilots team are in Nigeria. If we are not diligent, I mean, if we are not committed to it in a way that speaks of diligence, how are we going to drive that positive change? It can't work. We can't take the life. We can't take life on an armchair. We have to just give our all. You know, when I tell people that I'm a volunteer in Africa Rising, they don't believe. They don't. They feel that Africa Rising is my employer. I mean,
Employed you.
yes, that is where I get paid and everything. So I told one of my friends still raised it with me. Was it not yesterday? Okay, yeah, I mentioned that I went for a vigil. So when we were done with the vigil around 3 a.m., they were telling me that you better go and sleep. Your boss will sack you tomorrow. You have a training, and I said, which boss? I said that training. That's an NGO I volunteer. It's a lie. Can't be a volunteer in that NGO. I said I'm a volunteer. So that's the type of system we are trying to put in place. We want our volunteers to have a sense of ownership. Take ownership of the vision, catch it, make it your own. Okay, so if I am the visionary or I'm the executive director or president or whatever in Africa Rising, this is the way I will approach this vision. This is the way I would handle this vision. This is the way I would tackle. Will this be my approach to the way I will get things done? So I've said two things: the price of diligence and the price of ownership. You need to take ownership. You need to take ownership, and we are also, key, or let me say, we are keen on timelines, because some of these things, yeah, as time they have to be executed. Yes, for some, we are, like I said, we are not a regular NGO. That is why our onboarding process for volunteers might look a bit difficult or very hard. I knew Joy was in the waiting room for how many years? Now am I picking on Joy?
Oh my god.
Yeah, even Caroline too. This is my first time of meeting Caroline in person too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it took a while before they were eventually onboarded, and you guys were not the only one that were onboarded, but some have left. I mean, we had to send some people off. We just had to let them go because we discovered that as long as they stay here, they won't add value to us. They will just, be adding to just the numbers. So when we say we have 10 volunteers, we can count them. They will just be doing the statistics for us, demography. That's what they are serving. That's the only purpose they are serving. So we have to let them go. So for someone like me, let me walk you down some of the benefits. So normally I won't do slide myself. I will not. I'll give it to someone to do for me. I won't pay it. I mean my staff. I'll just give her what I want to do. But when I got to Africa Rising, for some reasons, I saw that if I should give this slide to someone that does not even have an understanding of what I'm asking her to do, it will be a mess. So gradually, it's not that I don't know how to do it though, but because when you have some privileges and some rights, you just be like, well, do it for me, Jerry. No, because normally if you want to make presentations in the office, it's our job to do. I just have to review and tell her, add few touch-ups and everything. And what am I trying to say? There are some skills that I have developed personally as a result of volunteering. And one thing that I can never forget in my role as a volunteer in Africa Rising is a training I was sent for in 2023 October. That was with the Ideation of Africa. That training cost about, at that time, I think it was about 100,000, and it was an all expense paid training. It was a 2-day event. One day was virtual, the other day was actual. I was in Lagos. I was in the same room with the almighty DDK. What a wahoo! So that's one of the perks. Yeah, and aside from that, we have a community whereby, for those of us that are in the group, there was something that was posted, I think last week, like a fellowship opportunity, and we were asked in the group that if we have anybody that wants to apply for this, you can apply. And what the lady first said, she said she will walk that person through the process. So you are in a place whereby you can grow. I mean, when I mean grow, I mean grow. You can grow, and you are in a place whereby we are after something which is excellence. If you do something that is a job that is not done properly, that means that is done lazily, you will be attacked. But if you do something and you give in your best, you will be applauded. That is how well we are. And another thing is, there is a price of commitment to also pay. We require that our team members are committed. Our team members are committed. I mean, committed with everything, and we require that our team members serve with their skills. I've said that earlier too. Serve with their skills. We look forward to having innovative team members, because some of these things we intend to do, we can only do them when we have innovations, things that are not regular, not the regular, different ones. So we can only achieve this with people that are innovative, people that can just think and bring something out of the box, and everything will just fly. Yes. So, and I also want to say this: we frown at people engaging in conflicting engagements. You know what I mean by conflicting engagements? And you are our volunteer, and you're also volunteering in another organization that has similar aim and objective with us. Whether you like it or not, impliedly or expressly, you will tell them something we are doing. And one thing we don't joke with is confidentiality, because that is what makes our work rise. When people don't know the area you are coming from and you just show up, good. Yeah, they know the process because they know you are doing things, you are doing stuff. So I want us to try as much as possible to streamline. I'm not saying we should not be social. I'm not saying we should not have other networks or be engaged in other things. But as much as we can, we have this non-disclosure policy that we want everybody to abide with. Yeah. And another thing again is that every one of us should be proud of this community. How do I mean? If you go to my personal space, you will see that on my Instagram, for instance, I wrote, what did I even write? A city set on the hill that cannot be hidden. HO at Africa Rising, Alagba at Alagatiwa. So that's how intentional I am about Africa Rising. So if you are really proud about this, if you are proud about this system and you're proud of this community, let it reflect in everything you do. Let it reflect from your post. I know some people, because I have some other organizations I volunteer with, but with different objectives. If I get to some places, some people will call me Africa. If I get to some places, some people call me Mass. If I get to some places, some people call, so I have different names. I mean, like that video that I told them, everybody was just calling Africa. I said, hey, hello, Joe.
I see your name as Miss Tiwa Africa.
Can you imagine? Yeah, that's my name. So let it reflect, and that can only happen if we really have a sense of belonging. We take ownership of it. Yeah. So I think I'm going to stop here because I want to take our questions before we move to the next session. There's actually something I want to run us through as well. Yeah, I'm trying to. So, do we have questions? Caroline, can we meet you? This is my first time of meeting you. So, introduce yourself.
My name is Ajay Caroline, and I'm part of the team for Africa Rising.
You're welcome. What do you do?
I'm actually a student of the final year student of Africa.
I thought you were done. No?
That's still my final.
It was Joy that cleared the air. I thought you were
course is
done.
a 5-year course.
Oh, what course is that?
Science and technology.
Oh, okay. So you can determine if Zobo is fresh or not.
I need a chemical control.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. So how has it been volunteering with Africa Rising? How has it been?
It has been nice.
Yeah. So you're welcome. Nice to have you on board. So. Okay. So do we have any question before I move to the next thing I want to talk about?
Okay, ma, I want to ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have workers in Africa Rising, we have volunteers also.
Yes.
How do we make it work together without conflicting each other? Sometimes when a worker, the person is working,
A staff.
a staff is doing a paid job. Sometimes the person might want to get things done, like now. And if the person that is volunteering is not in a space to do it right now, the worker might be angry, might be like,
Mention my name.
No, not just you. Not just you. No, not just you. We've never had any conflict about
Timing.
asking me something
Okay.
right now. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not you. So how do we do it that okay, if you're a worker and we can just work together?
Okay, I understand what you are saying. So one of the ways that, because I've talked about this as well, and one of the things I feel we should do and we will do is to have what I call a plan. Do you understand? So that would be more or less like a work plan. So we know that, okay, for the month of, or let's say for the first quarter, Q1, this is what we are working towards. Do you understand? This is what we are working on. And everybody knows where they come in. So that plan will serve as a guiding principle, or let me say to serve as a guide for you to know when to come in and when not to come in. Do you understand? So I think whatever that staff will do will just be a follow-up. You get it? Because like I said, I'm even going to it now. Like I said, we are looking for people that can take initiative. We don't want people that cannot think, that you need to tell them everything. Do you understand? So for instance, I've shared about Story Corrects in Africa almost in everything I've said today now. And let's say, okay, we are rejigging that project. It's not dead though, it's paused. Let's say, so we are starting up that project again, and we have said, okay, we are having interviews with stakeholders. We want to have outreaches, or want to reach out to people, want to have visits to some places. And okay, this is what the media will do, I mean communications team will do. You understand? The moment we say we are having outreaches, what I expect them to do is, okay, team lead though, can we get the design brief so we can swing into action? Can we get the details of when we are having this interview so that we can adjust and make adequate arrangements? So all these things boils down to plan, and that will be in place. It will be in place. There will be a workable plan. You know, if we can have a plan that is not workable, we won't do that. We definitely have a workable plan. So workplace culture at Africa Rising, I've talked about some of these things, so I don't really need to. Yeah, our I think our guest is around. Yes, so our workplace culture, innovation and creativity. So we have empowering ideas, actively encouraging innovation and creativity. We provide platforms for our members to explore inventive solutions for political challenges. So, for instance, this platform we use to live stream, someone brought about it, one of the team members. Normally, I wouldn't have thought about it. I know people use it, but I don't know it's something that we can access. So, it's one of our team members that came up with this thing, and we adopted it. That's how open we are. We are open to superior argument, in as much as it's something that adds value and it's something that is indeed reasonable. Because it's not all superior arguments that are reasonable. Yes. So we are following the lead of pioneering organizations like Google. We dedicate specific days where members channel their creativity into projects contributing to Africa Rising's objectives. So we are looking at, even in your space, when I do my job as an alaga, I used to say something and people think I say it loosely. I don't say it loosely. Maybe when I'm doing some part of the job with a woman, the bride herself, and I will say women supporting women. People think it's a cliche. For me at that point, it's not a cliche. Yeah, I've had one of my clients walk up to me that, why did I say that? So I now told her that I saw that because people were shouting that women like money, you don't want to collect money, and you're supposed to collect that money. So I had to tell you, please collect that money. Like, I gave her all the vibes and all the encouragement and moral support she needed, and she was able to do. It might look irrelevant, but to me it's a lot. So we are looking at having our members work actively towards contributing to Africa Rising objectives. And the second thing is we are mission driven, competence driven leadership, instilling a sense of mission. Instilling a sense of mission. We value competence driven leadership as a key contributor to impactful policy making and governance consciousness. How do I mean? You can have you can be competent, but you might not have a sense of mission for it. I mean, you might not have a purpose for that competence. So we are looking at having people that their competence is channeled towards a sense of purpose. So we have some things we do: weekly spotlights where we recognize and celebrate achievements of women in politics, governance, and exceptional leadership, fostering our mission and message. We used to do that fortnightly on Fridays on IG. We paused it for a while, but very soon we will go back to it. Collaboration, communication, and community. We actively promote collaborative efforts, recognizing that. Wow! Good morning, ma. How you doing? So good to meet you. Finally, I know I've disturbed you again. After like 2 years, I mean, please, I need to give you a hug. Please, this has to be on record. This has to be on record. Let me give her a hug. Like, I'm not seeing her. Yeah, I just mentioned the meeting I came for in Lagos. I just thought, like, there's nothing I've said today that I've not mentioned. Thank you. Emma Glory. How are you so much? I'm not interrupting. Not at all. I'm at the session. Yes, I'm not. When my session starts? Yeah, we are rounding up. Yes, we are coming to. Should I? Can I sit? Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am. Please do. So normally you are supposed to sit here, but because we saw that the background is affecting the video, so you will just sit here when your session is about.
I'll start doing a joke.
Oh yeah, I know.
So don't worry, I'll be okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Jamaica, if I just pull out that chair for me,
Okay.
then if I need to sit, I can pull that black one.
Okay.
So
No problem.
you can just pull that extra one so I can stand in that.
Yes,
one.
sir.
Because I'm happy.
I'll follow you to Lagos. I can get that.
No problem.
You're welcome, ma'am. You're welcome. Yeah, so for our guests, sorry, our people watching virtually, sorry, Yes, she is.
This one that I just came in and disrupted the meeting.
No, you did not. So you lighted up the meeting. You're welcome, ma. So sorry, our major facilitator, one of our major facilitators just arrived. So when the light enters the room, the reaction is always different. So sorry, Sorry. Let me show you her face so you can see. Can you see her?
Oh, and she sold out as usual. I'm loving the orange.
Oh my God, Lady Fair Ojoro Council.
I'm loving this orange, man.
She did not say anything, see, so.
You look beautiful, sis. I love you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we are happy to have you in our midst. Thank you so much for everything you do. Yes, ma'am. So back to what we were talking about. So we actively promote collaborative efforts, recognizing that diverse perspective contributes to richer outcomes. So that means what that implies is that variety, they say, is the spice of life. So there are some things that the angle and the perspective at which I see them is not the same perspective at which you see them. So we welcome every ideas, even if to you it looks so stupid. I mean, you're like, is this thing workable? We will hear it, although that doesn't guarantee that it will be implemented or it will be accepted. But we have a bank whereby we keep all these ideas, and whenever we need to review and do something on them, we will definitely do it. So I want to move because I'm eating into Director Tony's time, and I don't want to do, but I need to clear this. Task assignment and communication etiquette. When assigned a task, respond, clarify, time block. That is, promptly respond and seek clarification if needed, and set clear deadlines for task completion. So if you are given a task, for instance, you are assigned to carry on an assignment and you don't know how to go about it, or you don't know how to do it, please don't wait till when you are called to submit or to turn around that assignment before you start saying, that thing you asked me to do, how was I supposed to do it? I've forgotten. No, seek clarification immediately, because this time around, with the way we are moving, promptness will be rewarded. So we have to be prompt, we have to be swift, and when I get to our communication etiquette, you understand what I'm saying. So we don't want people to run late on tasks, but peradventure you are running late on tasks either because you have a glitch or something, you are expected to communicate. Don't assume that we will know. We are not angels. We are not angels. Even though we have people that look like angels, I mean by virtue of their beauty. but they are still not angels. So we don't assume. Please communicate. So communication is key. Respond, and when you communicate and you are running late on task, your communication should carry a response, a reassurance, and a revision that okay, I'm sorry, I will do this. This is the challenge I have. As soon as I get this sorted, I will get back to you, and this will be done. And you can even also do something that is very responsible. Take responsibility, even if the challenge is something within your is beyond your control. You have to take responsibility for such action. Because for instance, if I ask you to do get a tax done and you're telling me that you have a challenge with NEPA, I don't know NEPA. It's your personal problem. So just take responsibility for that. Yeah. So communication etiquette, in person and email communication, be prompt and graceful. Addressing or responding to emails within 24 hours timeline. That's the timeline. 24 hours. And please sign appropriate office titles or professionalism. Please, whatever, if you are a volunteer and you are leading a particular team, when you are signing or writing a mail, let them know. Right, you are writing in your capacity as the office holder. So indicate it in that mail. I said we should take ownership. So if you are not proud of it, that's one of the things that will stop you from writing your role in Africa Rising. Do you get it now? So employee and executive management development. We have pockets for learning. Our commitment to continuous development is evident through resources like ebooks, links to books, videos, and other educational materials, enriching the intellectual capacity of women in politics at all levels, including executive management. We started something sometimes back, and I think I will talk to Lady Fair about it. We might need to revisit it. That's a book review. We were to read a book, Becoming by Michelle Obama. I think we will go back to it. That's where content will work though. They would read and come up with reviews and snippets. I mean some captions that can be used. Yeah. So we are so much important. We are so much vested in having resources that can add value to people and make people grow. And that is where our training also comes in. When we see any opportunity that can make people grow, we will. I think my first experience with GDK was through Lady Ife. That was when I think was it not 2019 or 2020? I think it was 2020 during the lockdown when she did 40 days immersion. That was activation intensive. Yes, that was my first encounter with DDK. I never knew there was someone called DDK. So she saw that link and she shared with me. And that 40 days I can never forget. I can never forget. I mean, because it was rigorous. And at the point, she even created an accountability group for us, whereby we discussed some of these things. That was the first time I took my health really serious. Because DDK touched every area of life. I mean, she touched finance, she touched health, she even mentioned that okay, for people who want to keep fit, you want to lose weight, you can set it as a target. You can imagine how going to that level. So things are like that. Those are some of the things we have access to. For our okay, we still introduce himself. Is our graphics guy. He's one of our volunteers too. There was a time the guy that designed our logo. There was a time he was connected with this guy, and he had to add him to a group whereby he did some brush up for him in graphics. He does graphics as one of his source of livelihood or his means of livelihood, source of income. I'm sure the knowledge that was dispensed on him at that time would be useful or is applicable in his way of life and even in his work. So that is what we are. And we are also working on Founders Mentorship Series, initiating a mentorship series led by the founder, where she will inspire, guide aspiring female leaders, including those in executive management, to navigate their paths with confidence and competence. She's doing this already. She has a lot of mentees in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. So our leadership model is transformational. So we lead by design and we lead by example. So our leaders, including those in executive management, play a pivotal role as mentors and facilitators. So let me say this: either you are a volunteer and you have team members that work with you, or you work solo, you are a leader. So you have a key role that you play, and we encourage purposeful decisions and people that are committed to building not only confidence and competence, but also fostering an inclusive policy consciousness. So leading by example, this is very key. Adopting a servant leadership style. I made up my mind that there is nothing I will ask anybody to do that I won't know how to do it. Yeah, yes. I made up my mind. So if I ask you to do anything and you're feeling yourself, okay, continue. I won't say anything. I will just get on it and I'll get it done. And no offense, so no offense, because I discovered in my role, well, that's one of the things that keeps most businesses stranded. Because this staff knows that I'm indispensable. The moment I leave, the organization will crumble. It's a lie. The organization cannot crumble. Yeah, there's no vacuum in nature. We might feel your presence for a while, but we will get back on track. So I try as much as possible to ensure that I have a little knowledge about everything. So even if it's at the beginners level or at the intermediate level, I can still operate. I might not be advanced, but at least I have a level of knowledge that I can use to fill in the gap as before we eventually find a replacement that can do that thing. When I worked at a printing press, when my staff do night, I stay with them and I do night. There was that they were asking me, "Hey child, what's your problem?" I said I don't have any problem. There's someone that is because she's not married, Jerry, these single people. I said it's a lie. I said if I'm married, all I need to do is just talk to my husband about it. Because and I discovered that in a way inspired them. They will have told their line manager that they will not do night. But me, I'm not a production staff. I'm an administrative staff. Whether I do night or I don't do night, it doesn't stop anything. But the moment they see that I'm waiting to do night, that alone communicates something to them. HR is staying for night. Am I mad? I have to stay. Leading by example. What do I do? Most times I just go to my office. If I have anything to read up or I have any assignment to do, I do it. And when I'm done, I suspend my chair and I sleep. But in a way, I've communicated something. And that's the problem we have in Nigeria. We have leaders that don't lead by example. DDK has the word. Say don't be a talk leader. Be a talk and do leader. I can't forget that. It's in one of the podcasts I listen to. Don't be a leader that people can only follow you based on what you say, not based on what you do. Let your work and your actions let them match. So if you are after diligence, you yourself should be diligent. That is why I tell people that most people that complain to me about Lady Fair and everything, I tell them that there's nothing she's asking you to do that she cannot do, that she has not practiced. It's her life. So it's either you adjust or you bid us farewell. We will let you go. So swift execution, promptness and efficiency. Swift execution, promptness and efficiency. We are so particular about timeliness because that is really key. What's the essence of bringing a tank full of water when the person that is thirsty is dead already? Do you understand? So anything that you are assigned to do must be done on time because we are working with time. There is no magic any government official wants to perform if you can't do it in 4 years. Worst case scenario, 8 years. Even if you want to buy time, Nigerians will not allow. So we are prompt. Anything you have to do, just do it on that. We recognize the fact that you have other commitments. We recognize the fact that you have other other things that require your time. But if you plan well, there is a way you will fit in your roles and your job. Then I want to talk of data-driven and community-led decision making. Yeah, I learned this. I learned the importance of this in the training I came for in Lagos with the aviation of. One of the things that the social enterprise management thrives on is storytelling. And one of the things that helps in storytelling is data. Data. I mean, it's so like I said, for those of us that were here earlier, some of these key learnings, if you really, really digest them, it will help you in your personal life. So there was a time I had problem with tracking the gifts I received. So I just created a Google form. I can be that petty. If you give me 500, I'll go and put your name. I'm the only one that can see the responses. So at the end of the year, I will collect and I will be like, when I go through of course I go through the responses periodically. But when I'm having an end of the year review, see millionaire, it's up to millions actually. So what am I trying to say? DDK emphasized the importance of data. If you do an outreach and you reach out to 2 stakeholders, note it. You are the one that is thinking 2. What's 2? 2 is a lot because this space thrives on data. So you are pitching a story to someone that wants to give a grant, and you say, so as they're looking at us, we have done advocacy for children in the secondary school, the preteens and the teenagers. Show workings. Let me come to our palace. No show workings. That is where data comes. They want to see the picture. They want to see the figure. They want to see the picture, they want to see the figure. So please and please, whatever it is you are assigned to do, especially those of us that will be going out for outreaches, data is important. Like this uh, retreat that we are doing, there is a data for it. The expected participants, the participants that are there, the participants that came, the time they came, what kept them waiting, because those are the things. That is how we can track progress and know what to do next time. So, and data helps to make informed decisions. That way you know what to do, you know what to do better, you know how to go about it. So now we know that the maiden physical retreat that we had we planned for 10 people and we have about 7 people in the room now, let's say 6 people. So we know that the next time we want to enlarge the scope, we need to visit the data and know check the processes. What is it that we didn't do well? What is it that we can check again? And how can we get better with it? So I think I would love to stop here because DTB has to go back to Lagos today. And I don't want that to miss our train.
Yeah.
What time is your train, ma?
It's for 4, maybe 27, but I have to get my yes.
Okay, ma. Yes, thank you so much. So do we have any questions? So there is a workbook to fill. That will be done after DTB session. So let me also put this to us. We'll write a report. You know me now, and you know Lady Fair. So on your key learnings, after filling the workbook, because we want to document them. Yeah, document them. So by the time you eventually have reached that position and you want to deny us, I will show you. Don't deny us. You were part of our training, and this is the feedback. So you're welcome. Before I introduce DTB, Bro Wale, Mr. Wale, sorry, this is not church. Please introduce yourself. Let's meet you. He's one of our team members. I think he's one of the. He was the first male volunteer. There were actually 2 that came on board. The second one, yeah, way.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Olawale by name, and I'm the one handling the graphic section in African Rising, and I'm glad to be here.
Welcome. Yes. You're welcome. So, like I said, this training is certificated. Just to let you know that we place premium on whatever it is we are doing here. So I want to run us through the profile of our esteemed facilitator, the gorgeous and delectable Director Toyin. It's a lot, so I wanted to do PowerPoint before. I said no, let's read all of us so we can go through it. So let's follow. I will read though, but I want us to follow. Oluwatoyin Banjo is a dynamic leader celebrated for her unwavering commitment to humanitarian causes and her remarkable ability to effect positive change. As a recognized global catalyst for change, she embodies a vibrant vision, unwavering focus, and exceptional execution. Her outstanding qualities include a clear sense of purpose, infectious energy, impeccable communication skills, and a research-driven mindset. She is a certified management consultant, a certified ISO 9001-2015 quality management system auditor, a Lagos Business School alumni, a member of Forbes PLK.
Wow.
Oh, that's so touchy. A first-class BSc degree holder, MSc degree holder, a fellow of the American Express Global Leadership Academy, London, UK, and currently pursuing a PhD in development communications. With over 15 years of diverse, that's just a paragraph though. There is more. With over 15 years of diverse experience spanning corporate communications, brand management, image consulting, strategic planning, project management, impact consulting, and more, Oluwatoyin possesses a versatile skill set Her proficiency extends to management consulting, project management, impact and policy advisory, volunteer management, program management, quality management systems, research development, HR management, social innovation, finance and investment, primarily within the insurance and development sectors. She is also well versed in consulting, problem solving, analytical abilities, and effective project management. I think we can call her the management herself. As an international development leader, development consultant, and program director at Ideation of Africa, Oluwatoyin empowers social entrepreneurs, change makers, non-profit innovators, civil society organizations, policy shapers, nation building enthusiasts, public sector agencies. Please, I need a bottle of cold water after reading this bio. Development practitioners and impact driven individuals across 46 countries, playing a pivotal role in driving positive change on the African continent. Ideation Hub Africa boasts of an extensive network of over 28,000 change makers, social entrepreneurs, and social innovators. I'm one of them. Yeah, under our leadership since 2015, Ideation Hub Africa (IHA) has impacted the lives of over 28,000 change makers, social innovators, social entrepreneurs, and impact-driven individuals across 46 countries, enabling and empowering them with experiential education, enterprise incubation, collaborative platforms, providing them with the tools, thinking, talent, resources, and opportunities to start, scale, and sustain their big ideas for changing changing Africa. So let me say, she's providing the T's for the S. Do you get that? Tools, thinking, talent for opportunities to start, scale, and sustain. So, under her leadership, IHA has significantly expanded by securing multiple six-figure funding. Amazing. That enabled the growth of its programs and operations across Africa and the world. She has also driven and established strategic global partnerships with leading companies like Access Bank, Unicaf, ACT Foundation, Opportunity Dex, MSME Africa, and many others. Oluwatoyin is also the founder of Managers Toolkit Africa, a sustainable company and social enterprise dedicated to upskilling and reskilling Africa's workforce, bridging competency gaps. Additionally, she serves as the director of ministry at Kingdom Leaders Global Alliance, a non-denominational Christian ministry with a presence in 10 countries, offering spiritual discipleship and leadership development. She has also served as a jury member for the 2023 Future Forward Female 25 Under 25 Awards. Oluwatoyin's leadership is characterized by her ability to nurture talents, establish structure, cast a compelling vision, and motivate individuals to achieve precision in their work. She is also an author of Tales of Civic Education for young children and teenagers, empowering them to take action and make a real difference. It is a valuable resource for young children and teenagers in preparing and raising them as active citizens, teaching them about the principles of civic engagement, democracy, and responsible citizenship. Under her leadership at IHA, she led data-driven curation of two policy papers on public leadership roadmap, policy reforms, and good governance. Her exemplary work ethic and unwavering dedication to youth transformation and nation building were honored with an award from the Royal African Young Leadership Forum, presented by His Imperial Majesty, the Oni of Ife, in 2020. In 2024, she received the prestigious award of 100 Power Women Driving Lasting Impact, redefining leadership, pushing boundaries, and driving exceptional success. Her growing impact and leadership influence have also garnered media recognition, including features on TV and in newspapers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome the esteemed director, Tony Banjo.
Thank you,
Welcome, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I will take off this chair. Hello, everyone. Would you be able to see the screen as well?
Yes.
Is it shared?
Oh, okay, those that are online.
Yes, online.
No.
Or
We will only share the slides with them later.
okay, can we? It's not okay. They'll be looking at my face,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So
Then-
don't do it now that I've seen my presentation.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the benefits. Please let me call this girl to come and check this thing. The girl out there. Come and check.
And they need to over they need to share the screen.
Share the
So they need
screen.
to share.
Yes.
I did share.
Dedicated.
Well, she was one I did myself. So I want her
She
to
was the
come.
one that did it. They have to be the way this
Can you?
Oh yeah.
So we need to hold this so that you can see our face.
I wish someone can hold from this direction so that you can be switching between my face and the screen. My
Okay.
face and the screen.
I
would love them to also follow.
Nice.
I also want them to follow the presentation. So
Please, we want to.
sorry to keep up with
I
that.
want to hold so I can capture our face.
So you not switch my face to the side, switch the screen.
Can you let me come out first so that
Yeah. So we're switching from our
How many hours do I
I'm
have?
just between my videos.
2 hours.
Let me check the I know there is
Because I have a lot to do.
I know.
We
We are here for you.
I was go out to maximize number of hours.
Hey,
We
this
start
one
this.
out there. Yeah, that's what I said. I should show.
So why is it not showing? Let's see.
Can you do what you said?
What is connected?
Because it's connected. There's a system like that, like you have to do this.
Do you know how to do that?
Yeah.
We have what is this one? Go on the settings.
Can you use your login?
So how many team members do you have online?
How many?
How many? Aside from the
Ma'am, please, can you share the screen with me? So Molly can. We have another person at the back end that can share
for them.
Yes.
Okay, so let's share.
Just share it to me.
I'll send on WhatsApp to you. I have it on WhatsApp already.
Okay. Ma'am, send it to Success.
Okay.
So just share. Send it to my mail. Let me see if I can access my WhatsApp.
Doesn't have the features.
Still not working.
Yeah, it doesn't have the features.
Does not have pictures.
So what do we do? Can we? Can
Let me send to you so that you can show it from the program.
Okay.
Ma, just send it to me then.
I'm doing that already.
Yes, then can you show me?
Yes, from my laptop. So let's do that, please. I need the presentation of that's the I'll send it to you. Yeah. So let me just maybe disconnect this. I'll send it to you already.
Okay, ma'am.
Did I send to you as well? I can send to you.
But not WhatsApp because my phone is
Okay,
quite.
let me forward to you by mail.
Okay, ma'am.
It's easier. It's quite heavy, so let me forward. The mail will be better. So it's
Sorry, online audience.
heavy. Your email again.
Africa Rising Nigeria.
Because I don't need to share.
No way. So I'll send
So
to you.
Should I miss Caroline? No. Go online now.
So that means we can actually just focus on her now.
Yes.
So
The video can focus on her.
So we are not switching.
No, we are not switching. But my concern is because she doesn't see to why participating.
But you can see his distance so that you can.
Oh,
like,
yes.
stay
Right.
with- So you
Like,
can
yeah,
stay
she
with-
doesn't use it like this.
Listen.
So you depend on another person to write.
So yeah, we're Mr. Onawale, please put my hand back. Sorry that I'm asking you. Otherwise, success should do it. Thank you. Okay, ready?
Yes, ma.
I'm ready for you guys. Let's
Yes.
wait for the display. Let me disconnect. Let's go try.
Yeah, I just want to connect it.
It's connected.
No, and
Wow, 35 flags.
how are you? Well, you have to get so much knowledge. Alright, we're ready?
Yes, ma.
Okay. So I'm saying hello to everyone.
Good
How many people
morning,
do you have
ma'am.
joining us online? And
How
size
can I
of
do
people
it?
like about four, like 18 members. I'm saying hello. This is BTV, all the way from the United States of Oyo State, USO. You know, we are global like that, aren't we? We
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, my pleasure again. Say Tiwa Topper. It's almost been 2 years, and it's exciting to just again meet with her in person. And to my lady there, when I was in London for my executive leadership program, away from our state, right, to come visit me in London. Hey, please let me extend so much appreciation and gratitude to her, right? She came all the way, right, and we were seated in my hotel front. And that day, it wasn't like as if she was really chance, it was sacrificial for her. And I don't take it for granted in any way. I love you always. She's my sister, she's my friend, covenant, and destiny partner. I love you so, so much. And it's my delight to be here to impact my wealth of expertise and knowledge to the team. I trust that as we get on to today's session, there will be radical evolution, there will be radical mental shifts, as well as to even how you show up within the organization. I want you to do something that as I begin the presentation, begin this session, put yourself into your role, not from a perspective of, okay, it's a role I've been given, or it's a function I'm carrying out, but take it on as though you are the CEO of that. So let me use Mr. Olawale, right, as an example. See yourself as the CEO of the graphics unit. Right? And when you're showing up with a CEO mindset, you don't wait to be told what to do. In your actions, in how you show up, in how you execute, in how you carry out day-to-day tasks, you're showing up with a great sense of ownership. Do you understand that? So that's how I want you to just immerse yourself into this session. Not from a perspective of of, oh, I'm showing up as just, okay, I'm just a volunteer. Don't even despise your role as a volunteer, right? It's just a nomenclature, right? You are a part of this team. And what greater joy do you really derive to be part of building something for legacy? So see yourself as a legacy builder. See yourself as a legacy leader. That when it is written on the sounds of time regarding Africa rising, the name of Alawale will reflect on that plaque as one of the legacy builder of this institution. No one can take that away from you. That's why they say it's very good to imprint your footprint on the sounds of time, because till eternity passes, no one can take that away from you. You will never forget. So that's why when you have this understanding, you won't be waiting for Mrs. Tiwatope to push you. Where are you? Where is the delivery? What's that? Do you get it? You're a person of excellence. The way you show up, because you know that with every assignment, with every showing up, with every way you present yourself, present your work, it's a representation of who you are and the legacy you are building for yourself and the institution. So you ask yourself, how do you want to remember? This was only a preamble. I have a topic I've been giving. So let me delve quickly. And it's 35 slides. Let's delve quickly into that. Right? But I thought it needful to just give this preamble.
Thank you.
So that it shapes even how you are interacting with. Don't, by the time the theme of this session is vision execution and management efficiency. It's the way you can hear the theme and you're like, it's for the executive people. You understand? Me, what's my role? Me, I'm just in graphics unit. What concerns me with management efficiency? What concerns me with? But you are supposed to be immersed with an understanding of vision execution. Everyone is a vision executor at any level, down to the gate man, down to the cleaner. If, for instance, we're operating in person in an institution, down to the cleaner, down to every person that interacts with the organization, you are a vision executor, right? And you also have to drive management of resources, management of people, right? Management of operations with efficiency. Do we understand that? So that's why this particular session is so pivotal to how you function and how you show up within the organization. All right. So here are the key objectives. Yes. So moving on quickly to our core objectives of today's session. Again, the theme is around what? Vision execution and management efficiency. Now, by the end of this class, by the end of this session, there are 5 key core objectives that we have attained. The first being unpacking the principles guiding successful vision execution and applying actionable analytical strategies to achieve organizational goals. One great thing about my training sessions is always very interactive. That's why I told the Africa Rising team, I love to be in person, be physical, because I'm not just here to bombard you with insight. It's going to be very engaging, very interactive. We get into exercises, role play. You will enjoy it. By the time you are done, you will just be like, we want more. We don't want it to leave. I understand, right? So it's going to be very interactive. Please raise your hearts and minds for that. The second core objective, we will explore the art and science. While I was preparing for this, I began to understand that there is an art and science of vision execution and management efficiency. And we'll get into that, right, within organizations. The third core objective speaks to exploring foundational principles of vision execution and management efficiency, analytical frameworks and tools for strategic implementation. The fourth core objective speaks to exploring real-world case studies, right? Real-world and of course the fifth, which is the final yet not the least, speaks to combining clear principles with analytical strategies, ensuring effective and measurable results. All right. So moving on quickly, what is vision execution? And maybe before I get to that slide, I will throw questions to everyone. What do you understand by vision? You know, we have always heard the word vision, vision, vision. You know, if you are using a one-word liner, one-liner word or phrase to describe what comes to mind when you hear the word vision. So when you hear the word vision, what comes to mind? Okay, let's go for it. All right, let's go for it. Don't overthink it. It's an interactive session. Don't overthink it. It could be you're talking about sight, vision. When you talk about vision, sight. All right. So let's get it.
What I understand by vision is a revelation of what we desire to achieve now or in the past.
I love it. A revelation.
Revelation.
Revelation of what you desire to achieve now and towards what? A
Future.
Powerful. Who else wants to go for it? I love it. A picture of the future, right? Of what you desire and aspire to become. So it's a desire, it's you presenting a desired future before you, right? Anyone wants to go for it? All right, let's so now when you hear the word, the other phrase or the other word in that conjunction of vision execution, when you hear the word execution, what comes to mind? Execution. What comes to mind? Getting things done, right? Getting things done, the ability to do, the ability to achieve set goals and outcomes, right? That's what comes to mind. Okay. Now, getting into quickly, what then is vision execution as a phrase? So, what then is vision execution, right? Vision execution is the process of systematically transforming a defined vision into measurable outcomes and sustainable impact. See the process. It's a transformational process of what? Converting a defined vision into measurable outcomes and sustainable impact. Do you understand that? So you do not stop at the point of envisioning a goal, envisioning a core outcome. With vision execution, you are moving systematically from the process of converting converting that clearly defined vision into what? Measurable outcomes, tangible, measurable outcomes that we can see and which are also sustainable in impact. Do we understand that? It's also the process of translating an organization's vision into what? Actionable steps. If I begin to ask, and which I believe you know, but maybe so I don't know for the hands, what is the vision of Africa Rising? Maybe someone goes for it, maybe I have some cash for you can't see. Have you gotten to that?
Yeah.
We have got to that. Okay. And you were here. Oh, you're not here, but no. For our facility, so that she can win money. Like, no. Is it dollars? Whatever currency you are chasing. No. Our customer is not permitted to. She's the one that imparted the knowledge. She now wants to answer. The students who receive the knowledge have to be one to answer. So, just before I go to that, what is the vision? What's Africa Rising vision? Don't read you. Someone is looking at you. What came about? Okay, and she has the audacity to read from a note.
I know it.
Go for it.
Is to help women to be an all-rounder, to help in their total well-being when it comes to leadership, when it comes to responsibility, when it comes to taking positions and actions.
Okay. Mrs. Tuatopa, is she correct?
Yes.
Hey, love it. Perfect. I love how she even defined vision from the standpoint of our understanding. How she has instilled or internalized that particular vision. So I love it. So now, what does vision execution now do for us? It takes that vision and what translates it into what? Actionable day-to-day steps. That's where the Africa Rising team that you are begin to define what are our programs for the year. Okay, we know this is what we want to do for women. This is how we want to build women up, not just within Nigeria, but across Africa. How then do we drive this through our actionable programs? So you translate that vision work into actionable steps, measurable outcomes, and sustainable impact. And that's the core purpose of us sitting in here within this retreat. Every organization year in, year out must take it into a strategy session, a strategy retreat where you are plotting a strategic direction, right? And for the year and converting that strategic direction into actionable steps. And that's why we are here. Do you understand? The organization could have gone the route of Lady Ife just coming up with the programs and just bombarding it on you guys. But that's not the approach. We understand that and we'll get there, in curating or driving vision execution, you have to co-create with the beneficiaries and stakeholders of the vision. And you guys are a representation of the internal stakeholders of this formidable organization. And there's still a greater work you will do, not just with you guys. There's still a way you will use data from your external stakeholders, your direct and indirect beneficiaries, to now further strengthen the kind of programs. You start the focus of your programs through the year, so that you're not dissipated across multiple programs, but rather executing strategically the program that your beneficiary by data has shown you is what they consider as priority. Do we understand that? Yes. So now there are 3 key pillars of vision execution. The first speaks to clarity of purpose, which I call COP. Clarity of vision and objectives. So after we have defined the vision through either putting in writing a vision statement, right? You must then have objectives. So for this year, the vision speaks to what are our 3 core objectives for Africa Rising 2025. That by the time we look at December 2025, we'll say we are glad we attained these goals. Is it to train 10,000 women, upskilling them with digital skills by December 31st, 2025? Whatever that goal looks like. And of course, it's not just fabricating it. You use data and get them. Data to really drive at what that should really look like. Do you understand it? So that's why you go back to look at what the data from 2024 showed you in terms of the programs that your beneficiaries prioritize, right? The programs that you understand that produced the resultant or desired results. Do you understand it? Because not all programs produce at the same level of impact. Some deepened impact. Some their impact was quite shallow. So the ones that had deepened impact, how do we replicate that? And further broaden the scale of that impact in 2025. Do we understand that? So the first pillar speaks to clarity of purpose, COP. You have to clarify what the vision is and what the objectives and goals are. The next pillar then speaks to SAP, which I call structured action plans. For every objective, for every core goal that you have clearly defined for Africa Rising in the 2025, you must have a structured action plan for each objective. If we say we want to upskill 10,000 African women with digital skills by December 31st, 2025, we must draw up an action plan showing us the goals, the tax outlines, tax owners, and timelines, right? And even the resources that will be required in terms of human resource, operational resource, financial resource to drive the attainment of those goals. Then the third pillar speaks to continuous evaluation and adaptation. Now, the reason why I use the word adaptation here because as you continue to monitor your programs, you will discover that there are things that work within the execution of certain goals that you can continue to adapt. You don't discard your strategies. The only thing you do is you look at what has worked, what did not work, and for what did not work, how do we refine the strategy? Do you understand? Where did we miss it? For what worked, how do we strengthen in width and depth? Do you understand the impact of that strategy? And then how do we scale its impact? Because the reason why I'm emphasizing scale a lot of time also is as you, in terms of impact, for you to deepen impact, you also have to scale. And in scaling, you need certain resources, right? The organization needs resources. So that means you need to start thinking about how do we then diversify. Mind, right? Because even the for-profit or private institutions also drive their day-to-day operations by diversification of investments. They don't put all their eggs in one basket. Why then would we within the developer space now then focus all our eggs on one basket? Do you understand it? So we must be thinking diversification. And that's why Mrs. Matoko will confirm the way we run in IHE, even the way we are thinking. Anyone that sees us, and we don't shy away from it. We are entrepreneurial in mindset. We even ran a program last year, the After Master Series, which we called Vision to Ideation, right? Driving that entrepreneurial mind. The goal of that program really was to instill in all change makers an entrepreneurial mindset, right? My mentor and my boss, PDK, would always say that we are not for, as you say, you are not for profit, are you also for loss? That you say you are not for profit doesn't mean you are for loss. Do you understand? You're not for loss. And anybody knows the Naichi, we don't shy. Our training programs is here. We charge and we charge well. We charge. And we charge well. We just because we also know what we bring to the table. We bring value. And at the same time, when we charge, we balance it. We also have programs that are fully funded by institutional partners. The AMS I was speaking about, right? And we offer the what? For free to Africa. So that's the balance, diversification. Do you see? Diversification. We still also host our conferences. Do you understand it? We host our conferences. You pay, you come in. So you must be thinking in that direction. So these are the three core pillars of vision execution. Now, let me quickly give an insight. You know, we're talking about two core principles or themes in this session: vision execution, management efficiencies. So the way I'm running my presentation, I will focus on vision execution, be done. Then we'll now move into management efficiency. So I want you to flow with me, so it's not dissonant. So moving on. Oh, sorry, I thought I was automatically controlling the slides. Now I want us to now step into an understanding. You know, I have said something. I said for vision execution and management efficiency, there is an art and there is a science behind these principles. So, starting with vision execution, what is the art? There is an art of vision execution. So, we are going to step into that understanding, right? We delve into the understanding of the art of vision execution. And it's across four core pillars. The first being leadership. I stepped in here, I saw Mrs. Tiwatope delivery. She's still me. Finally. This year the year of weddings and marriages. So even when I was coming, I still saw Pastor Nat's song that said we release on 31st. And even when I was giving prophetic, I'm also a minister. Last year, that was the word I gave him. I said, this year is a year of marriages and weddings. So, do you mean I'll be saying Mrs. Please, what did you correct me? You are a Mrs.
Yes.
So don't correct me. I'm
Yeah,
continuing
we
my
receive
You
it.
receive it. Thank you. All right. So back to what I was saying. So the first core pillar under understanding the art speaks to leadership. And I was citing an example with Mrs. Tiwatope. Yeah, Mrs. Tiwatope is. With Mrs. Tiwatope, that when I stepped in here, you saw how she was taking charge exactly as a leader. Now, let me now bust your bubble. You know, we always think in this part of Africa, when we hear leadership, we always think leadership is positional. Leadership speaks to positional authority. My gentlemen and beautiful ladies, right? You all, everyone connected online, in person here, are leaders. It's not about who is whether leading as the GM, head of operations, the CEO, whether involved, every single one of you are leaders. So when you hear me say leadership, I am speaking to each of you. I remember I said it in driving vision execution. It requires us what? Everyone coming together to work as a whole. So if you are leaders, it then means that you all must be showing that excellent leadership in what you do. And that's why this particular principle speaks to what? Inspiring what? Commitment to the vision. So at every level, let me use Mr. Lawley as an example as well, is manning the graphics department. There must be a way you lead within the graphics department. And when people see your work, it inspires commitment to the Africa Rising vision. When you look at success in whatever capacity or role you need as a leader, you should what? Inspire your beneficiaries, your stakeholders, whether internal, external, commitment to the vision. The second principle then speaks to what? Communication. And we are talking about what? Understanding the art. Now, we cannot displace the power of communication, the power of crafting a compelling narrative that connects with your stakeholders. And that's why you leverage, right? You leverage the tool of storytelling. We can't underplay, we can't overemphasize. Not even say everywhere we go, that's what they are saying. We will keep saying it till that kingdom come. Because when you think, oh, we are already doing it, you have just scratched the surface. There are still depths. Nobody has gotten to, you can't max out the tool of the dimensions of storytelling. Do you understand it? There are tools each day, each year, technology being developed to strengthen the power of storytelling. And just my mentor Tidiki said, this year is a year of self-made media in terms of, even as organizations, you don't have to say, oh, wait till we do one professional, we get a professional videographer and get a professional video camera or editor. Right? Just accept, oh, let's present the humans of Africa Rising. Use fun, infuse music. Of course, not deviating from your core values, that you now become so overly funny that it loses the import and the weight. But there must be a striking and strategic balance in how you straddle fun, right, and still straddle the business side of your value proposition. Do you understand that? But there's a way in all you are able to drive emotive connection with your beneficiaries and stakeholders. Do you understand? When they see you at any work, in however you're showing up and telling your story, they can connect. And that's why in really leveraging this principle of communication, you can't do copy and paste. You can't look at one organization and say, this one work for them, oh yeah, let's start doing. You don't do. That's why you sit down internally, using data. You understand? Look at the last 1 year, 2 years, where we leverage this strategy design, what worked. Okay, should we? And the beauty about storytelling, it's about innovation. You can test new waters. There's what they call sampling. You sample ideas, you sample strategies. And what you're doing with that is you're testing what will work and what will likely not work. Do you understand it? So it's okay to test, and you can only test by what? Going to your beneficiaries to what? Engage them. You cannot sit down now and say, Jimmy, they say TikTok is the reigning media. Let's go on TikTok. Who told you that TikTok is what your organizational strategy requires? That's the two. They say LinkedIn is where it is happening. Who told you? Do you have data backing that up for your organization? Do you understand that? So moving on quickly to innovation, of course, already I was speaking about that. Thinking creatively to address what? Challenges. And seizing opportunities. Now let me speak about opportunities. Oh, when I'm speaking pragmatically from the import of opportunities. A lot of opportunities most times do not look like opportunities. So it requires a lot of discernment. Let me serve an example of my capacity as a program director in IHA. I had a particular opportunity that opened up by virtue of relational connection, right? And that's why when you think about triggering or developing strategic partnerships in relationship, the ability to build connection and relationships cannot be overemphasized. So it happened by virtue of that relational connection. And to tell you that when we struck that deal last year, the person that I knew as the contact person, do you know this year, has transitioned to a different organization. She's again bringing me along to come partner with that new organization. Imagine, and the organization was a funding. If at that time I said, when it came, we don't have time. I will do it next year. You lose that opportunity. You lose the ability to even connect to that. But then, she's no longer there. And the opportunity is lost. So when it comes to seizing opportunities, time factor plays in. Do you understand it? You must not waste time. And you must not waste opportunities. You must not waste opportunities. And that's why everyone here, I am saying you must instill that culture, that nature of being in networks, in spaces, and in conferences or associations where you can drive strategic partnerships. Africa Rising tomorrow, today will not say if Mr. Lawale brings a prospective opportunity, a big partnership. We not say it's because Mr. Lawale, we don't need the partnership because you're no, we will not. We will not. Do you understand? And that's why when you driving partnership, they will say when you step into so you don't disperse anybody even within organizations. Because some people, a gate man is even more influential than the ED that you are eyeing. Do you understand it? So you have to be able to discern people, discern opportunities rightly, and maximize opportunities timely. Collaboration quickly. That speaks to what? Engaging diverse teams to co-create solutions. And that's what we're doing here. I'm sure in the course of the retreat, we will still get into those sessions, and we will have some role play exercises here that would avail us that opportunity to co-create some solutions for Africa Rising. All right. So, okay, let me move on from this. Now, let me ask this question. So, there's a question I want to pose to you guys. What strategies have you seen leaders use to inspire others toward the vision? Who can share from even your interaction and engagement with Africa Rising? How were you able to, when you look at it like, for me to be able to commit even as a volunteer or to even come upon this vision? How did they even sell it to you? So that's what I'm asking you. What strategies have you seen leaders use to inspire others toward the vision? Your share. Don't know what I'm thinking.
For me, it was media. And I didn't really have that leverage of that time to ask one-on-one first for my first contact with African Rising. I spent some quality time on their website, on the website rather, and on the social media page. And I could tell from the time I spent on the media what Africa Rising is all about and all of that. So media was one of those tools that I feel like can actually be deployed in
So do you see that response? It strengthens what? This is also data showing you that the power of media cannot be underplayed. And also now emphasize the fact that you need to what? Strengthen how you show up on media. Do we understand that? Who else wants to share? Just before we
Okay,
forward.
so for me, I would say it's transformational leadership, like leadership by example. So, like I was telling them in the room before you came that I've not met the different person, but yes, but we've had conversations and I've seen her, live a life that whatever it is she's asking me to do, she's actually living out that life and it's something she's doing. So she's not just a talk and not to do leader. So whatever it is that she's seeing that we should do or she's setting as a chart or drawing as a chart, she's definitely doing it. So it has worked. And so she believes that if you apply it and adapt to it, it will definitely work.
Do you see that? The power of what? Transformational leadership. And that also has impacted on even how Mrs. Timotoko also shows up. She has, yes, sir, by contact and by observation, even without meeting her in person, she has also taken on, do you understand it? That value of transformational leadership. And you could see it in how she was interacting, engaging with you guys. Do you understand it? And even for those who have spent maybe longer, I don't know how long have you been here? For how many years now? 6 months. I didn't get that. I didn't get the joke. Say you are here. I said that. And just have repeat your nation of this. Repeat your. But you have also seen this come to play. Do you transformational leadership of that's one thing about culture and we get there. When you instill a culture, right? And that's when there's a culture of nonsense, if you don't nip it in the bud, it spreads like cancer.
Yes.
If you see any nonsensical behavior and you don't nip it in the bud quickly, it passes on like cancer. Same thing with transformational skills, transformational value, cultural value that the organization holds there. Same thing, it spreads like wildfire and people catch it. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright. So moving on quickly, let me move on to this case study. I think I've started a lot of examples. Is that good? So we also this time was a rope that made all the exercises in this. This is a back question. Now moving on quickly to understanding the principles of what? Vision execution. Do you understand it? The principles. We have understood the art. And as we have understood the art, what were the 4 core elements under understanding the art of vision execution? When I listed out. Who can run through it? Collaboration. Please, what's your name? Mr. Michael, I have a cold bottle of juice for you. You are don't worry. Promise me. On me. What bottle of chilled subject is on me for you. I love it. Now, so understanding the principles of vision execution. Now, the first principle here speaks to again clarity. Clearly defining the vision and breaking it down into what actionable goals. Now, let me ask an example. Let me ask a question or ask you to cite an example of how you have taken on a vision and broken it into actionable goals. You can use your function. What you do.
Okay. This is what I do most of the times. Before let me just use this as an example. Before the year comes in, every December I do a retreat in myself. I do check and balance of what I do. Then I'll set a goal for the next season. Then I'll set a particular timing before this time and this time I must achieve this. And how would I achieve it? Okay, financial aspects, the human resources and everything like that. So I'll map everything out and I'll start working on it.
I love it. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Larry. Very good. So what is it doing what has it done in that time of last year? Clarifying what the goals are and what creating action steps to move you in the direction of accomplishing those goals. The second point now is after clarity. A lot of people just think clarity then you jump into execution. We did understand that's not the process, right? So in understanding the principle of visual execution, as you move from clarity, there has to be alignment. Many organizations, you have to do where everybody is clear. We know what we are supposed to achieve for the year. It is clear. The strategic direction is clear. But if there's no alignment, it will just be like people are just in different directions. Do you get it? They are all moved in diverse direction. Oh, the communication department is doing something else. The finance department, something else. And once there is a misalignment, you can never be able to excellently attain your goals. So alignment is key. You have to ensure all team members understand and align with the vision. If you say the goal for Africa Rising this year is to, we want to be able to reach 20,000 African women, right? Maybe by upskilling their digital skills in December 31st, 2025. The question then is, we understand this is the goal. The question we then ask ourselves is, what do we do? And how do we go or achieve that goal? Do you understand? This then means we have to start thinking about the human resources, the partnerships, the quality of programs, the quality of collaborative or collaborations we should be entering into. Do you understand? Because sometimes it may not mean Africa Rising starting out a new program that exists. It could be meaning seeking to collaborate with a more renowned institution driving the same goal. But you have to be able to scale your impact and scale your reach. Do you understand? So that's where you begin to define the how. Once there is that alignment, then we move on quickly to adaptability. Now, when you align, we understand even in any climate, there will be resistance, there will be economic situations, economic crises, like what we are witnessing in Nigeria and many, not just African countries, but across the world. There is need for adaptability, because the reality of it is we can put on paper our action steps and say this is how we want to go. But by the time you get to the field and begin to execute, many times that's what we see. You begin to execute, you now see that there is need to iterate, just like to iterate the strategies, to reinvent, to tweak, based, and that's where adaptability comes in. Being able to build resilience to navigate challenges and market shifts. You will not say, if this was the strategy we said we will, it did not work, that's all, we are giving up. No. You will go back to that and say, okay, it did not work, what then can we do differently? So there must be that ability to be flexible, to change your strategies adaptably. Do you understand it? So, it even worked for us. There's even the context of this strategy. We want to replicate it. It worked for us last year, but because with the changing dynamics of the world economics, just as the market shifts, that strategy, you are seeing inflation is on a all-time high, rather. Do you understand it? As 10x. So the strategy that works for you, conveniently for you, by the time you look at the returns, it may not work. It means we now need to think about more adaptable strategies. Do you understand it? That we can leverage. So that's where adaptability comes in. In driving vision execution, you have to be adaptable. Adaptable to navigating challenges and market shifts. Now, the fourth principle here speaks to accountability. That's why with within Africa Rising, there is structure, there is a system. There is no any honest. We don't say we are all leaders and everybody just do anyhow. That's why there are clearly defined roles, defined responsibilities. Do you understand that? It's clear. And there are KPIs, core key performance indicators, right? Trying to assess, right? Trying to assess and measure impact and performance. Do you understand that? Yes. So accountability then speaks to what? Establishing clear ownership and timelines for tasks. You cannot draw up your action plan without clearly defining who the tax owner is. There must be a tax owner. There must be someone we will hold responsible for a tax. Do you understand that? And even when it must be tax owner and tax owners, because one principle we also adapt in how we work, for my additional, we work in such a way that as we are assigning someone to be a core tax owner, they're not working in isolation. You are collaborating with others. Because what are we trying to drive towards? Ensuring that you also are building and owning your own leadership skills. So you're not just being led, but you too have the capacity to also lead a team, just towards a common goal. So you're also sharpening your own leadership skills. Do you understand it? So accountability, establishing clear ownership and timelines for tasks. The fifth principle there is impact orientation. We must understand that the core goal, the vision that we have outlined, is what? Is working towards a sustainable impact outcome. Do you understand that? So we must stay focused on the outcomes and what? Long-term goals. Even when it looks like the strategies need to change, you don't keep your eyes off the vision. That's why even scripture says, as far as your eyes can see. As far as your eyes can see. Some people will go into a particular land. It happened even with some people, these guys, when they say, go and survey the land, they say, we saw giants. You know, it's perception, mindset. Jesus, they saw giants. Why someone else went and said, no, it's a land flourishing with big and money. It's your mindset. So, what this speaks to, impact speaks to, your orientation must be an orientation of what? Impact. Wherever we see a challenge, we put that challenge or problem as an opportunity, a leeway to institute impact. So don't say, there is problem now, we cannot move forward with the strategy. No. You should not say, there is problem. This has given us what? A toolkit to what? To bet measurable impact. How do we get it? You now ask the question, how do we work? How do we go? How do we get there? And then you get to define the strategies. And of course, accountability, I repeated that again. So, move and quickly run us through the principles. Quickly, before I ask you to share what principles resonate with you, but someone should just list it out. I listed out about 5 principles. You know, particular order, who can run through these principles? I love it. Okay, I all of you want. But what? All right. So now, what principles resonate most with your organization's approach to executing vision? Right? A lot of people have been with Africa Rising. From the principles outlined, which of those principles resonate the most with you in terms of the organization's approach to executing vision? And just share an example.
Clarity, ma'am. Anytime we have anything we want to do, any new project, anything coming on, we are made to understand it. We see it. We can have meetings on it. We can have briefings on it. We understand what we want to do. We are clear about it.
I love it. What's the name of that?
Joy.
Joy. Please, a round of applause for Joy. Very insightful. Who else wants to share?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. I'd say accountability. So that creates more or less like a feedback system.
whereby we know what we are being held accountable for. So that in a way helps us to be on our toes and do what we are expected to do. After, and I'm just using that to, creating a
Budget,
sequence.
I love it.
After being clear, we know what we are reporting on.
Oh,
Yeah.
brilliant. A round of applause for Mr. Otupa. Anyone else wants to share? Okay, so that's perfect. All right, thank you so much. And of course, we can adapt and apply the other principles shared in this session. Now, it's important to outline the challenges, likely challenges, right, or common challenges with vision execution. What are some of the common barriers? Because if you also don't do a proper assessment, it's what they call, sometimes, and I'll still speak to you, what we call scenario planning. You understand? When we say you also have to be able to, you understand it, say, okay, in this situation, both the positive, you understand it, and the negative, or if it likely happens, what will you do? Do you understand it? So that's why in this case, it's important to understand the challenges we can, we can come to interact with. Do you get it? Whilst driving vision execution. And what are these common barriers? The first being, again, lack of clarity in goals. Do you understand? And that's why I love when Joy highlighted that with Africa Rising, right? The strategy is always clear. So a core challenge that could impede the excellent driving or excellent execution of the mission is what? Lack of clarity. And now I want to bring it home to your roles as leaders, your functions, what you do within the organization. Lack of clarity. You must ensure that after the organization has what? Giving you the strategic direction of what to do with the program, you also have to clearly define what that goal looks like within the scope of your function. So we know this is the program what I take, but as a graphics person, what does this mean? Oh, we'll be able to use print graphics, infographics to reach how many people? 10,000, 20,000. Achieve what 10,000, 20,000 impressions. Okay, after we achieve those impressions, to what end? It's not just to achieve impressions. We want to be able to convert those impressions to what? Beneficiaries who will not engage with the program or what? Sponsor or fund or come aboard as what? Partners of the program. Do you see how we are defining the overall strategy now? So it's not just to be clear on the overall strategy. You want to now also clearly define within your role as a program associate
to be able to align to it.
God bless you. Because even when if you understand the overall strategy and the overall goal, and you are able to know, you lack clarity in defining what that goal. And that's why you must sit with your head of operations. If you're not clear, what are your set expectations of me regarding this program? What are the indicators? Yes, the performance indicators towards so that you are clear. There must be no room for lack of clarity in any way. You will not say, oh, they did not communicate. Remember, I said CEO mindset. They did not tell me. What's that transferring brain? They did not tell me. Or I did not know. They did not. No, there's nothing like they did not. You must be proactive. Even what Mr. Latopa is not seeing, the moment you pick it, you should be able to go to her and say, I'm sensing if you go this direction, these are the language, what can we do? That's the way you should be thinking. The second point here is poor communication, misalignment between vision and team execution. And it still speaks to lack of clarity. Do you understand it? So, poor communication. So, we can communicate the overall strategy, but if the way you are interpreting your understanding of the overall strategy and even its alignment with your own direct responsibility, it can result into what? An impediment, conflict in that execution process. So we can say that the overall strategy is to reach 20,000 African women. You have a program officer that will come up maybe with the programs. But you're saying, no, it's only one program we have to run. And we'll run only within Lagos State. But we want to reach 20,000 women across Africa. And you're saying that it's only Lagos. There's misalignment between the vision and the team execution. But the moment you say, oh, it is 20,000 women, across Nigeria and Africa, then the question you start asking, how do we do this? What should be the vehicle? Just like, how do we partner? How do we just start thinking in that direction? The third point is top challenge is inadequate resources, financial, human, and technological resources. I will speak more because financial we know this, human we know this. Technological in terms of within each of your roles, you must come to understand and be abreast of the technological trends, tools that can advance your work. Let me come to Mr. Lawali. You work within the graphics design team. You should be interacting with certain design tools. Understand the level of AI. We are in the advent of AI. Right? How can I leverage AI? You're starting with, how can we create AI videos with cartoon characters to drive some of our promotional content? Do you understand it? How can I master video, the use of video, create imaging, infographics, right? And not just even domicile that knowledge to me alone, but also build a team that is strengthened in that capacity. That if we take out, because the goal also in Vision Extron is to build a system. That even when Mr. Lawali steps up and says, I want to take a break, the business or the organizer does not come to a halt. Because Mr. Lawali is not there to drive things. You have raised volunteers, you have raised others, built a system that others can step into and keep the vehicle moving. Do we understand this? So, and then the fourth challenge speaks to resistance to change. Is a core challenge in vision execution. You know, some people can be, they will have them use that you will be, if it's not my way, it's no other way. Too rigid. If it's not my way like this, right? It's no other way. And I think when I came in, I think Mr. Papa was also speaking about that when we can come into, a mind mapping, brainstorming session. We were able to distill ideas, curate ideas. Part of it is when you don't take your idea, you just start reading, after we spend 2 hours, 3 hours coming up with ideas, they did not take my ideas, they not start. Just like the goal is not about whose idea. And that's why leadership, in driving transformational leadership, you must be thinking collaborative leadership. The goal is not for us to have a few people shining as superstars. You need this person. We are raising superstars. Everyone is a superstar. When I look at what's your name, Michael, we look at the quality of what is done is a superstar. The way Michael joined us is not the way if parameter he wants to transfer in any way, is not the way he should live. Do you understand it? We are raising superstars. Not just one person. If that person is not dead, then the business is. Do you understand? Excuse me. And then, so the key way I wanted to speak to this, but I think, excuse me, please let me take water. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So one key thing I wanted to mention is I wanted to outline rather 8 key models. There's a change model by Kotler. And this Mr. Matope remind me, I'll share it because I want to rush. What time is it now? It's almost 1 hour. And I still have 1 more hour to go. I want to quickly finish vision if I can jump into change model by Kotler. So that's remind me, I'll speak to you. That helps, in managing resistance to change. Because within our organization, with every new level of strategic direction you are stepping into, you are changing. The organization is stepping into always stepping into a new level of evolution. If you are clocking 2, 3 years or 5 years, you're not going in the same way or in the same capacity you ran 5 years ago. So there must be a way you are instilling Do you understand? That model of change within the organization. So I'll speak to that much later. All right, let's get into the science and strategic frameworks for vision execution, right? We've understood the heart, we've understood the principles. Now we're stepping into what? The science. The science and the strategic frameworks for vision execution. Now, step one, goal structuring. Use SMART goals to define clear objectives. And I don't assume you understand the word SMART. If you get one, who understands SMART, or yes, SMART, that is already there. Specific, measurable, before they start reading. Specific, measurable, actionable, right? Realistic and time bound, time oriented. Do you understand? SMART goals. Clearly define specific what the goals are. They must have a clear, measurable timeline. It must be achievable, not just over our head, and relevant and of course time bound. And I cited an example. After Rising to train 1,000, 10,000 community leaders in digital skills by what 2025, by December 31st, 2025. Now, step 2 speaks to what? And Mr. What was it? Taking a peep into my notes. Data-driven decision making. Yeah, she mentioned that she also learned it from us, and that's why you see that I didn't take it out of my presentation because that's what we embody. We use data. I remember when we wanted to run one of our programs, or 2 of our programs. That particular conference, the last time we held it was, I think, in 2019. So we wanted to bring it back. But we had multiple. So what we did was, we had multiple programs in that year. But we needed to assess our beneficiaries. Whether if we bring it back and charge this, we did really to buy. So we put it to test. We ran a survey. I just successful that survey. Oh, I don't know if you know that. I don't know. But we ran a survey. That was, you said, we ran a survey of this program. Oh, if we run this program, how much we need to pay? We did it. Do you understand it? And we ran, and on that piece of run that survey, we said, okay, WID. Yes, so it is. So, sir, we did it, and we said, people are so okay, it was the right time for us to do it. And we went for it. So, we did for our program. So, you must use data. If you don't even run surveys, look at your beneficiaries, the people you have been, those you have been educating and empowering and enabling, right? Those you have been equipping, enabling and empowering within your ecosystem. What has data shown you? Why do they stick to Africa Rising? Both your internal stakeholders, your external stakeholders. Why? That's why we look at IHA. We're clocking 10 this year. We know why are people. Do you understand? We know what we offer. Because the way I would always describe it, I would say we are like the NGO of NGOs. Preaching, like you say, like we are the average university of social innovation within the development space in Africa. Do you understand it? And we do this pragmatically, right? It's a way we connect with our beneficiaries that when they interact with, they know that it's like none other. Do you understand? So you use data to drive decision making, right? Leverage analytics for informed choices. So never be tired of assessments, right? Never be tired of assessment. Never be tired of focus group discussions. Sometimes if you don't want to, because of the nature of beneficiaries you are interacting with, you can take sample representations, bring them into a FGC, FGD, focus group discussion room, and then ask relevant questions, fill their posts, right? Draw answers, draw what is of priority and need to them, and on that basis, you're able to craft, co-create. Oh, this one. If we create this, what are your needs? When you get their needs, you're able to. Okay, now we know that these are your needs. How do you want us to create the solutions? We co-create the solutions. Do we understand that? And of course, institute a strategic plan. Have defined milestones by the next. You must have clear timelines. Milestones. And what are milestones? Milestones are you're telling yourself these are things when you see this, when you achieve this, it's a success metrics. So you must set success metrics for each action plan. That by the time we are able to enroll 100 participants, it's a success metrics. So you must have those clearly defined milestones for your programs, years and timelines and accountability measures. Step 3 now speaks to resource allocation. Very key. Comprehensively draw budgets. Do you understand it? People know me. Even with the IT everywhere, they know me. I am a negotiator. When it comes to budget, I'm very thorough. I don't dump down on quality, but still maintaining quality. I'm also what? Ensuring the best, getting the best prices, negotiating the best prices. So the skill of negotiation is not just for a positional leader. Do you understand? It's for everyone. At every level. When you ask yourself, oh, the technological tools I need, can I get it for free? Or can we get into a team version that helps us access it at a lower price? Do you understand it? You must be thinking resource allocation, right? And resourcefully allocating your resources. Then leveraging strategic what? Partnerships. I mentioned that, right? Leverage partnerships. A lot of you here, my people, do you know some of you know people who have connections that can move Africa Rising's vision for this year? Sometimes it simply means going to your contact list and say, who do I know? Right? That we can reach out to. The second thing also could also be even on Africa Rising's website, could be set up like a donate button, right? Where people on their own free will can see the work that Africa Rising is doing, right? And donate for free. Partner. Or just also supply some money on money with set aside to partner. Or based on a particular program, we create a sub website for a particular program. They give people the leeway to donate at will in a structured and systematic fashion, just towards that particular project. Now, step 4, M&E, monitoring and evaluation, milestone tracking. Break down long-term objectives into what? Into analytical steps that you can manage and analyze, right? M&E is extremely important because with M&E, that's where you're able to see, oh, how far have we gone on this goal? Oh, there's no traction, or there is traction, or we have attained 1/10 of this goal, or where are we? You see yourself where you are on the spectrum of the goal. Secondly, use KPIs. Everyone, I'm sure, even with time, everyone will give it their clear KPIs, right? You must then use your KPI and data to track progress. It's not just good enough to say, I have done the work. How people think that, maybe they gave a tax. That tax you were given is not as good as I have done it. Aside from I have completed the tax, is that tax driving us towards our goal, our impact outcome? So that's the way you must think about every tax you are executing each day, towards executing the vision. This daily tax, is it just a day-to-day tax that is not aligned with the vision? Or it's a tax that is, as you are seeing the progressive traction and alignment to the execution of the goal. Do you understand that? It's a very, very important. And that's why in managing projects, you use different platforms. Some people use Asana, Trello. What about some people go as simple as Google Sheets? Google Sheets you start using a lot of Google softwares, Google Docs, Google Sheets, Google Forms, right? And you never this. We collaborate. We are working on the project together. Everyone sees the Google Sheet. We see the action plan on the sheet. Assigned task owners are in there, and then you are imputing your progress, the status of your project, or the status of the task in there. It has been completed. It's ongoing. It's stated in there. Do you understand it? So the last scenario, step 5, was strategic framework, speaks to scenario and solution plan. I keep saying here, in running the system, you must not just run it around an individual. Do you understand it? You must run and drive the execution of vision in such a way that anyone can step in and successfully continue from where they have stopped. Do you understand? You must also prepare for multiple scenarios. You understand that it's not about being negative in that sense. But you must be thinking in this context of if this happens, what then can we do? That's what we call projections. That's why people, even in economics, right? Economics. I pronounce it well. Yeah, economics. Because it sounds like I think better, right? Economics also do not projection. Only this year now.
That's in the risk.
And assessment, yes, we'll get there. Risk, you must have a risk management plan, risk assessment. Do you understand it? And that's why even this year, the World Economic Forum, they are currently in Davos, speculating, projecting what the economic indices are. And that's why we must keep abreast of these things. Don't say it's this big sounding, high sounding words. Just like you must understand what is obtainable and happening out there. So that you can know how to now position as an institution, where do the opportunities lie? Do you know opportunities lie in problems? When they are saying, oh, this problem we arise, when they are problems, that's where opportunities lie. That's when you can come in and say we are introducing a solution. We are cooperating with our beneficiaries to get this solution. When there is no problem, no opportunity can arise. So you cannot pray away your problems. You can only just convert those problems into strategic opportunities. Do we understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we are nicely closing now. So case study, I think I've spoken about, let me pass this case study. I said that examples good. Now, I want to run quickly through the analytical metrics for vision execution. There are 3 core metrics. Please take note of this for vision execution that you must always utilize to track, right, the execution of your vision. Yourself within the scope of your function and role. The first is impact metrics. Impact metrics. And what does this measure? It measures outcomes against your organizational goals. What I was saying. So you look at your role. Whatever you are attaining, you are achieving, you are asked to achieve. You are measuring your own day-to-day outputs against the what? Organization's goal. Is it truly betting that impact? Do you understand it? You're able to get see that. The second is engagement metrics. You monitor your stakeholder involvement and satisfaction. It's not just good to say we organize that program. We reach 10,000 people on paper. Good. But were those 10,000 people satisfied? Were they involved? Even aside video testimonials, all those testimonials, getting all those feedback, asking them to do testimonials, filling your evaluation form, that is good. But you also have to go back after like 2 months, 3 months, you go back, there must be that feedback loop. Going back to them to assess, okay, now that you have gone past this program, after 2 months, 3 months, where are you now? How are you implementing the insights that you've garnered from this program? How is your life transformed through the funding, right, that you were able to resource to you through this program? Do you understand it? Through the skills that we empowered you with, how have you been able to grow your business, expand your business? Do you understand? Engagement metrics, very key. Then the third is efficiency metrics. You must track resource utilization at every level. Even our Mr. Lawale graphics person, you understand it? You cannot not be using resources anyhow. Do you understand it? You must track resource utilization and cost effectiveness. We want to plan a program. You must look at the cost. You understand? The cost. You must drive towards cost maximization. How do we ensure that we are getting the best cost and still not dumping down on quality? Do you understand that? So, there's a case study of how, a non-profit clearly identified like 70% of its beneficiaries lack follow-up. I'm starting a case study now. They lack follow-up services. And that's very key because many times we run programs, right? We run projects. After executing projects, we follow up with our beneficiaries? Do you follow up with them? Do you, after months, do you check in with them? What has happened? How do you want us to pull you in to cooperate with us? Do you follow up with them? And this case study I started here, this non-profit identified that 70% of its beneficiaries lack follow-up services, leading to what? Program design. They have to now design their program in such a way that they are able to what? Excellently follow up their beneficiaries. Oh, you have that follow-up tracking. After 2 months, 3 months at minimum, after 6 months at minimum, after 1 year. What does this follow-up look like? With that, they were able to improve their retention rates. Your beneficiaries keep coming back. We have seen this in some of our programs where each year we run with all of our programs. Each year you are seeing the traction of people you pulled in last year is different from the traction, do you understand, of beneficiaries you are not having this year. Do you understand it? Even with the product fact that you have increased prices, but yet the number of beneficiaries coming on board is times 2 of what you had the previous year. It does show that you're doing something right. Do you understand that? So these are core analytical metrics to take note of. Okay. Let's move past this. Okay. Okay, but you already know this. Okay, so you know the metrics. I don't want us to spend more time on it. Who can list out those metrics around for you?
Feedback metrics, engagement metrics,
And efficiency. Good. So I want to run through everything. So now I want to speak to how to sustain vision execution. It's very important. We have spoken about the art, we have spoken about the science, we have spoken about the principles, we have spoken about the challenges, we have spoken about the analytical metrics. Now, we must also speak about the sustainability strategies we can put in place to what? Sustain the vision execution. And the first point here is foster transparency and open communication. Right? Open up policy. Anybody should be able to work in, share ideas, interact. Oh, even let me now bust about me, right? Is don't ever feel that, oh, I'm the program associate, I've been given this task to do. Then you just stay in your own corner without interacting with your other teams. Can I pick your brain? You engage Michael, engage Olawale. This is what, and this is strategy, this is what I'm doing. What do you think? Transparency, open communication. Don't be afraid of sharing, oh, this is what I'm thinking. Don't be afraid of interacting, engaging, picking people's brains. Do you understand it? It is the multitude of counsel. There is what? Safety. There is safety. So, in sustaining vision execution, you must foster, encourage transparency. Right? Transparent engagement. Don't hide anything. If you are struggling and you need help, call for help. Ask for help. Do you know any tools, right, that could help me ask questions? Do you understand that? The second, build a culture of continuous improvement. Nobody will say, I have arrived, and then I don't need improvements. We all need improvements. Yes. Till thy kingdom come, we will continue to improve and work on ourselves. So we must understand that by natural default, that we run a culture of what? Continuous improvement. So in the line of your work, you are being corrected, they are addressing a growth opportunity area with how you show up. Don't let see that you just see that as an opportunity for what? Continuous improvement. And you don't wait for anybody to address. You yourself, there must be what they call self-leadership. Where you are able to, you start by default, you are identifying your growth opportunity areas, either from observation of feedback that have come directly or indirectly, or even what you're observing in terms of your outputs, that I can do better. My capacity is able to churn out much more. Do you understand it? Let me make sure I do that. Do you understand that? The third point, invest in leadership development and capacity building. Remember, I said we are all what? Leaders. So, whilst the organization, just as we are doing now, the organization has invested in leadership development and capacity. That's why this is happening. But as the organization is doing theirs, you also must also draw up your own personal development plan, your own professional development plan, and you must have that as a goal. ask yourself individually, as I'm starting January 2025, by December 25, personally, professionally, where do I want to see myself? How do I want to say I have grown professionally and personally? Don't be the same person that started. Don't wait for organization to send you out the training. I'm not saying organization will not do its part. For me, one thing I promise is I, on my own, the organization does its part, but on my own, I am leveraging networks, leveraging connections, putting in for opportunities to learn. I'm not dumping out, I'm not playing small.
Yes.
Just that I know the organization is doing its bit and is doing its best, but I will not wait for the organization because I'm also responsible for my own capacity building. That's the place of responsive leadership. Do you understand? Responsive leadership. Taking full responsibility of your own leadership development and capacity growth. Do we understand that? Now, the fourth point speaks to conducting regular reviews. So, when Mrs. Watokwe comes and says we will have performance review every 3 months or every 6 months, you're not going to say, these reviews are not too much, buy. Or we're doing monthly check-ins. They say, I'm sorry I'm speaking.
Yeah.
But you understand, like, what is going on? You're like, what then is up? Do you understand it? Well, see, and even some reviews will not be structured. Of course, there are some reviews where you get your assessments. But some reviews will come in every day. As you are being asked to do something, there's that feedback coming up immediately. It must be regular. There must be that immediate feedback loop. And the positive side of it also is always celebrate milestones. So stranger guys, their wins, personal wins, amongst yourself, celebrate. Not you don't have necessarily start to stranger, but within the team. Oh, someone just graduated, someone just finished a certification, someone just did something. Celebrate one another, celebrate these milestones, right? And successes, just to maintain that momentum. Then the fifth point here is prioritize resource allocation based on impact analysis. Do you understand it? Oh, how do you based on impact? You're analyzing the depth of the impact, the width of the impact, and this drives how you allocate resources judiciously. And resources we are speaking in this context is human, financial, just like and technological resources. And of course, in conclusion, use change management framework. And I said I'll still speak to that as we get along. I just want us to run through the full presentation first. All right. So we have an interactive exercise here. Let me see my slides. I want to see the good before we get into management efficiency. Right? And the interactive exercise will be I want us to create a vision roadmap, right? Should we do this exercise at the end? Should I run through management efficiency? Then we'll carry out this exercise at the end. Yeah, is that better? Okay, so let's do that. We'll come back to the exercise. But I want us to carry that exercise. It's very key. So let me move on to I'll come back to this. Management efficiency. All right. All right. So now, management efficiency. This is the backbone of what? Execution. Do you get it? It is the backbone. We are spoken extensive. Now, if they wake any one of you from sleep, what is vision execution? You understand the art. You understand the science. You understand the principles. You understand the challenges. And you understand how to sustain vision execution. Is that not correct? How then do we now drive management for efficiency? And a key understanding here is what? That management efficiency is the backbone, right? Of what? Of execution. It just simply speaks to being able to coordinate, plan, direct, right? And organize processes in such a way that the operation of the organization runs seamlessly and efficiently. Do you understand that? So it's the ability to optimize resources, right? Processes and people to achieve organizational goals effectively. The key word there is what? Optimize. Do you understand it? Optimization. The optimization of resources, the optimization of processes, the optimization of people. There are three key things that there. What? Optimization of what? Resources, optimization of processes. Do you understand? So, to drive any execution of a vision, you now have to clearly define processes. There must be systems, there must be clear definition of processes, there must be process flows, right? And people to achieve these organizational goals. Now, the ability of an organization to achieve its goals with minimal what? Waste of resources while maximizing what? Productivity and quality. That is what management efficiency is. You are not wasting resources. Do you understand it? You are ensuring minimal wastage of what? Resources. Minimal wastage of resources. While still what? Maximizing, what do we call that? Productivity and quality. Now, efficient management drives what? Productivity, enhances team performance, and sustains organizational growth. Our fellow team members online, are they following? Can I get a chat? Of course, aside from Lady Phil, she's an Olga. But I'm speaking to the other 3 team members. Let me know if are they tapping them, that they are following. Hope they're not cooking beef. Or they are eating poundo yam.
Yeah, you can.
Can we see their chat? Or if whatever. Then I just want to be sure that they are following us powerfully. Just before we continue. Are they there? Are they there? Are they there? Oh, they're not lying down on the bed. I'm not placing them. You know? That's like when we go lying down on the bed. Can we see them?
Should check that.
Please just check. Okay, so let's continue. I want to be sure that they're with us. Alright, so here are 4 key indicators, right? Of management efficiency. Trust, this has been high value. Are you having a great time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So there are 4 core indicators, right, of management efficiency. And you will see that even from while we were understanding vision execution, there are many things that are also coming to play again. Do you understand it? In management efficiency, because it's intertwined. You can't take out vision execution, right, and take out separate management efficiency. They run hand in hand. You know, in that TikTok, they say, now what? Kola. Now what? Kola. Just like it's a collaboration. Do you get it? You can't take out visual execution. You can't separate management efficiency. It runs hand in hand. Are they following us?
Yeah, they should.
They should. Yeah. I just want to be sure. Hope they are not slept up on the bed. I know we have high-performing team members. They can't be doing
Trust them.
I trust them. So, do you understand that? So, 4 key indicators. The first being what? Resources utilization. The second being time management. The third being cost effectiveness. And the fourth being team productivity. Do you understand it? So, resource utilization, we all know this, and I don't assume we know it. It speaks to what? Excellent and efficient utilization of resources, financial, human, technological. Now, I want to lay a little emphasis on time management. Do you understand that? Because when you are talking about management efficiency, you cannot displace the import and the relevance of time management. So you cannot be asked to carry out or to work towards the execution of a task, and then you are not efficiently managing your time. Do you understand it? So you have to master time. Master the utility of time. Very essential. The cost effectiveness at every level of your functionality and role, you must be able to maximize cost. You know, say, don't you know the economy that we are in? Everything, prices have gone up now. It's a lie. You can always get the best prices for the stuff. So, reason with the sense of cost effectiveness. How can we get the best cost? How do we save cost? Do you understand it? For the organization. And of course, team productivity. You can't say you are productive if your measurable outcome is not aligning with the organizational goals. Do you understand it? There must be that alignment. Do we get that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so exactly. So just using in the case of just highlighting a case study of where a nonprofit was able to achieve a 20% increase in its outreach impact by streamlining volunteer onboarding processes, which I believe also runs here. You guys have clear processes, defined job roles, descriptions for your volunteers. You have a clear onboarding plan and process for onboarding volunteers. It's clear, it's definite, and this strengthens your impact as an institution. Now, since we're going to understand the art, right, and the science of management efficiency, and look at so in understanding the art of management efficiency, there are 4 core principles. The first being emotional intelligence, right? Emotional intelligence. There's a way even when you operate within an organization, you must understand that all fingers, I don't want to say it that like saying all fingers are not equal. What I'm trying to say is there's diversity, exactly. Some people will come in, it's easy for them to adapt. They are fast learners, they are high-paced learners. Some others will come in, there is the willingness to learn, but there's a little lag in the pace of their learning. You must be able to show that emotional intelligence. That you're not just, and I'm not saying you should not be result driven or result oriented, but don't just be result oriented and result driven. You must also work towards growing and seeing the overall development of the team members. That's where emotional intelligence is. You must truly connect with who your team member is becoming. It's like, do you have any issues that's going on with you? Do you understand that you need someone to speak with? Now, the balance there is, of course, we're not running a family system, right? It's what? An organization. And it requires high performance. But at the same time, we're not displacing empathy, empathy and empathetical relations amongst ourselves. We must be able to relate with ourselves with empathy. Do you understand it? You don't talk brashly because you feel you are a high flyer, then you are brash towards your fellow person, or because you feel you are in a positional office or authority, you are talking down on your fellow leader or colleague. Do you understand that? So emotional intelligence is very key. And what does emotional intelligence do? What does it do for us? It builds trust. It builds empathy. It builds effective relationships. Do you understand that? The second is what? Of course, you can follow adaptability, responding creatively to what? Challenges and changes. And of course, team motivation, encouraging ownership and what? Accountability. And again, just reiterating the point around collaboration, engaging diverse teams to co-create solutions. And that's why the practical tip here says conducting regular team building activities to foster what? Collaboration and trust. That's why from time to time you must not try to say, hey, let's get to a brainstorming session. Let's get to a mind mapping session, right? Where we're able to ideate new innovations, you get it, new strategies to move the organization forward. You understand? And now an example is a student enterprise CEO use active listening. So sometimes he's just saying, okay, everybody, let's get into a roundtable talk. Share your challenges, and as I share challenges, also tell us based on data, what do you think you can do? Or you share challenges and we throw it to everybody else share solutions of how he can resolve the challenge. Do you understand it? And even sometimes still we even throw an ideation session where we're just listening, a top leader, right? And also just listening to hear what people are saying, to feel the pulse of the people. Do you understand it? Where are they? Even with how they perceive the organization, or even how they see themselves within the organization. Do you understand? And yet the CEO use active listening during crisis, boosting team morale and reducing turnover. The reason why a lot of people don't leave organization is when they feel what? They feel accepted and they feel represented. Do you understand? So what is accepted? Accepted doesn't mean accepting nonsensical behavior. We're saying, let me rephrase that. They feel accepted, they feel represented, and they feel seen and heard. Do you understand? They are seen and heard. Right? I can speak up. And when I speak up, it shows that the organization is putting into cognizance, into consideration what I have said, what I have shared. Do you understand it? There's also room, there's no disparity, there is no unnecessary degradation of roles. That's all. It's the key cadre of individuals cannot speak, but rather there is no bureaucratic rule. Everyone, there's no bureaucratic process. Anyone can transparently come to the table and present issues. Do you understand that? If you have any questions, I'll take questions at the end, right? So you can compile your questions. I think we're coming gradually to the end of this session. I can't really see the number of my slides. I think we're rounding off gradually. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I want you to do a role play exercise, simulate a challenge team. Let's practice the emotional intelligence quickly in 5 minutes because I still want to do that final interactive exercise. Now let's carry out a role play exercise where you simulate a challenging team scenario. Whatever the team scenario is, whatever problem it is, just simulate it, imagine it. Then practice applying emotional intelligence techniques to resolve it. So we have how many teams here? We'll split you guys into 2 teams because he's our 3 people here, or these 3 and you with her, and the 3 people over here. So we have 2 teams. So just come up with in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, simulate a situation, a crisis situation or a challenging situation. Then use emotional intelligence technique based on what I have taught now to resolve that issue. Do you understand it? And then let's do this in 3 minutes. They will spend the next 2 minutes just carrying out or dramatizing the role. So we have 3 minutes. This is what time is it? 1:33. So at 1:36, we will get on to simulate it live. So we have 2 more minutes. We have 1 more minute to go. But we need to be emotionally and we need to do yeah, same motivation to be correction your practical practice. Okay, we have 1 minute to go. It seems Team A is ready. Team A is ready for us. I love it. Are we ready? Okay, perfect. A round of applause for everyone. Right on time. I love it. Okay, so you have 2 minutes each. Or, yeah, 2 minutes each. So we could stop the exercise at, I think, 1:40. Okay, 2 minutes, yeah. So one person will start now. So let's start with Team A. So you have the floor.
Yes.
Stop at 1:38, and then you guys pick it up from 1:38 to 1:40. All right, shoot.
Okay, ma. The challenge at hand is that I'm using what as a photographer, as what I'm doing as the person in the media team. I was taking pictures, and she noticed that some were blurry, some were not okay, and the event is going on already. We are supposed to be capturing moments and all that. What if she's a team leader? What is she going to do? How will she respond? That I won't feel bad, and at the same time she will correct it and make it okay.
So I said, well, maybe she comes to me and say, well, I'll make her know that I have also gone through that level before, and take her, let her know what she's doing wrong, allow her do it again, and I also take another camera as a backup, as collaboration.
I love it.
A round of applause for Team A. So good, so good. Do you see the power of collaboration? So like, you saw that saying, hey, that's the way you are. You're saying, or trying to how some people separate themselves. That's how it's not our work, but she's the one. It's not necessary. And I'm not saying don't call out people. You can see that she handled the situation and yet at the same time showed her how to improve and be better by the power of collaboration. So a round of applause for Team A. Let's have Team B.
Okay,
Go ahead.
the situation at hand is okay. So the graphic designer is supposed to deliver certain graphics that is supposed to go up at a particular time, and then he's having network issues, and his immediate maybe line supervisor or something is just very angry with him and all that. So what we said is, in that kind of situation, whosoever he is reporting to is actually supposed to apply emotional intelligence and use active listening by first asking to know what the problem is. So apparently the problem was that he didn't have a very good network where he was or something. So if the line manager had listened carefully to him, there would have been something that could have been done, maybe like some form of collaboration, or get him to move into a workspace where he can actually get power, get network, and then be able to deliver on the dream. But instead, the line manager was probably maybe rational at him, and that way, the result still didn't come out, and his person was also being
Celebrated.
at the end of the day.
Alright. So that's a great scenario. Well done to you guys. And the balance there also is when correction comes, it must come constructively. And that's why I said the practice of active listening. But also correction sometimes can come in, or correcting a misnomer can come in a constructive way that may still seem hard, but it will not break the person. Do you understand it? It's not meant to that because I'm correcting you, I'll then say some things that will mentally break you. It's not necessary. But I can say, what's your name, darling? Caroline, why didn't you deliver this at the expected timeline? Then the next follow-up question that will come is, what happened? Can you share with us what challenges you faced in attending this? If, for example, you then maybe don't give a solid excuse, maybe the reason you gave it was just a flimsy excuse, can I say, Caroline, this is a deviation from our culture. You can say the feedback is hard, but is it breaking up? No. This is a deviation from our culture. We run or operate by a culture of excellence. And if for any reason you were having any challenge, be upfront. Transparent communication. Come to the fore and say, I am having this challenge, please. I'm having life issues. I won't be able to turn in this work at this time. it will come in at this time. But if I can get support, so that you know that you're not just abandoning the work because there's no just that if I can get support, not about that, I would love to collaborate with this person, come up with a solution. Don't just put a problem and say, this is the challenge. They should understand now because we are talking about emotional intelligence. No, as you are posing the problem, you are also what? Thinking about what? A solution. Do we understand that? So that's the balance there. And also, if there's correction coming through, it will come and add. Once there is a deviation, we let you know. Nobody's going to mice words, but at the same time, you will know there's a place of love that they want me to grow. Do you understand it? This week alone, I've had team members that they just joined. We had to be giving hard feedback. But there was, you understand, as I'm giving hard feedback, I'm also showing you the way. Do you get it?
Yes.
I'm also, do you get it? Me, I'm giving hard feedback.
I know.
Do you get it? I'll give hard feedback and then I'm also showing you the way. Do you get it? And then I'm also saying, this is what you can do. Help me find the resource. That's the balance. Because I also, in my own line of work, I am also a recipient of hard feedback. The chain is continuous because we grow. We don't grow by being some pedal. You understand it? We grow when correct. So you must be open, like an open book, to receive constructive feedback. But not the kind of feedback that we not say is not the balance where it's breaking. One of the people say they're giving feedback, they are talking about the history of somebody. It's what we are talking about. That's the way. That's your lineage. That way is not. That's where you are. From where to where. Yes, so there's no need to break people up. So that's the power of emotional intelligence. I'm glad that we were able to get into that exercise. Now let's be run through understanding the principles of management what? Efficiency. Right? And it's again reiterating some of the things that we have earlier outlined. Around 5 core pillars. Goal alignment. Ensure that all efforts align with what? The organizational objectives. Second, resource optimization. Maximize the use of available resources. Are you with me? Please not distractions. Time, talent, and what? Capital. Do we understand? Maximizing what? Time, talent, and what? Capital. In the context of management efficiency, the resource optimization here is not just financial, human, and technological resources. The resource optimization within the context of management efficiency is what? Time. Is talent, skill, and capital. Capital that speaks to money. But talent, your skill, your competence, you must be thinking, how can I churn out my outcomes, my tasks quickly. Don't say, she may know we're a designer. It's no. In this age of technological advancement, you should be thinking, what tool can I use that helps me quickly churn out my deliverables? I'm not sleeping on it. Do you understand it? Resource optimization. Process simplification. We should not just run bureaucratic process for the name of running processes. It must pass through this person to that person. Life is not that deep. We are working towards a common impact goal. Do you understand it? So think of simplified processes. How do we simplify the process to get us there? You understand? It's as simple as use this tool, use this software. Do you understand it? It's as good as that. Process simplification, minimize redundancies and focus on what? Streamlined workflow. That's why I said we are as good as everybody. We are working together on collaborative softwares like Google Sheets, Google Docs, so that before I say, okay, I'm working on something on Microsoft Word, and I share it with Joy here, before she download if it's on Google Doc, as she's updating it, I can see what she's updating. I'm also correcting. I'm infusing my understand it. And it helps us work and deliver our tasks optimally. Continuous improvement. Foster a culture of innovation and adaptability. And of course, employee empowerment. The ways that provide tools and autonomy for teams to excel. That's why I said you must think as the what? CEO of your role. Right? Yes. Aside from the
Let me find out if you can hear now. Please.
Let's try log out and log into the source.
About to won't it break the flow? Okay, I think we are spotlighted. Please, and please confirm if they can hear as well. The audio is there. Okay.
Okay. Hope they didn't miss out on a lot. I trust they did. Okay.
Okay.
We're ready. Okay. So a round of applause for Bouquet. Encourage them. Love it. Who's the presenter for Bouquet? You're the one. All right. So please go ahead.
Please
go ahead.
So we are basically something on the team. So in our organization, so we have a shortage in the accounting department. So we now try to raise a hand for someone that is red data analyst to be helping us with the accounting stuff. But the person is not to the task. So in order for us to fix that challenge, we need to put out a direct vacancy, dedicated vacancy that we need an accountant. So after the interview and everything, before the interview, we put out the vacancy stuff. But firstly, there are three major categories. Like I said, we should do it locally. Some said we should do it in a printing. Some said we should do it in media. But we come together and collaborate together and agree that we are going to do it in printing. So after done that, we conduct the recruitment process, we did the interview, and then we have two people that are qualified. But the first person that is qualified is a newly married person that is going to relocate soon. So we will not buy that because very soon it's going to apply. It's going to affect us. So we need someone that will work with us in a long-term period. So we now settle for the second best, which is a male person, and is well qualified in that person.
All right, a round of applause. So I love how you're taking through all the processes. What core lesson did you learn from that? The thinking process that you have to do from what? Start to what? Finish. End is an end-to-end process. That's how you should be thinking. So the goal is not just to role play a particular organizational exercise, but to get you thinking end to end when you are executing any of your uh, tasks or responsibilities. Do you get it? So that when you're experienced, that you're not saying, what am I asked to do? What am I supposed to do from this sample? But you're thinking to what from what I am doing, what will be the eventual result? Where is it taking us to? Oh, and you are seeing the end from the beginning. So how you are outlining the strategy, you can project the end from the beginning. So end to end process and thinking process in how you draw up your strategies, in how you create your action plans. Do you understand that? So that's the goal of this exercise. I hope it's super clear. All right, over to you.
Okay, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So our own scenario is that we are having a leadership training and already made needs assessment of who are our targeted audience for this leadership training. So we already have that sorted. And now we've planned what the training will be like. Is it going to be a 3-day thing or just a day retreat and all of that? Now we've now got to the stage of getting resources also and partnership with people that can run with this goal and vision that we have for this leadership. We've gotten that already also. But the problem now is our goals aligning with our partners in the sense that we don't want to run our things. We want to run to achieve this goal is quite different from the way we want to run it as well to make sure we achieve this goal. So now, the solution now that we are bringing to this is to have a clarity session on how we can discuss what they think works best for this and how we can also meet at a point to achieve this. And after that, we put in place success metrics that will be measurable, that we use to measure all of these things. That after this, we are able to achieve this and these tips and what we want to achieve for this leadership.
A round of applause for Toby. Now, I want to add, what we just ran through also is that's the same way when you're creating your action plan. You're thinking end to end. So you're not just putting down activities. When they say create your action plan, or when it's not begins to ask you, I need your structured action plan for this project. It's not just write activities based on, do you get it? You're thinking strategically, what does the process look like from here to here, taking us there? And you are able to add project scenario planning, the likely challenges. If this comes up, how would we resolve it? What would we do in this context? Do we understand that? I hope it was very valuable.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right, so moving on quickly to the essential tools. We're rounding up nicely. How excited are you? How excited? It's like I shouldn't stop. Right? I shouldn't stop. All right, so the essential tools for management efficiency. As I said, as simple and as basic. Google Sheets. Do you get it? Because it's very collaborative. If you want to now go deeper, you can go with Gantt charts. Do you get it? Then another key step, work breakdown structure, WBS. Breakdown, right? Our action plan, when we create our action plan, you see tax, right? The tax owners, the status, timelines. And over that tax, it's not one line as we are putting in detail. You started what is expected comprehensively. Do you understand? A breakdown project tax, like preparing materials, recruiting volunteers, or not, whatever it is, you break it down. Do you understand? Then, of course, risk management plans, scenario planning, using data-driven insights to what? Measure progress and refine strategies. What likely risks can this pose? How do we address these risks or mitigate against this risk if it comes up? Do you understand that? Then, of course, leverage project management softwares. There's Trello, there's Asana, just to measure the success of a project after what? Completion. Now, moving on quickly to the metrics. Yeah, I knew that I had metrics. There were 3 metrics. Then we spoke about analytical strategies, about 4 or 5 pillars. Now, these metrics, just as we have 3 metrics for vision, execution, impact, engagement, and efficiency. We have 3 core metrics for measuring efficiency. And it's around three pillars: operational metrics, employee metrics, and what? Impact metrics. Do you understand that? Operational metrics speaks to us resource utilization rates, average time to completion tax. To tax completion rates. That's what I meant to say. You get it? Average time to what? Tax completion rate, then what? Cost per project. Do we understand that? Then employee metrics speaks to what? Employee engagement scores, right? How engagement, interaction, turnover rates. When you look at, you assess your turnover rates from last year to this year. Do you understand? And as well as your productivity metrics. Do you understand the level of employee productivity? Assessing that as well. Then moving on into impact metrics speaks to beneficiary satisfaction what? Rates. Do you get it? How satisfied are stakeholders, direct and indirect beneficiaries, social and environmental impact measurements. Very, very key. What's the impact of our program socially, economically, and environmentally? That's why you understand the ESG frameworks. Do you get it? And you also bring that into play. All right, we get into our final interactive exercise for today. How excited are we? All right. So it's either we take it home, but the goal of this roadmap design is I want you to design a visual roadmap and to deepen it from the spectrum of your role, what you are, where you function in, and what your responsibilities are. Do you understand that? And come up with a visual roadmap that shows a vision execution strategy, which includes identifying a key vision to say from by December 31st, 2025, these are things, do you get it? So you assign those goals, break it down into what? Actionable steps with timelines, and then highlight potential, just as we did, potential challenges and propose mitigation strategies. We may not be able to do this in the class, but at least we want to start with maybe identifying a key vision and writing it down. Then you individually sharing what that vision is, then you now go back later on to deepen it by now creating what? Your actionable steps and highlighting potential challenges, as well as the proposing solutions, innovative solutions to mitigate these challenges. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's do that under 2 minutes. Let's identify a key vision or goal within the spectrum of your role. Do we understand that? And I will have each of you share. Is that fine? It's not that deep. It's deep. Do you understand? Do you know why I want us to give context to this? Because the moment you identify that key vision, you can now deepen it and begin to better describe it. And it's in the context of your role, your function. Do we understand that? All right, so let's get on to that quickly. 2 minutes. This is 208 by 210. I will have each of you share quickly the round of this session. Those online too should please carry out this exercise, except Lady Ife, because we would also read from them as well. So let's get on to that. 2 minutes by 210. Would have you share with us. All right. Let's do that over 2 minutes. All right, 1 minute to go. Remember that your goal must be smart, specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, relevant, and what? Time bound. So don't just give a vague goal. It must be smart. Yes, and within the spectrum of your role and function, smart goals. Let it show a measurable timeline. It must also be achievable, right? Relevant, and of course time bound. Relevant and realistic. 1 minute to go. One minute to go. 1 minute to go. That's the power of critical thinking. So you see that after the end of the session, the bigger task is what? Going back to think thoroughly. Do you understand it? You have to leverage critical thinking. Is that understood? All right. Let's tidy out our vision, our goals, and I'll have you begin sharing at this time. Let's tidy them out quickly. Who would love to go for it? Maybe you guys should have like CEOs. Who would love to go for it? Or should I start calling on anybody just yet? Who would love to go for it? All right, I think Mr. Lawale is ready for us. So do you want to share? He's like, whoa, why me? All right.
Okay. Well done, everyone. Well done, team. As for my role in Africa Rising, by December 88th, not 88th of 2025, I was able to create a graphic animation and launch Africa Rising into a global space. So that is my what's the other thing?
He said? Noted. I love it. With a round of applause for Mr. Lawale. I love that. I love that you're thinking innovatively, and I love that you're also thinking globally. So that's a sound one. A round of applause for him. All right. We're not ready. Okay. Michael, over to you. Don't overthink it.
By December 30, in alignment to my role in Africa Rising,
I would.
we would have educated women, at 500 women.
500 is that not
Noted.
No.
But it's measurable. I like it. You were trying to keep it within a measurable bound, right? But the question then asks, using data. Last year, how many women did we do? If we did 1,000 women, do you understand? I'm just assuming. Why are we at 500? Do you understand? So use data. That's how you should, and that's how you should think about the vision. Go back, even before you craft vision, go and look at what you did in 2024. And based on that historical data, begin to make this analysis in terms of how you are crafting the vision or the goal for this year. Do you understand that? So if last year we did 1,000, I think Mrs. Tomato is there, how many women did we do last year? Let me ask. We didn't do 1,000, but you did more than 500.
Not up to 500.
Okay, not up to 500.
But we are to base this evaluation on children. I mean,
Yes.
school
Children.
children. About 200.
Is there about 200? Okay, so yeah, 500 is
Yeah, we can use 500.
you can use 500 is realistic. Do you get it? You also know what
Imagine everything
together. Yes. And it's best to be realistic and you exceed goal. It's best to be realistic to say we want to reach 500 and based on the strategies in place, it produces the capacity to reach 2,000 women. Do you understand? It's than overshoot. But sometimes again, when we say be smart, be specific, measurable, also it's important to put a little spice of challenge. As something to aspire for. Do you understand? So even if we look at our capacity and we can do 500, instead of peg it at 500, can we peg it at 1,000? So that it does what? It charges us to maximize ourselves, stretch ourselves to achieving that. Do you understand? But it's solid. But you get how you should be thinking. Do you understand? Well done.
I actually went ahead to break down things.
You are looking it down already. I love it. Do you want to share? Oh yeah.
Actually, what that education of 500
Yes.
that female is advice to inspire social media platforms.
Okay.
Now the first thing is the plan is to create probably a weekly or bi-weekly series that will talk about challenges that women are facing. We have a tag.
Hey, Mr. Lawale.
We have a tag for it. I can't think of one now. So and then the next now is what we will be using to be storytelling, making use of graphics, videos, and all other things that we can, materials that we can get. Now the potential challenge is now what are the topics that we're talking about? We'll have to make a research and come up with a content calendar of what we do so that we know that this.
And remember, co-create with your beneficiaries. And your audience, your studies, will they be online? You need to know where they are. You need to remember power of surveys that we spoke about. Don't assume. Don't
That's-
assume for your beneficiaries. And then, and that's why I said, if they cannot do written surveys, can you get them to FGDs, like focus group, and ask them verbal questions, and then you see those answers from them. From there, you are able to, even okay, ask them, how do you want us to better start with 2025? What solutions? Use and from there, you're able to draw insights. You get, but don't assume. And then depends if you're also trying to now scale the reach, where you understand, scale the reach. If you're trying to scale the reach in terms of, okay, not just focus on certain type of women or women in underserved communities or marginalized communities. And we also want to reach women, because to be frank, even women in marginalized communities are also on social media. They're either using Facebook and TikTok. All those mama that will do TikTok videos now. Yeah, yes, and anything TikTok or Facebook. You know, sometimes when we say a lot, there's that digital divide, you must also use data to really be sure that is there really that digital divide? Because you understand it. So that at the end of the day, you may what data may show you is that the people you're actually looking for are on certain platforms, that maybe you are not yet positioning within. So maybe your focus has been primarily on Instagram, and when you analyze your historical data, it shows you that you need to focus more on TikTok, you need to focus more on Facebook. Do you understand? So again, don't just assume. Please, even when you content creation, use historical data so that you are co-creating solutions alongside your beneficiaries and being able to hit those targets and exceed those milestones. Okay, is that super clear? My feelings has been clear. All right, success. You want to share yours?
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Give me one quick section. Okay, it's just a simple goal to design a program that empowers 500 secondary school girls by the end of the third quarter.
More like 500.
Through a 3-day practical session where we're going to ask them and not just train verbally.
Is it by the end of the year?
Yeah. By the end, I actually wrote by the end of I wrote two. I wrote by the end of 2025 and I wrote by the end of the third quarter.
Okay, that's fine. Because you know you want to go on.
Because the target in my head when
How many women, how many children are there? Okay, continue.
you said we should.
No, I will speak to you. Let me allow you.
Okay, so what came to my head was like an August, because most secondary school girls
Sessions.
they have that August is like a what do they call it, end of term, end of session break. So
Summer break.
yes, it may be easy to pull them out of the normal academics, curriculum and all that. So, you know,
Get
into that kind of program that you need
Makes
to
a lot of
outside
sense.
academics. So yes, so that's just the main. So it's not just going to be like it's not just going to be training. There's going to be model mentorship, where there's going to be like a modeling kind of.
Okay, great. So I love that the vision is great. I love it. It's smart. The question that you ask, the next question you should ask yourself is breaking down, creating your work breakdown structure, breaking it down into what's actionable step, where you are able to see, the funding, how do we gather the financial resources, the human resources, the technology, you understand whatever that looks like, drawing up your project plan. Do you understand it? And working in earnest to also build up the team, the volunteer team that would work in it, and you start thinking, how many model mentors do we want to have on board? You start and you write down those processes, write to our mentors, send invitation letters. Do you get it? Run this. We will need sponsorships. Do we write to schools for sponsorship? Do we engage in a state government just for leverage, brand leverage? You start thinking outside the box. Is that understood? But breaking it down into actionable steps. That's a very smart vision. Anyone else wants to share? Just before we round off, anyone else wants to share? This baby girl, you want to escape? You want to escape? Joy, do you want to share, or you couldn't write down anything at the moment because you were?
Okay, so
No, okay, don't worry.
okay.
Okay, let me come back to you. Those online, are they able to share with us? So it's not looking like as if we're not interacting with them. Are they able to share? Aside from maybe different. They may not be able to speak, but can they type? Able to finish up.
Okay, ma'am, I'm on.
Just let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway,
Okay, so in summary, we'll get into the summary and then we are out of here. No, not after we are. I'll receive questions and we'll round off nicely.
Yeah.
Hey, it's 2:20. Ah, I'm so sweet. Okay, let me be done. I'll target 2:30 the latest. I didn't say anything. Let's move on. If then, okay, Joy, you share. If
Okay,
you're
so
yeah.
The goal is that we should be able to increase our followers on Instagram, Facebook, and all social medias. Increase likes, increase engagement on our social media pages, basically. So a way forward on that would be to have more of motion content, not just graphics. Yeah. More of motion content for them, so that it's catchy. They check, they look at what's going on. More of what we are doing, we are putting it out there, so that you know that you can join us, so you can do this. So yeah, that is how it's going to be. But if we are going to be doing that, personally, we'll be doing a lot of physical activities. We'll be going out there. The graphics, you can just do it in the house, we do it in our house. But for the videos and all that, we have to go all out for it. Physical engagement. Most of the things we do are online stores. Now we have to be very, very physical, having meetings like this like frequently. That's the way forward.
Okay. Thank you for sharing, Joy. All right. I'm sure this interactive session did something to you, and it's also sort of deepened an understanding of all the insights I've been sharing earlier on. Is that not it? Yeah. So in summary, these are the key takeaways. Of course, vision execution requires both what? I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry.
I didn't have
Okay.
an overall.
Yes,
It's a new
please share.
product.
Okay, please share.
Sorry.
I want to partake in this.
So that's what I was asking. I would
Yes.
if you can apply for.
Yes.
So as a project support person, my unit will be looking at to empower 2,000 women.
So good.
By December 31st. With a capacity that's 1,000 women in Nigeria and the other 1,000 spread outside African countries. Our medium of communication will be through social media. Then we want to also draw and administer questionnaire to women at marketplaces, government hospitals, to at least to be able to draw them, and then one-on-one visitation or communication where necessary. So one of the challenges I highlighted here is getting a location that can accommodate them and fixing a realistic.
Okay, great. I love the sound of it. The great thing also is you can leverage technology, so there can be a two-way approach to that idea. You will have the in-person capacity, what's called program for the women physically. But you also know that there are also macro, as I said, that you can engage on Facebook. You can do Facebook Live. Do you understand it? Or do you get it? There are platforms where you can, or TikTok Live. Just that when you can, or even when you go out to the marketplace to interact, you are showing your interaction. You start leveraging the power of storytelling. So when you're asking those questions from women, you put it out there. Of course, seeking their consent, but do you understand? Engaging them or being very innovative in how you approach it. Do you understand it? Of course, I love the sound of the question here, but you also must not forget that a lot of these women are not literate. Do you understand it? Understand that? So a lot of them maybe are semi-literate or even at most, I don't want to use the word illiterate, but are not fully educated. So the approach will be, as I said, that engagement, verbal, in an interview style fashion, engaging them in their local dialect. Speak Yoruba to them, and you're in the city. Do you understand it? And you're in the city. And even when you run those programs, the ones that are in person, you must look at the spectrum of how do we also get maybe interpreters. And also, you must understand the goal. What is the capacity building? You also want to say, do we want to upskill them a little bit in the area of them being able to understand basic things, especially when it comes to their finances, even if they're not literate. but understand basic things like financial management. I'm just saying this at larger scale. So many ideas are really through my head, but you understand what you're focusing on. You start simplifying. There are going to be, how do we simplify these skills for these women, breaking it down to their level. And sometimes it's where we use, a lot of people will use traditional media. You use a radio station that speaks in the local dialect of these women, and once you run a local radio program. Do you get it? And you'll be surprised that you know there are fundings and grants for things like this. It's just been very innovative about your program. There's a way you say you're going to run an indigenous, yes, in Yoruba, or yes, Yoruba dialect, empowering women in financial literacy or within, yes, but you are speaking the Yoruba dialect. Do you understand? And you get sponsored for it. You get funding. Some people will be willing to put that money to partner. Radio stations will partner. It's just been very innovative in that, but it's a solid one. That's one thing about vision. The moment you're able to identify vision, you can then tweak it. You can then redesign it. And there are different approaches. You can then again also define what the action strategies are, what the pathways to take us there, just as we have discussed. But thank you. I love the way you're all thinking, and that's really insightful. A round of applause for everyone once again. Excited. We're rounding off. We're coming to the final phase of today's session. How excited are we? Like I told you now from the beginning, right? You say you should not brag, but is that not what you're feeling now?
Yeah, it's not bragging.
It's not bragging. Like I should not end. So, what are the key takeaways from this session? Vision execution requires both inspiration and structured planning. There's the creative side of vision structure, but there's also the structured planning, putting pen to paper. Do you understand it? Analytical tools and frameworks amplify the impact of what? Execution strategy. That's what I'm saying. As I'm saying, go out there, ask questions, interview, you understand it? Analysis. Management efficiency combines what? Strategic planning and resource optimization. Analytical tools and data-driven strategies are critical for achieving sustainable results. Do you understand? And then what? Finally, a culture of continuous improvement ensures long-term success. And in this point, I want to emphasize, and that remember I was sharing that insight. You can deploy a strategy last year that worked for you last year, and there are applicable strategies, right? But always think about when you want to replicate a strategy, think about how we can innovate that replicable strategy. Do you understand? Don't repeat it verbatim. You can then look at it and say, based on today's realities and where we are headed, the vision and the goals we want to attain, what innovation, what creativity can we fuse to make this different? Do you understand? And that's how you're able to think outside the box. Do you understand? So just a final reflection question. Now identify one area in the organization where efficiency can be improved and implement a strategy to address it. But let's just maybe forget the implementation of strategy. Let's identify one area, looking at Africa Rising. Identify one area within Africa Rising where efficiency can be improved. And don't be afraid, say it. We need to. We'll say this thing so that the organization can do better. Okay?
I think planning. We can plan more.
Okay, so strategy, more strategic planning.
Yes.
Great. All right, anyone else wants to share?
I would also speak to community
Engagement. Love it. That's community engagement. From all the things I said, that's something you should leverage because you can't undermine the power of ecosystems and communities. Do you understand it? The moment you pull this woman in, don't just leave them hanging. How do you deepen your impact with them? By running a community, you put them on WhatsApp, or you're able to meet these women physically once a quarter, whatever that looks like. We spoke about TikTok Live, we spoke about Facebook, whatever. These people have no functional WhatsApp in today's age. Just
They say this is.
yes. I'm telling you, you're the ones that sell all those our business just share with 5 people.
So that you can make it
Be
work.
careful. So do you understand it? So the power of community, I love that. That's so powerful. Who else wants to share? As in terms of identify one area where we could drive efficiency within the organization. Michael, do you have anything to share in that direction? Okay.
Maybe communication. I don't know the keyword first.
Chain of command.
No, I can't say to that yet.
Because she just joined.
Yes, but like I don't know why I can't find the word for it, but I know what maybe when we get to see
All right.
when I have okay, like maybe communication representation. For example, when you send emails, it shouldn't just be the generic, maybe the generic afterrising@gmail.com, for example. Like you're supposed to have like a email. That's what I can't
I
find.
love it. Do you understand?
Yes,
So
people
good.
team lead like HR,
HR at
Africa Rising.
Do you understand it? Info and Africa
Yeah,
Rising.
it's just that I can't find the term.
Yeah, but you understand what you. So strengthening and just strengthening the
Could it be
branding. That's the word. Strengthening even the organizational branding resource and materials. You get it? Where emails, of course, you may still have your Gmails connected to your emails, but for external communication, you understand it should be info at Africa Rising, or as you said, HR at Africa Rising, or we're having, even if you don't want to use success and Africa, our role, communications at Africa Rising. Do you get it? Operations at Africa Rising, so that anybody who wants that, the only person when you interact with operations like that, you will see the other side, head of operations. Do you understand it? But it's clearly defined for branding sake. So I understand that very clearly. Anyone else wants to share? Okay, I think we're good. So in the absence, okay, are there questions at this time? So let's take some questions just before I round up this session. So if you have questions, let's go for it.
No, you've touched on it. I just wanted to still give us some yeah. So I have 3 questions. Number 1 is I didn't quite get how you said we should handle this alignment between team execution and vision.
Okay.
So I didn't quite get that part. Then second question is how do you drive impactful and innovative partnerships, particularly now for funding? Then the third one is what are some of the tools that you could tools, principles, or what are that you could actually suggest for us when we want to develop high impact, high value projects?
That's not I love it. So let me start with you were saying you need to expand a bit more on the
Alignment between team execution and getting the vision right.
Yes, so it's quite simple. Let me paint a scenario. So we say the organization's goal for this year is to train 10,000 African women in digital skills by December 31st, 2025. And then this is the clear vision. Your role as the program officer is now to take that goal, break it down to actionable steps, within the so break that to actionable steps in terms of what type of program are we launching? Across how many states do you really want to launch? But when we're talking about misalignment, instead of not taking that goal, you are not you set up a project plan that is not speaking to training 10,000 women in digital skills. You set up a project plan that is speaking to training children. Do you understand it? To training 1,000 women training 1,000 children in maybe upgrading their educational skills or something just totally outside of that particular organizational goal. Do you understand? You see the misalignment. So the organization is going in this direction. In terms of the project plan and things you're aligned is going in this other direction. Do you understand? That's one. Another context of misalignment could also now be even okay, let's now drop the project plan and communicate, market. But instead of reaching out, trying to through surveys and assessments, determine the kind of women you should reach out to. You are just going ahead to just say, I think assuming who the beneficiaries are, which is again misaligned with how to execute that vision. Do you understand? Because if you assume these are the people we should be reaching out to without using data-driven decision making, analyzing, you start surveys, carrying out surveys, engaging these women to really know the caliber of people to reach, you will be misaligned from your standing the organization's goal, and what you'll be executing will be off track. Do you understand that? Now, the second question was around partnerships.
The question is actually how do you handle it?
Oh, how do you handle it?
Yes,
Oh,
if you
okay, great question.
sense it, maybe
Okay. So if you sense that, so that's why what we're doing today is not a one-off thing. In one message, I kept saying the practical tip is to what? Conduct quarterly. Conduct regular quarterly strategy sessions. So in the context of this, you must conduct quarterly strategy sessions, even not just to ensure there is no misalignment. It is mandatory that we have come in January to meet, right? By March and March ending or first week in April, we should be back again to meet and say the goals we set, where are we? We will set goals even for Q1. Do you understand what? And we will assess it by the end of Q1 to say where are we with those goals? Are we fully aligned at different goal levels and functionalities? Do you understand that? Yeah. So you must conduct those quarterly strategy sessions and review check-ins. And have regular reviews. That's what I said, to also solve misalignment. You must conduct regular reviews and give feedback. There must be that constant feedback loop. You are seeing someone misaligned. Don't leave it till the end of the week or to the end of the month. You are immediately calling that person to order. Oh, you are going off track. This is what you're doing. Should we step into a clarity session? Should we step into a mind mapping session? Whatever that looks like. Brainstorming session, you step into what? Clarify. Ensure immediate feedback loops. Do you understand that success?
Yes, ma'am.
The second question you asked was around partnerships, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Please take that question again.
Okay. How do you drive impact of innovative partnerships for funding?
Okay, great. So, as I was saying, the simplest tip here in driving partnerships in today's world thrive a lot around relationships, ability to trigger relational connections. And how do you also have to be careful when you say relational connection, so that you are not transactional when you go to conferences and like where I just get your card and next I'm calling you up to say, can you do this for me? The context is even in line with, there are people within your network that you even know. Do you understand? That can be. So what you do is when you need opportunities or stuff, and we're all believers in, if someone comes to mind, you can reach out. It was well fun to reach out. Secondly, to be practical, you also have to attend conferences, attend programs where you get to network with people of like minds like yourself. What you don't have is in the hands of another person within your network, within your person of what you do. That's why we attend conferences. When I attend conferences, I don't just go to conferences to ask that success mostly. That's why someone asks that I network. So you must, if you don't know how to network, you must own your networking skills. Do you understand? You must brush up your network. There's nothing like I am shy. There's nothing like I don't know how to speak. You must know. If you can communicate, if you can string two sentences together, you can communicate. Do you understand it? And what also, let me give you a tip for networking. One key tip for networking that strengthens the ability to network excellently is once there is a value exchange. If there's something that person needs that you can offer, and there's something the person has that you can give, it strengthens it. Do you understand? So you should not be giving. There must be that value exchange. So I hope that helps. Then also, as I said, we also apply the formal approach. Curate lists of organizations, and that's when the branding thing also comes to place. You have to get your info. Then curate list of organizations, institutions. Also get onto platforms like Opportunity Desk, Opportunities for Africans, funds for NGOs, right? And you research on grants. There are thousands of grant opportunities every single day. You put yourself out there. You apply. You stand. You must. Full force. They'll say you go for the jugular. You want something, you go all out for it. It's like even by scripture says this. It's like a man who goes to a field. He spreads the seed because he does not know which one will what germinate. Do you get it? So you must scatter your seeds. Exactly. Any other question around that? Hey, 240.
The third word is what are the tools that we use in developing and part of my life? What else?
Okay, choose what I value. As I said, number one, data-driven decisions. Your data is the answer to many things. Do not sit down and fabricate anything. Use your data. When you use your data, you will see, hey, these are products you can create for our people. These are innovations you can bet. Your data. So you must be sitting with Africa Rising team and asking them, please, can I see the historical data of what we have done in the last 2 to 3 years? Do you understand it? And it's from that point that you're able to identify, what were the gaps? When you spotlight the gaps, you then begin to see that's where you can prefer products, solutions that closes up those gaps. Then you also spotlight the needs. You're able to identify the needs through that data. And if you don't have any data to that regard, can we run surveys with those we have engaged? Can we engage them so that we can draw that data? Is that helpful?
Yes.
All right. And just define the data and be research oriented. Do you get it? Leverage research, leverage industry. Even as we're saying, use your data, also industry wide trends. We need people who serve this kind of ecosystem. What are the likely things? What goes on? So that you're able to identify and spotlight opportunities in that regard as well. All right. So, in the absence of any further questions, yes, we're saying thank you for your attention. Thank you for having me. Okay.
Thank you so much. Joy, will you please appreciate the attention on behalf of Africa?
Okay. On behalf of Africa Rising, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much for this session was so insightful, impactful. It's so powerful. Thank you so much for coming, and we wish you safe journey back to your destination. Thank you so much.
So, I don't know, how soon is how close is
He's already packed us. We'll try. We tried because I met him at the train station. No, I could not. My drive is not rerouting to Ibadan.
You drive
It did not reroute, so I couldn't place both or anything. So I just gave him my number and I asked him to come pick me up now. And he came 2 o'clock. Hey, I have to settle you like this, but he tried. He's already outside. So we can take pictures.
Yes.
Even like your friend just sent me a very awesome feedback. I love you. I saw your feedback. I respond from you. I love you so much. Thank you.
So let's just take a group picture.
Let's take a group picture. Yeah. All right. Should we do it outside? Oh, this place is perfect. No, this place is very good. Outside maybe.
As we are taking the pictures, I know TV has to leave now. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
DTB, God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish we had more time. I have questions of my own, but maybe we'll do that in camera. But thank you for bringing your A game as always.
Sorry,
This
please,
has
can we
been
see your face? You're
super,
not
super.
spotlighted.
I am spotlighted. Now, I was going to speak to my face. I know it's going to be a little bit strange for the members of the team not seeing my face. I believe this is the first time I would be off camera in any of our meetings.
Can't join.
I believe this is the first time I would be off camera in any of our meetings. Can you hear me, please? Because there seems to be a lot of echo.
Can you pause that? Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I said that this will be the first time I'll be off camera in any of our meetings. Please let me know if if I've been off camera before or if this is my practice. Confirm,
No,
bear me witness.
it's not your practice.
Yes. It's not my practice and it's not a practice that I encourage in Africa Rising. You have to come correct and show up. But for some very personal reasons, which is very open to DTB
Yeah.
and one or two members of the team, I'm not able to come on camera right now. I do apologize, but I have been here. I've been taking notes. I've been on it. I've been on the case, both, on the team and on the call. So I just want to say thank you so much, DTB. I love you with all my heart.
I love you more.
You amaze me every time. Every time. Every time. I met you in person and I just knew that, no, okay. So this is somebody to have in your corner. It wasn't enough to see you on air online. I just wanted to meet you in person and hear you speak. And I calmed down to actually listen to DTB speak on the day that I met her. And that was the day I felt like, no, this sister is just amazing. I'm super grateful for you. I'm super grateful for Ideation Hub Africa. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for your impact. And thank you for bringing it all in here today for us. And I appreciate every member of the team who has engaged, asked questions, and all of that. Let me not speak too much so I don't keep you too, because I know I think your ride is outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just leave it there. We'll speak more on a one-to-one basis. But thank you so,
Yes.
so very much.
I love you so much.
I love you.
Okay, it's better. Okay.
Do we remove the chairs?
Yes, sorry, so that they can come. Yeah.
So we are okay like this. You should.
Yes.
So Joy, how will you be in the pictures?
Now I will take one and use for my family.
Can we ask one of those ladies
Ladies.
to help
Okay.
you? So now thank you. Please, we need to work. Wait, so I just run out to good view.
Careful.
Are you even sure? Don't you think we have more people there? You come in.
Okay. The way she plays the
Oh, okay, okay.
you can see more of that. Am I showing?
Is everybody showing? This chair,
Okay, so let's take some from. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma.
You're welcome. Yes, I will. All right. Let me disconnect. Thank you. Hey. Take my biscuits. They part of my laptop. All right, African Rising Team, Lady friend, love you so much. I'll speak with her. Hey, see biscuits. I did tell you a record. Now let me hold some biscuits and water. Oh yeah, take it again. Biscuits and water. Hey, you have to all sleep on biscuits. All right, so good to be with the African Rising Team. All right. Don't take the personal downstairs.
Yes.
I want to. It's not that big. It's not that big.
No, no, sure.
Because we mean inside. Yeah. Inside someone.
Sorry, please, can you help me check this charger?
Okay.
This phone might turn off anytime soon.
I'll talk to you.
All right, so we are back.
Is it working already?
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry.
Just she has an emergency.
I have.
Sorry, please take. Let me see why this is okay.
Can you check
So my name is Yemi. Allah.
I'm not. I want to have.
Yeah, you can just have that session.
Yeah.
So, all right, ma. Bye. Okay. I think I can turn on my camera. Oh, okay. We'll be doing. This channel is not working. Please, can you help me check that extension?
The extension, this one is tricky.
Is it my charger or the
It's
extension?
your charger.
My charger is shaking. Okay?
Yes.
No, it's the extension. I thought this that my charger is shaking.
And now,
Shaking for what? What's shaking it? Maybe they just messed it up. It doesn't shake.
anything can shake.
No, it's that pot. It's the pot.
Anything can shake.
It's the pot. Where's the laptop? Where's my laptop?
And then that's
Scared me. Okay. I can change the. I'm done. I can remove this. I'm done.
Are we training them online?
Yes.
Why is it not better for you to do the streaming?
It's not better because the webcam is not in this shape.
Okay.
Alpha.
It's charging. It's that pot. I told you.
Anything can shake.
Nothing. My face cannot shake.
And even face shake.
My own face cannot
And
shake.
you hold it.
I'm not generic. Uncle. Don't stress on me. Don't mind me. Are you done? Yes. Okay. Please, Lady Fair, we are back, so you can start your session. So I hope you have been having a good time. It's been back-to-back learnings. Okay, she's back. I'm going to come back up. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, thank you so very much. I was on the phone with DCB, and she was quite excited about the interactions in the room and everything. I've had to let her go now. So
Okay.
I just really want to appreciate everyone for your contribution so far. When we make the camera face people, I'm looking at extension cords, and it's quite a boring view.
Okay, so maybe what we'll do is, can we all sit in one row? So it won't cover everybody. It has to face people. So how many are the ones with people? We can all sit here. Can we? Okay. Then we'll put
Like you can just sit like
yeah.
this and
So shall sit people. We'll come on this one. I beg. What number is that one? Maybe this is the number 3.
No, I think 3 is the right.
It's 1 to 3. Maybe 2.
And I wish you and
Actually,
supercharge for the next section.
sorry,
Have
what
we
did
had
you say?
some I said, have we had charge for this next session?
Are we what?
Have we had some refreshments? Are we supercharged for this next session?
Would you like to take lunch now? He said we should move.
No, on my own, that's fine.
Yeah, but can we hit? Because we
Because
are
this is
actually
going to
looking
be a
at
great
time. Considering those that
session.
will be traveling back.
All right.
They
Can
are
you hear
snacking on
me?
something already.
Okay. It's going to be a brainstorm session, and I would want us to be at our very best.
Yeah, so
Let me
I
see.
don't know.
So I think it's better.
Brainstorm session. Let us
How
be at our very
should
best.
this be?
No.
If we need to eat something, that would be fine. Is it? Are we using a tripod?
I'll check on YouTube. At least let's try the different options.
So we might remove that what's it called? Phone or holder. And use another platform.
Okay, I think
I can still work on it.
yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Camera is back.
Yeah, we are trying to rotate the camera.
Okay,
If you can turn it to landscape.
okay. I don't think. Do you think that's possible? I don't think so.
Okay.
It's just going
Yeah,
to
because I'm
be
trying to.
awkward in a sense.
Okay.
But I don't know. Let me see what can be done here.
Are you okay? You're trying to answer. Thank you for taking. Can we use another surface? I mean, remove this phone holder and probably use water or something to hold the phone there. So,
Or can we like put the phone holder on this surface
okay.
to elevate it?
Yeah, that's
So I'm fighting my foot.
a good one.
the phone holder. What's the love for?
No, we'll put the phone holder here. We'll try first. We can do that. Who else is
I'm ready. So,
Thank you. So can we do something like this? Someone is still not sure.
What is it? Put it here.
What I'm thinking is
Try the other side.
You have to wait.
when it is fire. It won't work.
I don't know what's
Okay,
wrong
I
with
know
this
why
one.
it's not working, but only very straight line. That's supposed to be.
Yes. So that's why I'm trying to rotate it
Like,
to landscape format. But it's not working. I don't think StreamYard support that landscape format.
Notwithstanding, I'm saying that maybe if we had called YouTube,
Yeah, that's why I said we should put it.
Wait,
in
if we do it, if we do it this way, it will.
What if this is the just like and we
and we
are
curve a little bit, then we put it here.
sorry.
I might not be able to see all
Excuse me.
though. We can't even move it because I'm charging. The battery is low.
I will use it.
Okay, right.
I think that's how we do it.
Fire on. You understand? We should have followed the speaker.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That if we move it further,
I'm not
and
sure.
we curve
I didn't show.
further.
I think it's okay at
That's what I'm
there.
saying. So when you sit there and the further he wants to capture
I'm
us.
showing the
Let's do it in 2 months.
Yeah.
I'm showing the camera.
Yeah. Can you move closer?
It's very simple.
Be careful. Realizing not
I think we can see
Let me too far. So far we can hear.
and we can see us like that.
Mr. Is there a way you can project it on your system then? There's no way.
This is HP. That's iPhone.
There's a way we can do it, but it will take a long time. So we're going to use TeamViewer, but it will take a long time.
What about YouTube?
Okay, we can like
volume of this.
Good afternoon, everyone.
let me look for the challenge is, what's the challenge actually? Let me know. Why are we taking
We can actually see you now, so it's better.
We can't see us. If it's to see us, we can't use the laptop.
No, but we can see you now, so it's all better.
Yeah, they can see us already.
I thought the challenge was
She said she can't see us.
I said we can see you. We can. So it's better actually. I think probably the device is busy at the moment, but the view is much better than before.
I can see everyone now, actually. Okay, are we all refreshed? And have we stretched? Have we stretched our legs, stretched our back? Are we good to go? If I ask everyone, calculate 1,500 multiplied by 2.5 million and divide it by 2.7% of square root of. Are we able
The
to
answer
do
is zero.
it? Wow, amazing. Um, okay, so I saw new faces and I was quite curious. I was asking on the group as well, trying to put names to the faces. I recognize Michael now because he spoke quite a bit and everyone seemed to just really fall in line and call him Michael. So Michael has quickly become a hot commodity. Lovely to have you with us, Michael. I saw a lovely lady on the other end a while back. Is she still around?
No, she had an emergency. Someone
Oh,
told her as
right.
regards her son.
Oh, okay. That's
So
fine.
she has to go. But she said if she's done on time, she would come back.
Okay, what's her name?
Yemisi, Oluwa Yemisi.
Okay. Can you do a bit of introduction so I know her?
Okay, she's Oluwa Yemisi. She's a new volunteer as well. She applied as project support.
Okay. All right, that's fine. And of course, I know Success very well. Um, I know her in many ways. I already know her as, in very detailed, very excellent, and an amazing personality. Someone is joining a piece Oladapo.
Anyway,
I'm not sure who that is, but the person just joined, entered this particular room now. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing, I think my session is based on painting the big picture, right? Painting the big picture and then breaking it down into as many bits as we can on this call. And then I'll be getting feedback from everyone as to how we can achieve the goals that we have, just that I've just taken everyone through, that we've just talked about. All right. I wish I could send a document to everyone's email right now so that we'll just take like maybe 5 minutes to go through it on our own, right? And just digest it. Then give me a feedback as to okay, how you think this can be achieved. I've got two documents here. I have a PowerPoint presentation and then I have a Google document. I have a Google document. So I'm in between which one to share. But let me share the Google document with us first. which means I'm going to be sharing my screen. I'll just share the
Can you
screen.
can you send it to my mail so we can project from here?
You have access to it.
Yes, I have access to it.
You do, yes. So you know that documents that I shared with you, the one with the organizational framework.
Okay.
So go to, I'm going to rename the tab that you should go to now. The documents that says vision casting documents.
This one is
More like a 4-page document that just kind of gives us a good idea of what our big picture and our grand picture is in Africa Rising. But one of the things I wanted to talk to us about,
Please
can you ask
let's pay attention. Please.
Miss
So
Miss Tiwatokwe, can you access it now?
I'm trying to connect the screen.
There's an undercover agenda that Africa Rising
No problem.
costs of starting Africa Rising to begin with of it this afternoon, right? Lovely to see your face, Adironke. Um, the undercover agenda is good governance across African political space. Good governance across African political space. Now you would see that it looks like I've veered a little away from women empowerment. The baseline for Africa Rising is women empowerment, especially women in leadership, right? So we want
Sorry,
to
please,
get
before you go ahead, please, which of the documents? Because I have about 6 tabs
vision
here.
casting. Vision casting.
Okay.
Please don't share this Google Sheets, but you can share the documents in vision casting.
I'm
What
on
I'm
the
going
way.
to what I'm going to do is let me just convert it to Word document. I will send it to you via email, then you can download and send it to everyone.
You people make me look at you and the food not here.
And you try.
No, I don't.
cheese.
Better eat. Okay.
Still have a long way to go.
At the Richmond practice, Scott and head vet nurse Emma are about to start the surgery to remove Lola's suspicious-looking lump.
German short-haired pointers are known to suffer with certain types of soft tissue cancers, and in my nearly 20-year experience, I've seen quite a number. And have a look at this.
Has it been growing for quite a while?
She just picked it up, and the problem is that if she's only just picked it up, that means it's growing quickly.
Yeah.
And growing quickly, we know, is a good indication of malignancy of cancer. That's why I feel so strongly that we need to get in, get rid of whatever this is, and hopefully declare the results, which is a clear one. So I'm just going to cut through the skin and have a good look at it and see if I can remove the whole thing. I'm liking the look of this more and more.
So the the first incision, I think both of our eyes lit up when we saw this big lump of fat.
When a mass looks fatty, it could be something called a lipoma, which is a benign.
Let me know if you've received it, please. I've sent it to you.
Totally awesome. That's a veterinary technical.
But Scott's relief is short-lived. While the mass does appear to be benign, it's dangerously wrapped around the jugular vein.
I was pushed to the limit because we're literally millimeters away from cutting a major blood vessel and causing a huge amount of blood loss.
Have you received it?
No.
Okay, I'm going to post it on the group then.
At last, Scott is satisfied he's removed the entire mass.
So anyone who has it, who's able to download it on the group, please share with everyone present there. Or, I don't know. Yeah, you can share with everyone present. That's fine. But please, I need to remind everyone that you being in this meeting and in this particular meeting that I'm having now is very, very confidential. And any information that is shared, in fact, I don't think we should share it with everyone here. I think we should just project it. If there's a way you can project it and just roll it, that would be better. But even seeing it, I need to reiterate that this is very confidential information and you are expected to treat it as such. Thank you very much. Yeah, so any breach of confidentiality, we do take legal actions. It's nothing personal. It's just business. Okay, so am I okay to proceed? Let me know when it's okay for me to go ahead.
While Scott can now relax after a successful surgery, his wife Zoe's been put to work by Maz to find a very special birthday present.
I met Christine about 3 years ago when we were first looking for guinea pigs for the girls, pre Jackson. And we wanted to get rescue guinea pigs rather than ones from a pet shop. She had such an amazing personality, such a fancy way that she talks about the animals that she rescued, that we knew actually rehoming from her absolutely had to be done. Here they are, they're looking here. Oh, what's holding the pen over there? Oh my goodness, it's amazing. I love guinea pigs. They're cheeky and I just love the noise they make. I really do. It was such a welcome. We, that's what you get. Oh, look at them all snuggled together. And these guinea pigs going for a fantastic home. So it's just a win-win situation for everyone. It's Millie Molly. These are a year old. And these guys are sisters. I think I'm being really nice in that she's thinking down my back. She's thinking. So I'm just really feeling myself. And it's so warm and it's kind of always a bit lovely, don't I feel very so it's a really sort of wet that is trickling down my stomach as Mo's taking a pee down my oh lovely. I think I'm gonna have a lovely smell about me for this afternoon. Classic that is. Stop being on me. No, that's not cool. Sign of love. Just so nice to see him go on a really nice home because there's plenty more out there waiting to go and we only can take so much. So the three go on, sure it'd be good in a week. Hi, darling, take care.
Later that afternoon, at the Richmond practice with Betty, anxiously waiting for news about Lola's operation.
Where's lunch? I'm glad that they get on. Forget about this horrible incident.
Michael, what workspace do you use?
So,
Is that what you use? But I know those accounting and invention. Ouch. So there's no physical workspace called Zoom.
okay, physical
Every-
also. No. It's my house.
Okay, I was thinking you use a co-working space.
Okay, are you in search of one that you
No, I just wanted to know if it's somewhere very close to where you are. I think someone asked him. I'm not familiar with Bodija and Mokola. They have them at Weibo.
Hi, Tim. Please let me know when you're ready.
We are ready.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I didn't know. Okay. All right. I wanted to start with the baseline, which is the fact that we have an undercover agenda, and I'm sure that we would have seen it in the documents that's been projected to us at the moment. Please take maybe 1 or 2 minutes, just run through the document A to Z. Have we done that? And can you give me feedback as to what you understand by what our goal is and just your thoughts generally in 30 seconds. So let's do 1 minute to just go through the documents, 1 to 2 minutes to go through the documents, run through it, and then 30 seconds give me feedbacks as to what you understand by it, and what how it can be executed. If we have a good understanding of it, I wouldn't spend too long with trying to explain it and going through it in details. All right. But if we don't, then I would know where to touch upon.
Please let me know when I should. Let me know when I should swipe up. But we still have more.
Please let me know when you're ready. You need to be vocal so I can hear you. My laptop is a bit is blessed, so I'll need to actually hear you speak when you're ready.
I think so. I think that's so. Can we proceed? Yeah. So we are ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Who do I start from? Where do I start? Who do I start with? Who's ready to go? Okay, let me start with success then.
Okay, ma. Good afternoon, ma. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so what I got from the document skimming through is that, like you had said earlier, um, there's an undercover agenda that is beyond just empowering women. It's to actually ensure that we have good governance across Africa, and so the goal is to transform the face of leadership, and our target audience, as I can see from the document, is majorly women and young people, youths, who are like budding leaders. So I see that we want to not just empower them for leadership, but we also want to drive good governance through policy reformation as well. So skimming through, that's like the major thing I could get from the documents. I think when I maybe do a close reading, I can get more because of my eyes, my glasses.
That's great. Thank you so very much for that. That was good. Um, Let me go to Mr. Watokwe. I'm starting from the top.
Okay, so please can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so reading through this document and just reviewed both the short term and long term plan that we have. I mean the immediate plan, and it stems to governance and transformation, leadership, empowerment, and policy advocacy, like I've seen here. And one of the ways that while reading through the documents, that will be able to achieve this is through storytelling and training. However, I am thinking that we might need to work out actionable plans so as to break down these goals into bits by which team members can fly with.
Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you so much for raising that. Who wants to go next? Joy?
Okay, ma. Good afternoon, ma. Long term or short term, the goal of the 20. Can you hear me, ma?
Yes, you could.
Yes, I can. Loud
Okay,
and
so
clear.
long term and short term, I think the goal this year and beyond is to make Africa, to bring Africa in a light, in a better light to people through women, empowering women and youths. That's what I can see through. Like, we just scanning through. This year, we are focusing on presenting Africa in a very nice light so that people can perceive Africa in a very good light through our government. And we can do this through women and youth. That's what we are. That's what we're looking
Okay, thank you so much for that. Michael,
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so reading through the documents, I can see that we have about 7 points agenda that goes across Africa and global. That that are based on Africa and global goals. And for Africa, it's about four that cuts across governance, women empowerment, and youth and policies, making impact on government policies that will be in favor of women and youth. So that's what I read. And for the global impact, I see that we are looking at giving media representation. And one of the ways that we are looking at doing this is through storytelling. So that's what I could pick from the documents.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Michael. Mr. Olawale,
Good afternoon, ma'am.
good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. What I can pick from the document briefly is majorly about governance and leadership throughout Africa and the globe at large. And then the scope, or let me say the strategies by which you can carry out good governance and leadership in Africa and beyond. So that's what I can pick.
All right, thank you so very much for sharing your thoughts. Um, have I called Caroline? I don't care.
at. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
I've called you. Okay, please go ahead.
So what I picked from the document is like our aim, what we are aiming to achieve, like the women and the youth empowerment and the policy impact and the aim at which we are going to like achieve them through storytelling, through policy writing and all.
Okay, thank you so very much for sharing your thoughts on that as well. Have I gone round the clock, or is there any that I haven't touched?
No, ma.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I'm glad that we all now understand that we do have a. Someone says they want to talk. Oh, okay, Moyolua, please go ahead.
Arama, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I was just going to point out that I love the fact that we're not just focusing on women and youths, but we're also looking at partnering with government bodies, governments to ensure that the policy is implemented and is changed, which is a plus actually. So we're not just focusing on individuals, but we're looking at a whole body to partner with them, because that way is able to like run down to even to rub off the individuals that we've already worked on, man.
All right, thank you so very much, Moyolua. And I believe everyone has been introduced to Moyolua as well. Moyolua is currently volunteering with us. Um, she is a child development specialist, particularly in the, I think in the, is it mental health space?
Um, Learning disability and mental health, man.
Aha, so learning disability and mental health from United Kingdom here. She's been behind the scene with helping with the technical supports on here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll share my PowerPoint presentation with everyone
There's no way we
so
see.
that we can work together. No, don't worry. Oh, can you actually? Oh, you can't see.
Yeah, you can share it with us here. We will project from here.
Sh- don't worry. Okay, let's just keep going. Or okay, let's do it that way. It's just that my laptop is very slow and I don't want to slow us down. But what I'll do is I'll keep running through it while I keep, I try to send the PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully it works. Okay, so our end game is to the reason we are doing all the developmental work we're doing for women. I mean, you would have noticed that, oh, we're going to school to train children. Why are we going to school to train children? Why are we going to rehabilitation home? To talk to, ex-sex workers. Why are we, going to orphanage home? So it looks like where's the connecting point in all of this? So there's something we started last year. If you can hear me well, please. If you can't hear me, let me know. There's something we started last year called policy exchange model. I mean, policy consciousness model through value exchange. Now, policy consciousness model through value exchange is to drive our undercover agenda by giving value first. So we will enter an institution, we will give them value, then we will sell our undercover mission to them. Meaning that if we are speaking with children, we are prepping and conditioning children for good governance in the future. If we are talking to ex-sex workers, we'll give them value, meet their present need, and then sing the crusade of leadership, of excellence, and good governance to them. But at the baseline of what we do, we believe so very much in equity over inclusion. In fact, I think I'm going to change the word inclusion now because I caught a light And I believe that if you're asking people to include you, it means you're believing that they are superior to you. So if we're telling white people to include black people, it means we are acknowledging the fact that white people are superior to blacks. The same thing with men and women. In the family setting, I believe that there is a head, there is an order. When you are the husband in your home, you are the head of your home, but that is your home. Outside of your home, you are an equal human being with everybody else. As the woman, also correcting in are superior when it comes to that they're just naturally superior when it comes to corruption and excellence, that they are infallible. It is something that we're trying to prove, that excellence can be learned. It can be a notion, obìnrin dẹ̀ ló pera, or something like that. You know, all those silly sayings, thinking, assuming that you would be the best, or you would be the worst because you're a woman, or assuming that naturally women are more intelligent in class, so they just have this strange expectation from you. They would assume that you're actually more intelligent in classroom, but when it comes to taking leadership position, they won't trust you with it. Isn't that very funny? So all these imbalance are the things that we're trying to correct, and how we're trying to correct it is through our content on social media, the way we represent our brand, the language that we speak, and the language that we use. So when we are championing good governance, under it we are subliminally adding these elements that just essentially corrects all these stereotypes and balances the narrative. Also, I was doing a study, right? And I've not finished and concluded the study, but it's something that I want us to actually contribute to in Africa Rising. I want us to produce a paper on it in Africa Rising. And the study is based on what is the thing that contributes to the failure of women, the gross failure of women in political leadership. Is it systemic sabotage? People feel like they don't want a woman there, so they do everything to make sure that whatever little mistake you make, they will shout about it. And when a man makes the same mistake, they feel he's a man. So if a woman is corrupt, they go ahead and shout about it. If a man is corrupt, they give him a slap on the wrist. I'm not endorsing corruption, but I'm just trying to look at all of these things. So what makes a woman fail? Then in the same study, I was trying to observe what makes a woman fail as well, because I looked at the 2018-2019 election, which we had the highest number of political aspirants in Nigeria, right? And we had quite a number of women who came out. Now, to be honest and to be very fair, if I'm being fair, if I'm sitting on any of the judges' poll, when those people stood up to defend themselves in front, honestly, I would choose the men over the women because of the way they presented themselves and the way they spoke. In fact, that was the genesis of Africa Rising, this story that I'm telling. Because I took my time to sit down and I watched their manifestos and I was very embarrassed. It made me to start asking questions that, okay, is it that women don't know? They don't get involved in politics enough to know the language of politics. And men do, because they watch the news, they get involved, they go to tarmac. Women are busy raising children, busy being corporate bosses. Put them in front of give them a presentation to do in the corporate world. They will ace seats. But then, we are not looking at political representation and the eloquence of words is not as well represented as it should be, at least for the ones that I saw back then. So why would I choose a man over a woman due to competence? Do you understand? So these are the gaps that we're looking to bridge. That's why we are now empowering women through intellectual, engagement, mindset engineering, education and all of that, building their confidence and their competence enough to be involved in what matters, which is policy making. Now, on the grand scheme of things, when we're now thinking about governance, now it's now extending to, oh wow, we can't really just focus on the adults alone. If we're to see real change, then we need to go to the root. We need to go to children as well and condition them for leadership, like brainwash them into becoming good leaders. So we are on a mission to literally brainwash children into becoming the best versions of themselves and brainwash women into becoming confident and competent leaders in their spheres. Now, when Mr. Watokwe was talking earlier, she said we look at the ecosystem that makes up a woman. All right. So we're looking at home front, we're looking at because when you're doing well in one thing, you have the tendency to do well in other things. It's just the natural law of life. If you win at one, you have the tendency to win at two. And if you win at two, you can win at four. If you win at four, you can win at eight. It's just natural law. So if a woman is getting it right in our home, we're solving the problem of, whatever it is that we can use to help, with solving that problem, maybe on the home front, as a mother, and all those things, like the ecosystem of a woman, it would help them be in the best position to then think about what we want them to look at. Okay, that's why we're saying that policy consciousness through value exchange model. Now, when we look at it on the grand scheme of things, where are we transforming? African leadership space. Now, that's where, our inclusivity and equity now comes in. It means that um, when it comes to raising leaders, we don't discriminate, especially with our young ones, with the youths. So we don't limit ourselves to just women and all that. We open our doors, but at the baseline, I mean, it's even in our name, at the baseline, we are really focused on women empowerment, women development, and women's competence and confident leadership across the African political space. So that's something I wanted to get across to us as the big picture. Now, the rest of the things that we're going to be doing is okay, so how do we now achieve this? What do we do to ensure that, we have the right approach, and we are touching on the topics that matter. We are addressing the problems that matter. All right. Um, let me just throw that to the group. I was going to say that, but let me just throw that to the group. You would have probably seen some of the answers as well in the document sent. What are the areas of governance and public perception that you think could be is important to look at, to really correct, to make sure that this aim is achieved? So I'll take like 30 seconds response from everyone as well, just the same way we did it earlier. We can go row line by line, like person after person. I don't know who's the first person sitting on my end here. The person can start and then we'll move on and move on like that till it reaches Mr. Olawale on the other end.
Ma, can you, I'm so
Ma,
sorry,
please, can you go
repeat the
over the question
Yeah.
again?
Okay, so what are the areas of the society that you think we can look at that will make the maximum impact? So if I'm to give an example, I would say that the media is very important. So, we need to get our voices out there in the media. The media is important. That is a part. So you could just always, think about it for like maybe 30 seconds, then we'll start answering the questions in like 20 seconds round. It's some of the answers are already in the document sent. So you could just easily pick from there and use it to answer the question. So who wants to bail the cats? Mr. Watope, would you bail everybody out by bailing the cat?
You're putting my box together.
Okay, so who wants to go next? And if you don't understand the question still, please feel free to let me know you don't understand it.
Let me try, ma'am. So, okay, I think one area of the society that is important to look out to address the problem in the areas of governance, that would be, like you said, it's actually in the document, in the area of youth development. Um, we know that while we're trying to correct whatever is faulty, maybe through the media and through maybe policy reformation and all of that, it's equally important to invest in the next generation, especially because the narrative that younger people have on ground that they're actually seeing and reading and experiencing is not a good one. And this is like when we say youth, that's like the formative stage and all of that. So it impacts a lot on how governors will be done as they grow and as they step into leadership roles and leadership offices and governing at large. So I think youth leadership is really one very key area that we're already looking into it, but we can really dive into deeper. So for my hand out.
Thank you so very much, Success. That was profound. Anyone else?
Ma, okay, so one way that we can, that I think is necessarily not a part, but I think the awareness of these women that they can actually do it, they can actually take this step, is going to go a long way in helping us to achieve what we want to achieve. Like the awareness of, okay, I can become the president, I don't have to be the vice. The awareness of, oh, I can do this. Just creating awareness for them that they can actually do it. Some people don't know that. Some of them don't know that. There's been a pattern of women being deputy governors. There's been a pattern of them being them. Some women don't actually know that they can also govern a state. So them having the awareness of, yes, we can do this. It's not that there's a place for us. Everybody can be on this platform. It's going to help us as well.
All right, thank you so very much for that. That was really good.
I
Anyone?
think
Okay, so
I think for me, ma.
say something.
Okay.
Since we are looking at 2025 and beyond, my own approach would be the Catch Them Young initiative. So that would be more or less like a program put in place to envision the young ones from a tender age, I mean from preschool to the basic school and elementary and what have you, and ensure that they grab the vision even at a tender age. Some of these things that children learn while they are young has a way of staying with them for a long time. So that's my own ideology.
Okay, I think for me, placing focus also on the on-street children or even on street youths would go a long way also, because one way or the other, these people are actually the agents that propagates most of the issues that we have in the different African countries now. So getting them and more like a cognitive restructuring thing, changing their mindset, working on them is also going to go a long way, because that way it rubs off. The fact is, once we get hold of these people, they no longer cease to be negative agents of change, but positive agents of change. So that could go a long way also.
Thank you for that. The men in the house.
Okay, this is what I have to say to it. Aside from um, giving them the awareness that they can do this thing, I think we should create a platform whereby they will be in the act. That is, aside from receiving the information that I can do this thing, so when they are in the act, it will be more convincing that okay, they told me I can do this thing, but I'm doing it. So I think that will definitely go a long way as well.
Sorry, do you mind repeating that? I didn't quite get it. Sorry.
Okay, maybe I should project Lara. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. I said, aside from giving them the information that they can do this thing, that they can lead they can govern a state, or they can preside a country, we should also create a platform whereby they can be in the act, they can be in the character. That is, if they tell me that I can do this thing and I'm doing it, that would be more convincing that okay, they told me I can do this thing, I'm still doing it. Definitely I can do more. Hope you get that.
Creating a platform whereby they can harness their leadership skills and everything that is being they are being taught. That I think that's what he's trying to say.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I get it now. Thank you. Michael, please.
Okay, I would say empowerment, in the sense that when they have these skills, when they are empowered, there will be a sense of responsibility. There will be a sense of now I have something that I can actually use to. Is somehow in line with what Mr. Olawale said, that when they have these skills in hand, so I can actually achieve this particular thing that as I've been informed that I can do, and I can do more. So I would say empowerment, and I would also say inclusion. And when I say inclusion, I mean people living with disability. Actually, people with special needs. Don't let me say disability. People with special needs, most especially women, so that they will not just feel now I am limited to what I can do. We have people out there that are autistic that they're actually doing great things even with their needs. So we can find a way to reach out to these people and find a way to bring more of them on board to see that they can actually achieve great things even with their needs.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay. Caroline.
Yes, ma. So I think like creating like mentorship programs, creating mentorship programs, connecting aspiring women leaders with experienced leaders can also help. So, like offering training programs for aspiring women leaders from experienced ones.
Munyoloa, have you spoken?
Yes, she has spoken.
Yes, ma, I have. You're muted, ma.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was actually muted. Sorry, I kept talking. Okay. So the question is, how do we achieve this in the most simple and feasible way? And how can we leverage our existing programs to ensure that these things are achieved? Um, some of the programs that we have right now, we have the Story Correcting Africa, we have the Juvenile Pre-Electorate Program,
Juvenile what, mom?
Pre-Electorate Program. In fact, I was going to throw that open as a question. Um, who can add to that list? Like, what other programs do we run that you know
So the
of?
leadership, we had a leadership session in January with the rehab and the orphanage.
All right. So that leadership program that we are talking about is part of the policy conscious
Yeah.
model that we mentioned. So that falls under policy consciousness. Munyoluwa, can you give us a quick brief as to some of the projects that we've worked on, some of the ones that we've touched on and said we're going to develop, and some of the ones that we have penned down, but we are putting aside for the next foreseeable future? I'll
Okay,
give
ma.
you an example. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so for the juvenile pre-electorate leadership program, that's something we've done. I think the first edition, we partnered with the Roslyn Initiative, where during the Girl Child Day, but it was not just for the girls because there were boys there also, and that's going to fit into the initiative HO talked about, which is Catching Them Young initiative, because it was majorly secondary school students, and that way it just works for them. We've also worked on Story Correcting Africa, where we held like series of podcasts, bi-weekly podcasts, where we spotlighted Africans doing exceptionally well in their different fields. Majorly, yeah, it was mostly women, but it's not just centered on women. We also had, I think, a man in one of the episodes. And for the one we're looking at for the foreseeable future will be Visionary Political Leadership Academy, where we're looking at it's going to be like a school where young adults or even adults come in, and they get trained on what it means to be a visionary leader, what it means to be policy conscious, and also equip them with what it means for them to actually go into the world and do exceptionally well in whether politics or even their own aspects of life. And one of the plans for that is also, we're not just training them, we're also giving them internship opportunities where they get to actually shadow people like government officials, government bodies that are doing great things, of course, good people like that. And what else have we done? I can't remember any at the moment, but as I remember, I'll just drop it in the chat, ma.
All right, thank you so very much. If not that my laptop is a bit slow and I can't seem to send this particular document. So what I'm now going to ask on before we go into, okay, how do we break this down? How do we ensure that we have different projects being handled effectively by different people who are responsible for those projects? What are the stop gaps, the weaknesses that you have observed with Africa Rising's um, approach to execution? One of the things that I would refer to, if I'm to speak to it, just giving an example and laying a foundation, will be something Success mentioned earlier, which is branding. I believe that we don't have a strong enough brand yet. So anyone who, what I mean by we don't have a strong enough brand yet is not in the number of followers. I'm talking about clarity. Like anyone who comes across our programs, what I've just discussed today, how easy do you think it is to pick everything we've just discussed now from our social media platforms and our website?
Sorry, please, can you reiterate? We don't seem to understand what you're saying.
Perception. Does anyone want to take that away? What's your first impression? Maybe we should ask the new guys. What's your first impression of coming across Africa Rising in itself? Does it speak to everything that we have discussed on this call right now? Or is it now slightly deeper, slightly clearer from what your initial, perception is of Africa Rising? So I'm asking Precious and Michael. Precious can take it first.
Okay, so for me, across social media and websites, right? Yeah. Okay. So, right? Okay, so for me, I think the websites, first of all, it's deeper. And like this section shows exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve and all of that. But I think that we could strengthen what we do a little more on our social media handle to reflect what it is that the organization is actually trying to achieve and attain. Then with the websites, I think there was a little bit of stories and all of that helped me to like connect deeper. But the truth is, not everybody may really go to the website first. The what's it called? The social media is like it's like the shop, it's like the front display of what
Sorry, please,
we
can you
actually have
hold
in
on?
our
I think
factory
she's
and
off
all
the
that.
call.
Ma?
Can you please hold on? She's off the call, so you don't have to like repeat yourself when she joins back. Probably a network or something,
Okay,
but she's
she's
not
off the
currently.
call. Okay,
Yes,
thank
she's
you
not
so
currently
much.
on the call. Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Hold on.
Moyoluwa, please, can you help me look for a way to communicate with her?
Yeah, I'm trying to message her.
Please,
I'm
the
messaging her.
facility we use will close by 5.
Oh, okay, okay.
And we
I'll
have a
just
9 to 4 arrangement with them.
okay.
So we only have less than an hour window. So that we
Barely 50
can...
minutes.
Sorry? No, we still have less than 1 hour. That's about, let's say, 40 minutes, yeah. Or
Oh,
30 minutes.
okay. And they can extend, right? Just so I know.
They cannot.
Okay, I'll
Today,
call
Saturday, they
her.
open 9 to 4. I only spoke to them to give us an
Okay.
extension and they guaranteed 1 hour.
Okay.
We were to end by 4 though. So they don't really to interrupt us and they'll be fitting into our session. I will like no ask this woman to present the question. Yeah, we will. I just want to see. She was supposed to be here tomorrow. We'll send them. Don't we send them. Sorry. So send
Okay, I've told her she'll be coming back on. I've explained to her that there's really
I'll give you the
there's
name.
not so much time again. But she's back on the stage actually.
I
Can we hear me, please?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can.
Okay, yes. I've explained to her Icho, but she's back on the call, though she's muted currently, but she's back on the call.
Okay, has she been spotlighted?
Yeah, yes, she has. I've done that.
So can I go on?
Let her confirm. Lady Fair, please, can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yes, I can. Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you.
so you can go on.
Okay, go on.
Okay, so I was saying that when I checked the social media and particularly Instagram and the website, in comparison to this conversation we're having here this afternoon, of course, as expected, it's deeper here. But again, I feel like we could strengthen our work on our social media and particularly on since we're using Instagram majorly, and maybe I don't know, maybe we want to really take it to LinkedIn, but I know that we're doing. Yes, I think we're on LinkedIn, but it's not as pronounced as Instagram.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think Instagram is good enough platform to showcase our work while we leverage on other platforms. So I think we just want to align what comes out a little more than we've been doing with what all of this with the results from all of this conversation we're having and with the goal um with the goal in view and all that. But I was also saying that the website had some stories that drove home the points and really showed that okay, why about governance and politics a little more than the social media, and so maybe that could help. I don't know if that will help you. And then yes, the podcast. It was really difficult for me to find the podcast. I was looking for it, but I don't know. Maybe it's just on YouTube only. Okay, but even at that, it was not very easy because I intentionally searched for it. I think I only saw two, the one with Obute or something, and one other one with an Edu consultant or something like that. But so that's just it for my own hand.
All right, thank you for your thoughts. I was told that my time has been constricted and we may not have more than 30 minutes together now. Am I correct?
Or let 40 minutes because we have to leave here by 5. And this is 4:16.
Okay. Why was the time so constricted?
The time was not conscripted. We worked with 9 to 4. That was the schedule. Today is Saturday. They open 9 to 4.
I hear
But
that. I hear that.
sorry?
I'm asking about my time.
No,
I
I
wasn't
guess
asking about
DTV session went into your time. That was what happened.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's all good. I would have loved to have my presentation open for everyone, just so we have a more succinct understanding of where we are working. And the reason I'm not sending my presentation is because there are spots in it that I wanted this to be like an actual scrum session where we are filling in blanks as we are going. So I left blank spaces so that when we suggest, we'll put it in. When we suggest, we'll put it in. But it's looking like that may not be feasible at the moment due to our technical logistical issue. It's something that we'll probably need to look out for next time when anytime we're having a brainstorm session. But are we using a phone or we're using a laptop?
I didn't get that.
Yes, we're listening.
No, so saying are we using something or something? I didn't get that.
Are we using a phone or a laptop?
We are streaming with a phone. We are projecting with a laptop.
Oh wow, okay. So even if I share my screen here, it's going to be really small. You can't see anything.
Yeah, so that was why I was saying you should share the slides, then we project from here.
Okay. All right. Let me go by just sharing our strategic goals. Okay. Our strategic goals for 2025 to 2020 to 2030 is split in two: the African focused goals and the global goals. Now, the African focused goals is, number one, governance transformation, which under it you have influence, influencing governance quality, encouraging transparency, building resilient governance framework, etc. The second on the goal would be women in governance. The third on the goal will be on youth leadership development. And the fourth on the goal will be policy influence. Now, the global goal is about correcting the narrative of African leaders and leadership. Now, our target demography is two, like you're already aware: Africa and the globe. Under Africa, we are targeting the 54 African countries, right? And for the globe, which falls under Story Correcting Africa, we're targeting global leadership bodies. So we're looking to attract attention of of the people who are ruling the globe. Now, our job would have been, what I would have done as an exercise for us to do now would be to go online and find out those bodies, who are the people, or who are like top 5 bodies, political leadership bodies, economic leadership bodies ruling the world. And I think we can still quickly do that. Can we quickly do that? You can just do off the top of your head if you know them. And if you don't, you can easily just Google it and write the top 5.
Your bodies. Should it be political, governance bodies?
Economy, governance, policy.
Political. For economy, World Bank.
The World Economic Forum.
Yeah. ECOWAS, yes, ECOWAS as well.
United Nations.
United Nations, yes. International Monetary Fund, yes. UNESCO, European Union, United Nations, yes. The African Development Bank. Yeah. Can she hear us?
So where we are
Can
going
you
in
hear
the
us?
next, yes, I can hear actually, and I love the names we are
Did
putting.
you hear our listing?
I did.
Okay.
I heard UNESCO, ECOWAS, World Bank,
International
UN,
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 IMF, Abi.
yes, IMF, African
There's
Development Bank,
uh
everything.
yeah, there's
NATO,
G7.
yeah.
Now we're not going ECOWAS because ECOWAS is African.
Yeah, sure.
So everybody that is, African dominated, remove them from the list, replace them with globe, the global one. So G7, World Bank, International Monetary Fund.
World Economic Forum, is it?
Yes. WAEF, World Economic Forum. You can actually add Forbes list there too. Like not Forbes Africa or Forbes BLK, Forbes. It's not like a body as such, but
That's great
Now, the aim within the next 10 to 15 years for us is that we will literally have representatives from Africa Rising who will be sitting on at least, maybe 30%, of these bodies. People from Africa Rising, people who have interacted with us, interacted with our programs, who are sitting on the seats because they came across, something that we put out there, and because these bodies came across something we've put out there about them. Now, this is why we insist on excellence. I'm hoping everybody can understand this, especially volunteers who've been with us for a while. This is why we insist on excellence all the time. And this is why we are not hesitant to excuse you if your capacity cannot handle it. And that's why we are not a big crowd people. Because it takes a select kind of mind. It takes a very unique level of excellence to be able to conceive this and feel like you can run with it, because it is not a small thing. For everywhere that I have shared this vision, some people will look at me and they'll say, if they are sharing vision, this is the one that you went to go and catch. And I really wish I if I was to say that, but I'm not permitted to say that I wish but it's not something you can create. It's a call, and we're spiritual people here. I'm sure it's a calling, it's an assignment. You have to be you have to catch the vision. You have to be called to a level of leadership and to the highest version of yourself to be able to run on these levels. Because don't tell me they'll just pick up some random guy from somewhere and put him on the G7 board. It's not possible. You can't coast and sit on those kind of boards. You can't coast it. You can't cheat in class and sit on those kind of boards. So the work needs to be done. The work that needs to be done will need to be done. There's no coasting. Okay, so the question now is, how do we ensure that our communication reflects the assignments that we've been given? Now, under Story Correcting Africa, it's important for us to now sell our story and sell it in such a way that our end game is being projected. The problem is the fact that Africans, when you look at the world governance, when you look at G7, you call IMF, you call WEF, you call World Bank, you put names on ground, you hardly see Mr. Bala, followed by Mrs. Wazumba. Do you understand? Followed by Zubair. All you see are Janet, Ching Chong Lee, all those. Sometimes you don't even see any trace of blackness at all. That's what Story Correcting Africa is all about. Okay, now coming back outside of Story Correcting Africa into Africa Rising's goal. Okay, our aim is now to speak the language, of excellence across African space, across African governance spheres. So how do we ensure that we attract the necessary attention needed, okay, to ensure that our impact is felt the way we want it to be felt?
Okay, so
some of the projects that we have worked
please, I want us to do. I want us to. Can we shed light on our local environment first? I understand that we are trying to. We have a global vision, but I still feel that it's important we conquer the local space, and that way we are able to project and pitch whoever it is that we are able to change their orientation into that global space. Because if we eventually have people out there, I think the way it would work, I mean, I'm speaking of legacy now, is to have people, I mean grassroots, and make it. I'm trying to look for ways to put my thoughts together. But just like you were speaking, I'm just trying to say that I feel we should not neglect the grassroots. That's really central, because that, for some of us, that is where we actually belong at this moment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you so very much for that. You are 100% correct. Okay, but as we are doing the grassroots, because we've been, to be fair, for the last 2 years, all we've done has been grassroots. We have just not exhausted it enough, but we cannot constrict ourselves and say we should do grassroots only. You know, I think it still boils down to team composition and execution planning, such that we're able to conquer grassroots concurrently as we also grow. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. Nothing stops us from having programs well executed on ground, as well as building teams that are executing other programs or that are championing our cause outside. And it would surprise you. You shouldn't even actually surprise anyone that there are a lot of people outside of Nigeria, in other African countries, who feel exactly as we feel, who share the same exact burden, who just want someone to say go. Moyoluwa can attest to it, because during the course of last year, we interviewed a few people who wanted to volunteer for Africa Rising from other countries, right? And the thing that everyone kept talking about that we interviewed was that, they understand the mission. They It's something that really, really, eats at them, and they really just want to give their resources into championing this cause. The only reason we haven't been able to execute as effectively is because of the weakness that we have, especially with leadership structuring, which is something that needs to be adjusted and changed. Okay, so as we have, that brings me to actually the next thing I wanted to talk about. I'm sure you'd have seen it on the Google form as well. I mean, on the Google sheet as well that I wrote down there, like way forward. So if I'm to jump forward, I'll be saying that, okay, how do we then achieve these things? We understand where our demography is. We understand that, okay, we want to conquer grassroots, and then we want to go global. But how do we achieve these things? This is the big picture, and this is what we do. How do we achieve it? If I should throw that open to the room within the next 2 minutes, maybe we're not going to go around this time. If you have an idea, kindly indicate and let's pick it up.
Okay, so ma, can we also think over it and give us a time to come back with ideas?
Well, you can.
We don't have it immediately now.
Okay, we can do that. We can come back, and think over it. But the answers we are looking for is something we already have inside us. So as we are sitting here now, the answers can come. It's not something you have to think over for a very long time. No. In a Scrum session, you create problems and you create solutions right there and then immediately. But some of the things that can help broaden our horizon is something that Mr. Watokwe mentioned earlier that is very important, which is learning, continued learning and development. And it's something that I want us to invest heavily, especially within the team this year. I'm talking about book reading and book reviews. to the point where if you haven't read a quota of some of the things that the book that we're reading, and you can confidently discuss it, and that happens like consecutively for about 3 times, we may actually tell you bye bye, thank you so much, but yeah, because we are very committed to growth and development. So we're going to be reading books about governance, we'll be reading book about leadership and development, and then we'll be reading book about Africa. So Africa, to understand our continent better, governance, to know exactly what it is we're even talking about, then leadership, of course, to hone our skills with global leadership. Okay, the aim for the year is, to I've given all the numbers, is on the group there. I mean, is on the paper there. It's also in my slide here. I was going to ask us, what products should be for 2025. Now we've got SCA, we've got Juvenile Pre-Electorate Africa. These are simple things that we can do. In the course of last year, I think we started working on some children's books that would be under Story Correcting Africa. And I think we came up with some stories that we've even broken down to what children can understand. This next step for us to do, I mean, to take after that book, was to convert it into animations and produce the digital and physical copy that children can have access to. And then we're meant to shoot documentaries under Story Correcting Africa, as well as podcasts under Story Correcting Africa. So if I'm to give an idea that came to my mind, it's that our programs can be you can let me know what you think. Our programs can be split into sub projects, and whoever it is that is capable, that you're capable of handling projects or stepping up into becoming a project support, you will pick one aspect of the project and you would be the one responsible for it, all now submitted to the project manager. So we have one person responsible for one thing. So if you're responsible for Story Correcting Africa, you definitely know that, okay, maybe under Story Correcting Africa we can now have one person assigned to, okay, you're dealing with the animations and children's books. You are dealing with monitoring so and so, you are dealing with monitoring so and so. And then for juvenile pre-electorate program, one person is handling it, is heading it, I mean, within the team. And you're the one that we're going to call and say, okay, what are the programs that you've planned for juvenile pre-electorate program for the year, and where are we having it? So which place are we? Is it Ibadan? Is it Oshogbo? Is it Lagos? Is it Benue State? Is it Enugu? For the policy conscious program as well, we have one person who is handling it. You know that, oh, you're the project support in charge of policy conscious true value exchange. So what have you devised? What's innovative? What new thing are you thinking about that we can do to achieve this? Then we'll look at our timelines and look at, okay, this can be achieved here, this can be achieved here. All of this would be um all of this will be consolidated and submitted to the office of the project manager, who would work hand in hand on each of the projects, overseeing them. Then ensuring the allocated budget for it and everything, and then everything is running as smoothly as it should. Then the timelines are not conflicting. Okay, so if we're looking for maybe board members, advisory council for each of these projects, all right, then the project manager would know that, okay, this is what we're looking for advisory council. You're researching who would be the advisory council, you're chasing them, sending them emails, and ensuring that we have the advisory council in place and all that, and then ensuring that all of this goes and is communicated well on our website and on our social media platforms. Also, I believe that we should have a team or a person who would be more deliberate about our branding and social engineering. I call this social engineering because, the meaning of engineering to me is when you tactically, is there an engineer in the house?
No.
Uh-uh. Auntie Joy, what are you?
Joy, are you an engineer?
No, I'm a chemist.
Ah, oh, okay. All right, what's the meaning of engineering then? What do engineers do?
Put structure in place. Put structure in place to achieve the goal. Just put structure.
That's very generic. Okay, let's Google it. Find out what they do and then paste it in the comment.
Engineering sort of like coupling and putting things like taking it from raw form to finished state, something like that.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here, I'm going to post it on the group here as well.
The action
Uh,
of working actively to bring something about.
yeah, so it's a professional who uses scientific and mathematical principles to design, build, and test systems, machines, and structures. Engineers work to improve efficiency, to solve problems, and to increase productivity. So they design, they build, they analyze systems, they test systems, structures, and materials. So essentially, what we're trying to do is to ensure that we brainwash the public so much about what we are doing that if they wake anybody up who is not even part of our team, they can say that, tell me about Africa Rising. Ṣé àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe good governance and tó ń ṣe governance engineering and leadership kìíní kan yẹn kọ́ nìyẹn. They're able to know and say it in one breath what we are doing. So we really need someone who is going to be in charge of monitoring our content and our brand, ensuring that we're well represented, the right language is being used, and all that. I hope we're taking down this feedback. All right. Um, let me know if you have any question at this point. Now, this is the big picture, and everything else has been sent to broken down in the documents that has been sent, which can be sent to the project manager to just have an in-depth look. Okay, but from all we've discussed, is there any feedback, any any suggestions, and any way forward from anyone? The floor is open. Should I call names? Because we don't have a lot of time anymore.
Okay, so what me I want to suggest is, can we have a work plan that can guide us to how this would go? We can have a work plan in place.
Okay. Do we have a board there?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
You have to get a number.
Is there a marker?
Okay, there's one there.
So let's see what we can do within the next 5 minutes. All right. The board, does it have different layers like that we can
It's
always
just a whiteboard.
Just a whiteboard.
okay, so we can always just write and then cancel and then write again. It's why I asked if everyone has eaten, because I know that brainstorm session drain you.
No, it's not food, man.
Yeah, brainstorm session would drain you. If you're feeling pulse in your head and you're feeling slight headache, it's because you're overwhelmed. And food helps. If you just go out, stretch, take maybe a bite of chocolate and water, your electrolytes will be up, your blood sugar level will be balanced, and you have
That's
better
my picture, please.
concentration.
Did you give me chocolate?
I was wanting.
I just
I gave you this.
I want to stay.
But let me say, I gave you
very
cookies.
bright lights for you.
And I gave you food.
Thank you.
So have some water, everyone. Maybe we take a minute. I know we're going to leave in 15 minutes, right? Or, yeah, 15 minutes.
So what are we expected to do now?
Okay, so what we're expected to do is to use that board to create a workable plan. Is to
The
use that board
template to follow
to
or the plan?
eh?
Is it the template to follow or the plan?
Execution plan, really. So how do you think these things can be executed? We have our products. That's the program we are on. We already understand the baselines. How do we execute them? I've given some insights earlier, but I think everyone is a bit tired now. So it's a slow.
Riding on the insight you gave as regards the different programs being like splitted and detailed such that different people that feel they have the capacity to undo them, then volunteers to undo them. So I think going forward, since we don't really have the luxury of time, if of course that's if the project officer doesn't have a lot on our table at the moment, if it's possible to like come up with like a spreadsheet that has all the different programs and like the things expected, and then now she everyone now shares it with everyone, so everyone then decides to pick whatever they think they are capable of doing, because of course whatever each and everyone picks, they have to be responsible for it, because we might not have time to do all of that at the moment. So if she could like do that at the back end, or whoever is able to like work with her, then both together, then they both do it together, then kind of bring like a clear spreadsheet to the team where, okay, so what do you think you can do? Which of the projects do you think you can add? If it's the branding, if it's video editing, if it's juvenile pre-electorate leadership program and all of that. So maybe like a
This is
spreadsheet
what
would
this is
help.
who will do what, and the timeline. This is the same thing.
So I think that would be more effective than we actually trying to do that now,
Oh,
because I feel like it's going to take more time if we want to like do it now, considering the time we have at hand.
all right. Can we do something quickly? Our projects that we have at hand now, can we draw it on the board? Let's start with SCA. So write SCA. Now draw a tree under SCA.
Okay, you should write. Here's doing something.
Draw a tree under
SCA.
all the projects that are under SCA. Just write it under it. Moyeluwa, could you spell out all the programs that are under SCA, please?
Yes, ma, that's what I want to.
It's not
Yes.
writing at all. Is there any other marker there? Please, let's ask them.
What is this? Okay. So under SCA, we have the Africa Before Africa podcast.
Story correcting Africa. That's SC.
Yes, we have the Africa Before Africa
Please
podcast.
hold on. Please hold on. The marker we have here is not writing, so we want to get another one. Let me say stop writing.
I didn't see success.
You didn't see that. Maybe she's in the right room.
She's just
Is it writing? Let me go.
Yes.
Okay, but you know, please go ahead.
Okay, so we have Africa Before Africa podcast.
We have what?
Africa Before Africa podcast. We have the docu-series where we interview professionals. We have the workshop for African creatives. We have stories for children, obviously.
Please hold on. Workshop for
African
African
creatives. Yes. Then we have child-friendly storybooks.
What?
Child-friendly storybooks talking about some African facts.
Go ahead.
We have child-friendly storybooks of some African of inception of some African countries.
Please come again.
Child-friendly stories for inception of African countries.
Is it different from child-friendly storybooks?
Yes, of African facts. That one is African
Of
facts.
African what?
Facts. F-A-C-T. Facts. And then the other one is for inception of African countries. Then potentially.
Please hold on, Moyoluwa. Please.
Okay.
The network is not clear enough, so I can't really hear you.
Oh, okay.
So
Sorry.
the first one is of African facts. What's the second one?
Inception, African inception stories. African country inception stories.
Okay, African country inception stories.
Yes. We have competition amongst African creatives.
Is it different from workshop amongst African creatives?
Yes. And then in the grand scheme of things would be the conference and award ceremony for African creatives, actually.
Ceremony?
Yes, conference and award ceremony for African creatives.
They're different. Okay, yeah. That's not correct.
So I think that's about that for Africa, for Story Correcting Africa.
So if you have to create
and then we have Story Correcting Africa through book.
Sorry. Well, we know we're talking about a work plan for the plans we have.
Okay.
So this
Did we get the last one?
Branches under.
And these are the existing
branches under Story Correcting Africa. Story Correcting Africa as a project. So if you have to create an actionable plan, or let's say a spreadsheet or a workbook, spreadsheet or workbook or whatever.
There's a final one, the Story Correcting Africa book itself, where we'll get stories of. Hi.
Is it part of?
That's
yes.
The final, that's the result.
Yeah.
SCA book.
Yes, the SCA book. I think that's that about Story Correcting.
Okay, so what I'm seeing about Story Correcting Africa is that some of the programs under Story Correcting Africa needs to be merged.
Yes.
Yeah. I can say that.
Like this, 4 and 3 can be merged. 4 and 5. So it's really good.
The workshop for the African creative as a way it can actually be
leads to the competition.
yes, you can then even the ceremony where they are
Yeah,
being
it's
celebrated.
it's just like being broken down into, so the beginning will be the workshop, and then the conference, and then the competition, and then the award
And then
ceremony.
their word.
Exactly. So it's like a body, but like
It's
broken.
just one event, actually, from what I'm
Yeah.
seeing. It's just one event.
Okay,
And those
please,
are
I
the
also need to understand the docu-series. Is that
The docu-series is interviewing
okay,
professionals.
docu-series, Jesus,
Yeah.
sorry.
So it's like a documentary where we're most
interview.
likely interviewing exceptional Africans. They don't necessarily have to be living in any African country. They might be in the diaspora, but they are doing exceptionally well and contributing positively in as an African, even on the global scale, not just like local African level. So it's just like
What that
interviewing
means
them.
is that success
Series of
will go to their houses or their workspaces, and we will interview them. We'll watch how they are working and we'll record it. Then we will create a documentary out of that.
I get it.
They
Thank you.
can't send us out by 5.
So last year, one of the things that we're looking to do is to buy a camera and all the rest of the stuff to ensure that we have our gadgets in place. But we'll look at how we can achieve that now. So that is just Story Correcting Africa. I think the rest of the programs will need to be, what do we do? Because we're meant to leave that place in 5 minutes, right?
Maybe what I would suggest is, I don't know who the project officer is, but if I and the person can work together, so I kind of like brief her about the different sub projects under whether AHR, Story Correcting Africa, and others. So she's able to then break it into spreadsheets where everyone can then decide to go for whichever one they feel capable of doing.
Okay. All right. So that's SCA. SCA is a big project and it has many branches, which I think, but as we go along, we can merge some and all that and then see how we can have that separated within the team. What other program did we mention? Juvenile Pre-Electorate program, right?
Yes, ma.
Active program that is already being run. Let's write that as number 2. There's nothing under that. It's just basic, the way it is, just training.
Yeah. I think
And
the only thing under that is just whatever anyone has to do under that is to look out for schools, obviously, then write letters and then know what other things will
yeah,
need to.
that's execution plan.
Yeah,
It's
so
not, there's no sub project under
yeah,
it.
no,
Is
no,
there
no.
anything else?
I don't know if we want to do anything about the visionary political.
Not yet.
Okay, so I don't know if we want to do anything about something about women, because I think last year there was like a program as regards to
Yes, we usually have an annual conference in March. So let's write that down as project 3.
That's what I'm doing. That's one of the immediate programs that we need to work on. Yeah, because it's March, and this is just to January 25. So we have like, yes, basically.
That's the next program that we're
Sorry, I
running.
want to ask, Ma, what
Yeah.
about the one Stuart mentioned about the? I know there was something about children's program. And all
That's
that.
juvenile
Is it
pre-electorate.
okay? Okay, she answered me already. So we can continue.
Okay. Any other program?
Okay. Except if you want to have any other CSR, I don't think there's any active program at the moment.
Okay, yeah, just it's our CSR under the PC, Policy Consciousness.
Yeah, and then except if
So
Miss
let's just write
Oluyo.
policy consciousness
Mm.
as number 3. Then under policy consciousness, we'll draw a tree just like we've done and write our leadership empowerment program. And then we'll write our, policy writing.
What's the first one under policy consciousness model?
Leadership empowerment program. Or just empowerment program, really, because it doesn't have to be just leadership. We do it's policy consciousness. We tailor it to environments. We usually just tailor it to the environments. But we could just write empowerment program, and then second, what was the second thing I mentioned?
Policy writing.
Policy writing. Yeah. So we've got 3 now. What we'll now do is that we need people who will be responsible for different parts of these things. For story correcting Africa, I don't think one person can handle all of those moving parts. So if there is a part that we can merge and then hand over to one person who would be responsible for overseeing it, we'll do it. But what we need to anyway, let me hear from everyone right now. And the reason I'm not giving us time to go and go home and sleep on it is because you have the tendency to forget the fine details. And then the moment you begin to forget, your brain will start communicating laziness to you. You don't want to go back to try and remember. It's just the progression of how the brain works. But right now that you're in the room, which of the programs do you think you have like an inclination to the most? Now remove the match program from it because that is everybody's business.
No. The match women.
That is
No,
everybody's
women conference. International women.
That's primarily to be overseen by the program officer to ensure that we have success on that. But for SCA and for the programs under SCA and the other ones, which one resonates the most with you that you think, oh, if I pick this part, it might be something that I'm quite inclined to. Now, can we camera, please, and turn the camera on the notes that we've written, because I know that Oyeyemi Oretade is online following. So I would like her to have a look at what's on that on the screen as well. Let me see the screen, please.
If I know, unplug each other. Is it front camera and back camera?
Okay, it's back. I have to do that.
Can you set it?
Yeah, sure.
Let's begin to pack. So when we're done, just move.
Ma, can you see this?
Yes. Just a moment. I need to remove the stage. Okay. Okay, so here we go. This is the screen. This is what it looks like. We've got story correcting Africa there. Why did we not? Okay, anyway, that's fine. We didn't write anything else outside of story correcting Africa.
Yeah, we wrote it in our notes.
Okay, then this defeats the purpose then, because we were meant to list it out like that.
Oh, okay.
No,
but
ma,
let's take
the other one doesn't really have bits and pieces. Like the other one would have been juvenile pre-electorate leadership program, and that doesn't have like different branches. So this is the one that has more branch actually.
Okay. I think what is best to do here Let's take the camera off. We can't do this under duress now.
Is it better now?
Yes, don't worry about the camera. Don't bother about the screen. You can take it off and show everybody's face.
Okay.
What we can do is let's give this project job description. Okay, let's give it execution plan, what is expected and all that. Then we'll have another meeting where we'll talk about everybody's competence and how and what aspects everyone would be overseeing.
Yeah, I think that was.
All right. So we'll just make sure we think about this well, and then we'll look at the feasibility of the ones that can be achievable in the course of 2025 as well, so that we are not overloading ourselves with too much. We'll pick the ones that are necessary, then we'll look at that are feasible for 2025. Then we'll look at our capabilities and how we can achieve them, and then we'll discuss how we can execute them amongst ourselves. All right. So way forward now,
Yes, ma'am.
the project officer would look at the execution plan of how we can execute these things. Okay, she already knows what our target is. She already knows our why. She knows who we are targeting. She knows how we are targeting them, and she knows what we want to achieve. Okay, and if she has any question, I am very sure that she would get to the bottom of it by asking the questions so that she can get a lot more clarity when she now sits with it to begin to now put plans in place with it. And I'm more than happy to help. Muyelua is here. She's more than happy to support as well. And I'm sure that Mr. Watokwe is also more than happy to help. All right. So once we are able to have a good understanding of that, we can put plans in place, have a spreadsheet, color coded, write what is expected under each of the programs, put a timeline to them that okay, within between so month and so month, this is what we want to achieve with this project. And these are the number of people we are targeting. This is the partnerships we are looking to get. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll pick it up. Okay.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am. Thank you.
thank you as well. Does anyone have any question for me right now?
I think I do, but the summary of my question would just like it would be that I think I would like a another section where I can like get deeper insights into some of these things because I'm not sure we can really treat those questions now. Actually, so I don't know. We maybe we still may figure out when we can actually answer.
I honestly didn't hear any of that because the network is.
You repeat yourself. Just go. Just go.
Okay, I said we may actually need like to have another section with me so that I can like ask some deeper questions concerning each of the programs and all that. Did you hear me, ma?
Okay. I guess
I
it's
think
a
Maybe,
good one.
maybe you drop a message for her personally because I think the network is
There's no problem. We'll handle
yeah,
that. That's
yeah, that's
easy.
fine.
So I think this is a good place to draw the curtain for this year's retreat. I want to appreciate everyone for staying on the call. Moyolu, I thought you said you were going to sleep. What
I
happened? What
actually
changed
slept
your
off.
mind?
Oh, I dozed off at your session. I did not hear anything. DTB session. I think
No,
I just have.
no. You didn't say you were going to sleep by myself. You said you were going to sleep by 2.
No, I thought I was going to sleep before. It's when sleep takes me, and the sleep took me before too.
It's okay. Nice to have you around. Thank you and well done.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we should. Where's Joy? Okay. Let them just come so that we can have
Okay,
the
Mr. What?
presentation.
Okay, I think I've been on mute for a while. Before we
Oh,
wrap, yeah, I wanted us to get a feedback from everyone. Okay, what's your take home today? What do you think of Africa Rising? What do you think of the programs and the projects? Just general feedback from everyone. It's
Please,
summary.
can they can I want to suggest, can they send that as a mail, because we are
They
currently
can,
being
but they should
broadcasted.
respond to it now within 30 seconds. It's important.
Okay, I like the power of data. It's very important to use data to drive decision making.
Okay. All right. And how was the retreat as a whole?
The retreat was insightful and it was actually a wonderful one.
Okay. Stretching. Michael.
The retreat was a very great one, as it's actually opened my eyes to um, more operations of Africa Rising, and I learned a great deal. I learned about vision and executing, having vision and executing them, all the steps that are required in executing visions.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. And the other side in 20 seconds.
The retreat was also mind blowing and job breaking, and it actually charged me to more responsibilities. I enjoyed it.
Please don't break your jaw, Mr. Olawale. All right. Anyone else?
Okay.
It's job breaking.
Yes, job breaking and mind blowing.
Okay.
I'll send that to us by mail. We can't feel that now. I can't. Yeah, we're supposed to do that work. I'll send it to us by
Can you
mail.
hear me, ma'am?
Yes. Just go ahead.
Okay, so the retreat was impactful and I'm challenged actually. There are some stuff that I can resonate with when it comes to my own role in the organization and how I can do more personally. Talking about personal development and being involved more. So yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Anyone
else?
Anyone else? Caroline went to the restroom.
Okay, thank you so very much. I'll leave it to the HO now to wrap up and just give the final feedback. But from my heart to yours, I love you so dearly. Thank you for committing your time, your energy. Thank you for not burning out. I know it's been a lot back to back, but that's how it is. When you get home, you sleep it off, and then work resumes going forward. And I know that we'll do great things, great and marvelous things together by God's grace.
Amen.
One thing that I forgot to add during the course of our conversation is that Africa Rising is going heavy on media. So be very rest assured that if you're handling any of the projects, the spotlight for that project is going to be on you, meaning that you can't even mess up. Okay. So if your name is being mentioned in Tribune now, that you're the one that is handling SCA, for instance, or something like that, you take the credit and all that. Our aim in Africa Rising is for the job to be done. That is it. For the job to be done. There's no expression that God has given me that I put myself at the forefront. It's just that it's important to have a face to a mission so that people can trust it. But it is not about me. It is not about the person. It's about the mission and the vision. And that's it. Okay. Mr. Watokwe, please go ahead.
All right, thank you everyone for coming. And to those that
Please
joined
wrap up.
online. Sorry? I didn't get that.
Yeah, let's wrap up. Let's
Thank
wrap
you
up.
everyone
Let's wrap
for
up. That's all.
joining.
That was
Yes,
all
I
I
got
said.
that. Okay. So like I was saying, thank you everyone for joining. It's been an amazing time, very lengthy, but I believe it's worth it. So our workbook will be shared, will be sent to our mails. Let's do well to turn it in 24 hours. I will have said turn it in tonight, but I understand that some of us still have journeys to make down to our destination, and I wouldn't want to be inconsiderate. I understand that some of us woke up as early as God knows, so as to meet up with this. So please, the same thing applies to our online facilitators, online participants rather. The workbook for the first session will be shared, and I want us to feel it's more or less like a feedback session, so as to know what resonates with us and every other thing we have learned. So there is a certificate that will be given to all participants. For those that cannot make it physically, it will be shared to you, but the soft copy will be shared to you. So you can print and frame it and hang it somewhere you can always see it in your house. So please, the team, thank you so much. Joy, thank you for the content. How soon will you turn them in? This night, I trust you. Superwoman.
Night.
Mr. Hadi, thank you for everything. Thank you. Caroline, thank you. Finally, you are here. So when will you turn in the notes and the highlights of the retreat? Sorry?
This night.
I trust you.
Just in it.
All right, thank you. Michael, thank you. So you'll be briefed on other things because we have the WhatsApp community. That's where and the same thing applies to Success. So let me introduce Success formally. Success is our program officer. So she's the one taking over from Moyolua. Yes, Moyolua is still with us, but not on a paid employment anymore. She has another commitment that demands her time and availability. So, but she's still with us. You can see that. So most of the social media things you see, she's still the one doing them. So, Success, you are welcome to Africa Rising. Yeah, so we'll add you to our WhatsApp community. That's where most of the briefs are being done, and so that's it basically. So if you have any question or you have any concerns, like I know you will always do, you can relate with me via email, or I would send you a list by which you can also relate with Mrs. Oyatopo if there is a need. So for sake of pictures, I want us to take a good picture. I mean, without the facilitator, it's so painful that one of us has left. I'll take a picture. Then we also have presentation of our certificates. Then online participants, we ate rice, we ate biscuits, we took water. We are having a photography session. So please, whatever it is we have done here, please replicate the same thing there and share the output with us. So because we will also share same with you. So thank you everyone. It's been an amazing time. It's been stretchy, but I believe it's worth it. Yeah. So and one thing I love to say is that the best way to show that you have learned anything here is to put everything you have learned into practice. So that is what even makes a wise man. The Lord is helping us in Jesus' name. Who led us in the opening prayer while we started? Joy. Okay. Can we have Michael? So we start with a lady and a man ends it for us. Yeah. Inclusion.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you for today.
Amen.
Thank you for how you helped us from the very first session to this last one. Thank you for the ability given us to brainstorm and to come up with ideas and solutions to all of these things. To say that this in Jesus' name. Lord, thank you because you are giving us strength to carry out this before us in the name of Jesus. We pray that along the way, no one will be weary in the name of Jesus. We pray that this motivation and this energy that we are starting with will run with it and will fly with it in Jesus' name.
Amen.
No one will be weary in the name of Jesus.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
All right, so Joy, how do we do the presentation of I mean the picture? I think we'll use this one. Okay, so funny enough, we are the first person. So let's
Let me help you.
I actually had in mind of having them to into the presentation, but because I'm man was around okay. We understand. We are wrapping up. Just give us 5 minutes, give or take. So, online participants, we are presenting our certificates. Thank you. So, this is to Joy. Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Olawale Imojesu. That's his name.
That's my name.
Come now, don't call it. Right. Then Michael Ololale should get ready. You didn't do for Conrad.
I did for the names you sent to me.
I told Joe to call you. You didn't call him.
I only saw Elusa. What I was in.
Oh, you got that room. It will be sent to you.
It's fine.
Oh my God. Which way are you going? Huh? Which way are you going?
This way or that way.
Michael. I think it's my wife.
So let's do your photo because
Because
you want to put my light under the.
I can't put your light on that video. Did you take the picture of
We
your?
go with that.
I think so, but you didn't put portraits. I will see.
Is a graphic designer as well. Have you taken the picture?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, I did.
Okay, please.
Okay, you want something?
Please take.
Yes, like that.
Personal picture
Yeah, you can't
in
understand.
the making. Okay.
Oh, it's our little secret. They won't know. At least for now. Success.
Please, we will take pictures and make videos after we're done. Please don't rush me.
Please, let's go out. Okay. You don't want to take a picture.
I don't want to.
Is there a way Caroline can use one certificate to take pictures?
Yes.
That name will not show. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to confirm for her, but she didn't signify that she would attend or she won't attend. Okay. Use what's the name? Adele. There's no A here. Just use one.
Use only one.
Only one something. This for the other woman. I'll get started.
Sorry,
So please let's begin to
I
pass.
think I was thinking of another thing. Move a little bit closer.
It doesn't need to take
So
it
tall.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What's that?
Fire.
What's happening with Holy Ghost fire?
Okay.
See the short man talking.
You are about
So I'll get in touch with you. We'll get in touch with you.
You're not too tall. You're tall.
Okay, please take a picture of me.
Okay.
Abio. Please don't forget your water.
Nobody is presenting food. Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Come on, you will lose something.
I want to carry my food.
Okay, thank you, food, thank you.
Yay! This phone, sir, you'll be on this phone.
This fire. Samsung didn't know me like
It's mine.
This time.
Yeah, we'll end the call. I'm not sure anybody's still here.
Is this your?
No, it's not my charger. I don't know who.
Joy.
No, it's mine.
Okay.
All right, I think we should wrap up and get downstairs. So please, before we leave, Joy will have to take
Video.
yes, a video review and everything. It's just how many minutes?